Chapter 1488. Densely packed, red figures gradually appeared within the surging magma. The magma raged as it continuously closed in on Xiaoyan. A scarlet-red body that was covered in scales, a triangular head, a pair of strange eyes that emitted a red light, and a thick and long tail. It also had a 10-foot-long thick tail. Its entire body was like that of a lizard. When Xiaoyan saw this, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Fire-scaled lizard, huh? To think that I would actually meet one here. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the lizards within the magma. His mind involuntarily recalled what he had encountered in the magma under the blazing sky, Qi refining tower. The situation back then was just like this. However, he did not expect to see such a scene when he was younger. Unexpectedly, it had reappeared today. Xiaoyan's hand clenched into the air, and a large ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze looked around before it once again landed on Tang Ye's body. So that's how it is. Looks like Bai Zijing is not the only one who has died because of you. He, who asked there to always be greedy idiots like you in this world. You think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you have some strength and order me around. Just how many conceited people have come to this Fire Banyan forest? So what if it is an 8-star origin sect? Haven't they still ended up in my pocket? At the end of the day, all of you only have yourselves to blame and deserve to die. Tang Ye's actions were exaggerated as he danced. His face was filled with crazed disdain. This kind of savage posture caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily shake his head. He coldly said, "What nonsense! It is clearly you who attracted the passers-by here, causing them to fall into your trap. Yet, you still boast that you only have yourselves to blame. I think that you are the one who deserves death." The instant his words sounded, Xiao Yan's body instantly disappeared into the empty space like a ghost. This speed. Tang Ye's cold laughter had yet to be spat out from his mouth when his pupils abruptly shrunk. Immediately, he did not hesitate to wildly strike in front of him. The thing that was facing off against him in the empty space was surprisingly a large ruler. The heavy ruler's blade brought with it an astonishing pressure. Even though Tang Ye's cultivation was not weak, he was still blasted back by this ferocious attack. The moment he came to a stop, Tang Ye was shocked to discover that the right arm he had used to block the attack had been shaken to the point that it could not move. Although it was crazy, Tang Ye was no fool. From this attack, he knew that Xiao Yan's battle power was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. What terrifying physical strength! Tang Ye cried out in his heart. Before he could think any further, Xiao Yan's figure had once again appeared in front of him like the wind. Tang Ye knew that something was wrong and hurriedly threw out the flag in his hand. In an instant, it transformed into a huge flag that blocked in front of him. Turbulent blue Genesis Qi whizzed towards Xiao Yan like a wave, but it was immediately cut apart by the latter's ruler. Only then did Tang Ye withdraw. Damn it, I almost underestimated you. Tang Ye, who had withdrawn into the distance, used his strength to rub his still numb right arm. His gaze was dark and stern as he stared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face was expressionless. His gaze paused on the blue flag beside Tang Ye for a brief moment before he noticed the approaching magma. He let out a deep breath as the Genesis Qi in his body finally began to move. Tang Ye clearly sensed this. He grabbed the flag and viciously waved it. A blue water screen swiftly enveloped him as an icy chuckle rang out. I admit that your battle power is not weak, but this is the Fire Banyan Forest. If you want to kill me, you'll first have to get past the fire-scale lizards. This place may be a grave for you, but it's a hunting ground for me. I will personally watch them tear you to pieces. Ha ha! As his laughter faded, Tang Ye immediately pulled back and dove into the magma. But if one looked closely, they would see that under the protection of the water screen, the magma was completely isolated wherever he passed. Even fire-scale lizards did not seem to discover his existence. No wonder Bai Zijing was swallowed by the magma, while you were able to escape unscathed. So it's the effect of this flag. Xiao Yan suddenly understood. He slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand as flames ignited on his palm and spread to the ruler's body. It's a heavenly flame, Under the protection of the water screen, Tang Ye's expression instantly changed when he saw the flames ignite on the ruler's body. But the following scene caused him to be even more shocked. The veins on Xiao Yan's arm pulsed as he suddenly waved the giant ruler. The whistling sound of wind was like thunder as it was accompanied by an invisible aura. In an instant, the magma that was crazily pouncing towards Xiao Yan swiftly retreated as if it had received an order. The fire-scale lizards that were only a few steps away from Xiao Yan's body also seemed to have been frozen in the air. After losing the magma's protection, the scarlet scales on their bodies suddenly split open. Scarlet blood spurted out as painful hisses immediately resounded. After the surrounding fire-scale lizards retreated in fear, a path once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan that led straight to Tang Yi. What a crazy idea. It's a pity that this method is useless against me. What? Everything that happened in the blink of an eye caused Tang Yi to be incomparably shocked. He never imagined that the man-eating magma would become so obedient in front of Xiao Yan. If the one coming up was by Zijing, I might have to put in a little more effort. But since it's you, I will quietly listen to the final movement of my life. As these indifferent words were spat out, the heavy Xian ruler danced in the air. Several ruler flashes overlapped one another to form a rainbow that shot towards Tang Yi. What shameless boasting! Do you think I'm afraid of a mere 3-star Genesis sect master? Tang Yi's face was filled with rage. How could a 4-star Genesis sect master like him be so easily frightened by a few words from his opponent? He immediately raised the flag in his hand again and waved it in front of him. Surging blue Genesis chi transformed into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye, extinguishing the surrounding magma as it whizzed forward with an astonishing aura like a storm. Boom! In the end, the ruler flashes and whirlpool were both destroyed. Xiao Yan's face was devoid of fear as he swung his giant ruler and charged forward. Tang Yi abruptly twisted the flag, transforming it into a spear that pierced through the air to meet Zhou Yuan head-on. The countless surrounding fire-scale lizards also controlled the magma to charge forward at practically the same time. The spear thrust forward as the ruler furiously hacked down. Sparks flew the instant the two collided. The terrifying power from the ruler forced the spear back. The spear trembled violently as the flag unfurled, and it hurtled towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was unafraid. His body easily dodged a couple of times, after which he used the large ruler to block in front of him. His body furiously charged forward as a fierce flame wildly spat out from the ruler's body. The moment Tang Ye's expression changed, Xiao Yan once again slammed his palm onto the ruler's body. The huge ruler charged forward with the support of this firm and ferocious strength. It was unstoppable. Tang Yi hurriedly unfurled the flag and used it to block. However, he had just reduced over half of the force on the huge ruler when Xiao Yan suddenly stepped on the ruler's body. The powerful force was like a hot knife through butter as it easily broke through the defense in front of Tang Yi. The remaining force poured onto Tang Ye's body behind him. Ugh! Fresh blood was wildly spat out. Xiao Yan's powerful attack had caused Tang Yi to suffer some serious injuries. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that by the time he recovered and raised his head to take a look, the flag that he had used to protect his life had already landed in Xiao Yan's hand. At this moment, the latter was wearing a smile as he stared at him with a mocking expression. At this moment, without the protection of the flag, the fire-scaled lizards that were originally targeting Xiao Yan had turned their spearheads. Countless ferocious gazes fell on Tang Ye's body, causing him to feel cold all over. Without thinking, he knew what kind of cruel situation he was about to face. No, you can't do this, Xiao Yan. You can't do this to me. There is no life or death hatred between you and me. This trip is just for money. I am willing to share my gains with you. I can even give you all of it, as long as you return the flag to me. Tang Ye's face was full of fear. Compared to Xiao Yan, he was more afraid of these fire-scaled lizards. He had personally witnessed countless experts die under their siege. These beasts were so terrifying that he would rather die than face them. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a warm smile. Under Tang Ye's hopeful gaze, he slowly raised the flag and said slowly, "Since you are willing to contribute everything, this flag should be included." As soon as his voice fell, a light flashed in his palm, and the flag was stored in the storage ring. In an instant, Tang Ye's face suddenly froze. Countless fire-scaled lizards also opened their mouths full of fangs and suddenly pounced. Chapter 1489. Tang Ye let out a mournful howl as he was completely drowned by the fire-scaled lizards. In the sky, Xiao Yin surveyed his surroundings, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Tang Ye had died, but the rain of fire had yet to dissipate. He still did not dare to be careless against these fire-scaled lizards. With the heavenly flame protecting him, the lava naturally could not get close to him. However, this was only enough to take care of most of the fire-scaled lizards. It was not so easy to deal with those that were stronger than origin ancestors. Squeak, squeak, as the group of fire-scaled lizards surrounded Xiao Yin once more, 100 feet of empty space opened up around him. From the looks of it, they did not seem to have any intention of continuing their assault. Xiao Yin gripped his giant ruler and gathered his strength, his mind becoming increasingly tense. Within the lava, the tightly clustered fire-scaled lizards slowly retreated. Lava surged everywhere, and there were at least a dozen enormous balls of fire. Within those balls of fire, the deep red lava seemed to be wrapped around something. When Su Chen's vision cleared, he saw that there were at least a dozen even larger fire-scaled lizards floating in the air. Xiao Yan's originally gloomy expression immediately became uglier the moment he saw these enormous creatures. The strength of these dozen-plus fire-scale lizards were all above that of Yuanzhou. Moreover, the auras of some of them were extremely strong. It was even harder to measure their strength, and they were probably extremely powerful existences even among high-grade origin ancestors. Such a lineup, in an instant, they had appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With the addition of the countless fire-scaled lizards surrounding them, even with Xiao Yan's abilities, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Phew! Under the strong pressure, Xiao Yan anxiously exhaled a deep breath of air. A thought passed through his mind, and numerous dark black curtains immediately formed in the empty space around him. They stood beside Xiao Yan and surrounded him. His opponents were more than a dozen origin ancestor-level powerhouses, and he definitely could not face them head-on. If he borrowed the power of the void, great Tao, to repeatedly pass through, he might be able to break through these layers of encirclement. However, just as Xiao Yan's tent was condensed, the fire-scaled lizard beast in the magma suddenly let out a strange roar. In the blink of an eye, sharp and ear-piercing sound waves converged and reverberated endlessly within the 100 meters of space. The momentum was becoming more and more astonishing. What caused Xiao Yan to widen his eyes even more was that the many tents that he had condensed around him actually began to distort under the attack of the sound wave. The spatial energy that had gathered on it was also strangely dissipating. When he noticed this, Xiao Yan revealed astonishment for the first time. It was the first time in a very long time that he'd seen the energy of the Grand Tao suffer a loss. This is going to be troublesome. When he saw the energy of the Grand Tao dissipate, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart grew even more intense. He had no choice but to continuously wave his giant ruler. Flames shot out and sonic booms rang out one after another. Only then did the continuous shrieks dissipate a little. However, the dozen or so giant beasts standing in the void no longer hesitated. They swung their large tails and twisted their bodies, appearing in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. They waved their sharp claws and viciously tore at Xiao Yan's head. Clang! The giant ruler chopped down and blocked the giant beast's attack, but almost at the same time, two more giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. Their attacks were continuous, and they were all killing moves. Just as he was about to withdraw, the giant ruler in his hand was firmly controlled by the giant beast in front of him. Xiao Yan had no choice but to let go. Just as he was about to retreat, another sharp piercing sound came from behind him. In the blink of an eye, it was right next to his ear. Xiao Yan's hair instantly stood on end. He only cared about forcefully twisting his body to block the attack, but he was sent flying by the giant beast. Damn it! Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, which then turned into a blood arrow and shot forward. In an instant, two giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. The tight attacks made Xiao Yan have no time to take care of them. After forcefully resisting the attacks of the two beasts, he suddenly stomped his foot and forced a fire-scaled lizard below him to retreat. His body suddenly rushed up, his eyes fixed on a layer of magma directly above him. At this point, he could only try his best to force his way out of here. Roar! The magma above him was getting closer and closer, but at this moment, the magma above him suddenly separated. A giant beast was bearing its bloody mouth full of fangs, waiting for him to deliver himself to its door. This giant beast was clearly the strongest one among the dozen or so beasts. When the fire-scaled lizard above him appeared, Xiao Yan was already very close to it. The rest of the fire-scaled lizards below him were also surrounding him. There was no way to retreat, so he could only try his best to fight. Come! Xiao Yan roared in his heart. He clenched his teeth, and the Genesis chi in his body gushed out without reservation. Blazing flames rapidly gathered in his palm. Whether or not he could break out of the encirclement depended on this moment. Roar! It was also at this moment that the enormous beast above Xiao Yan's head waved its arms. Magma covered its sharp claws, and a bright red energy spread over its entire body. Its enormous body swiftly rotated and fell heavily, about to collide with Xiao Yan. Go! Xiao Yan forcibly stopped his body. He waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. The two collided, and an earth-shaking shockwave swept out like a storm. Xiao Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was immediately devoured by the flames in his palm. The giant beast stood tall in the sky, its scarlet-red eyes fixed on a black figure below. When it focused its gaze, it saw that the one colliding with it was a puppet. Come back, North King! With a loud roar, lightning wrapped around the North King's body as it swiftly returned to Xiao Yan's side. If it had not summoned the North King at the last moment, Xiao Yan would not even have had a chance to catch his breath. Xiao Yan could not help but be shocked at the sight of the North King's torn chest. The North King's current strength was at least comparable to a 5-star origin ancestor, and its body was extraordinarily tough. Who would have thought that would be torn apart by a single claw from this bastard? Fortunately, the North King's body contained lightning power, which allowed it to continuously repair itself, preventing it from being instantly destroyed. With this temporary delay by the Northern King, the heavenly flame that was wildly agglomerating between Xiao Yan's palms had already begun to take an embryonic form. All it needed was a moment before the fire lotus would be formed. At that time, it was likely that even if these bastards in front of him were joined hands, they would suffer some pain. Roar! The huge beast's scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, appearing to have seen that the thing that was agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm was not ordinary. While the latter was quietly becoming alert, a sharp sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted from behind him. Clang! Once again, the North King used his body to block this sudden attack. His chest, which had already been torn apart, instantly caved in. The scorching power of the lava seeped into his body, causing the recovery speed of the lightning to greatly decrease. When Xiao Yan dodged his body and looked at the spot from earlier, a cluster of magma had unknowingly appeared in the empty space. The tail of the enormous beast had emerged from the magma. Chi! However, before Xiao Yan could hesitate, lava continuously appeared in the air around him. Soon after, numerous arms and tails charged towards him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was still able to stabilize his body by relying on the ingenuity of the sky extinction steps. Even though he could not avoid being injured by the lava power, the fire lotus that had formed in his palms had reached the final moment of formation. Chi! Another sudden sound of rushing air appeared. Xiao Yan glanced over from the corner of his eyes. A thick tail had emerged from the magma beside him and pierced the fire lotus in his hand. This time around, Xiao Yan decided not to dodge. Instead, while his body was twisting, he violently pressed the fire lotus onto the rapidly moving tail from the side. The fire lotus easily incinerated the scales that covered the surface of the enormous tail and penetrated a couple of inches. Wherever it passed, the skin and flesh would split apart. A sizzling sound would emit a large amount of white smoke. Even a small piece of bone was forcefully melted by the frightening temperature that the fire lotus carried. Roar! After suffering such an attack, the giant beast could not help but let out a painful roar. However, Xiaoyan did not have the heart to care about this. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent had withdrawn its attack, he pushed his palms forward and sent the fire lotus in his palms forward. The exquisite fire lotus leisurely streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long fire tail. It seemed harmless as it swept across the sky. Soon after, it exploded in the sky near the dozen fire scale lizards. Chapter 1490. Everything was silent beneath the fire lotus. When a magnificent lotus slowly blossomed in the sky, all of the fire scale lizards under the origin sect were blasted away. Even the pillar of fire that connected the heavens and the earth was forcefully destroyed. They fell into the magma below. After a fierce battle, there were still 10 fire scale lizards standing in front of Xiaoyan. Their leader was naturally the high-tier fire scale lizard. Crack, crack. Human, you shouldn't have appeared here. Xiaoyan's face was deathly pale. However, the giant beast opposite him spat out some words that were difficult to understand. Perhaps, but I'm still here. Xiaoyan shook his head with some difficulty. He gently clenched his hand under his sleeve, and a golden disc landed in his palm. It was given to him by the mysterious expert when he left the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan did not know what exactly this formation plate was. However, at this moment, the only method he could choose and trust was this. Chirp, chirp. The other fire scale lizards on both sides of the giant beast released sharp cries. They quickly spread out and surrounded Xiaoyan. The latter's expression was frosty as the remaining Genesis chi in his body swiftly flowed into the disc. The North King stood guard beside him as he prepared for the upcoming battle. Roar! However, the fire scale lizard leader suddenly turned its head to look at the magma below as a strange look appeared in its tiny eyes. With a wave of its arm, the remaining fire scale lizards immediately looked over. As if they had received some kind of order, they charged towards the magma below without any hesitation. Despicable human! The enormous beast emitted a furious roar of dissatisfaction from its mouth, after which it did not dare to hesitate. Its body moved, and it hurriedly fell into the magma below. In an instant, the danger that Xiaoyan felt in the sky had disappeared. However, the thing that caused him to be unable to comprehend was what the enormous beast's last sentence was trying to express. Clang! While the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart had yet to be resolved, an intense collision exploded beside his ear like thunder. The sudden attack sent the Northern King flying. The Northern King's pale face instantly changed drastically as he sensed an attack coming from behind him. The Northern King's expression changed drastically when he sensed an attack coming from behind him. He hurriedly twisted his body, but an arrow still pierced his shoulder. Xiaoyan's body rapidly retreated as intense pain assaulted him. While his eyes quickly scanned the area, he hurriedly swallowed a few pills. Then he focused his gaze and saw a figure standing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was an unexpectedly cold face. You're still alive by Zijing. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with shock. This meant that even Tang Yi had been kept in the dark. Hee. Tang Yi is just an ordinary person. If I really died at his hands, wouldn't I become a joke? Bai Zijing curled his lips and sneered in disdain. Xiaoyan's heart grew, even more terrified. The fact that Bai Zijing could deceive Tang Yi's eyes despite being surrounded by fire-scale lizards showed just how powerful he was. The Genesis chi in Xiaoyan's body had been mostly depleted, and Bai Zijing had suddenly appeared. Moreover, Bai Zijing's target was clearly Xiaoyan. It was likely that things would not end well. As he felt the power slowly recovering in his body, Xiaoyan beckoned with his hand and recalled the heavy Xian ruler floating in the distance. He then lifted his gaze again and stared at Bai Zijing in the distance. He slowly said, "Brother Bai, you and I have never met before. Today's matter is all because of Tang Yi. Why don't we both take a step back and leave peacefully?" Bai Zijing laughed angrily. He then looked coldly at Xiao Yin and said in a chilling voice, "Humph. If you don't recognize me, then do you recognize this?" Without giving Xiao Yin any chance to catch his breath, Bai Zijing decisively raised an arm. Genesis Qi madly surged out, and a dazzling light was immediately released above his head. An astonishing energy rapidly gathered. The frantically gathering energy gradually converged into a huge ball of light. The dazzling light caused Xiao Yan's pupils to shrink. He suddenly thought of something. "So you are from a Bai clan. Light of the Corona." Bai Zijing waved his arm the moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth. The cluster of light descended, and Xiao Yan put away the heavy Xian ruler with a flip of his hand. Soon after, he began to rapidly form a series of hand seals. Flames surged all over his body as the Genesis Qi in his body was swiftly mobilized. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering, fiery red giant statue. "Huh, Xiao Yan, do you know that Bai Roakshuan is my younger brother? Today, I will avenge him for the humiliation he suffered back then." Bai Zijing's cry was vast and mighty under the bright sun. His fury was monstrous. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. He could only use all his strength to maneuver the remaining Genesis Qi in his body and gather all his remaining strength on the enormous statue. When the sunlight arrived, he also let out a long roar towards the sky. Fury of the fire god. The sun descended, and the fire god attacked. The moment the two collided, the world shook, and the wind and clouds swept out. Powerful shockwaves blasted open a sinkhole in the fire banyan forest below, causing magma to spray out like a tide. When the fire god statue and the sun were both destroyed, Bai Zijing quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. His hawk-like sharp eyes stared at Xiao Yan, who was behind the puppet. "Xiao Yan, so you are from the Xiao clan. Today, you will die without a doubt." As his roar rang out, the arrow shot out, but it was quickly shattered by the North King's two palms. After Xiao Yan stood as the Northern King, he used the medicinal pill to try his best to recover the exhaustion within his body. After a couple of fights, and forcefully using the fire god's fury earlier, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have already lost his fighting strength, if not for the strength of the medicinal pill. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who had seen this clearly, did not want to miss this opportunity. Arrows flew out continuously. No matter how strong the North King was, he was unable to block all of them. Wherever the arrows came into contact with, they would break through his body of steel and sink into his body. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. By being able to easily break the body of the Northern King with one arrow, the strength of this Bai Zijing was at the very least above that of the 6-star source zone. "I need to find a way to leave as soon as possible." Anxiously, Xiao Yan could not care less about his injuries. He swallowed a few more pills and used the North King's temporary resistance to refine them. Not a bad puppet, but it's destined to become a pile of scrap metal. On the other side, Bai Zijing's expression was cold and callous. He drew his bow to a full crescent as the light from the arrow grew even brighter. This arrow was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Parting arrow. Bai Zijing's lips parted slightly as the arrow shot out. Like the wind chasing after the moon, it pierced through the North King's palms despite the North King's full strength. Sparks flew as the arrow viciously pierced the North King's chest. The terrifying force mercilessly tore apart the North King's body that had just recovered. Even the tip of the arrow pierced through the North King's back, causing Xiao Yan's body to stagger 2 steps back. Just this arrow alone had pierced through the North King's body. It was unimaginable. If this were to happen a few more times, Xiao Yan would likely have no chance of survival. "Humph!" Bai Zijing grinned mockingly. He did not continue shooting, but instead raised his bow towards the sky. Blue Genesis Qi condensed into an arrow that shot into the sky. Domain power, water domain. With a low shout, The originally scorching and dry air was strangely suffused with moisture. Coupled with the scorching environment, it made one feel as if they were in a steamer. A domain was not much of a help to a Genesis ancestor expert, but in Bai Zijing's hands, it had an extremely different hue. Let's see how you'll dodge this arrow. Chapter 1491. Water vapor floated in the stuffy air. Tiny water droplets condensed together as Bai Zijing drew the bow, finally transforming into sharp arrows. Looking at the cold and sharp edge, it was actually not inferior to the arrow just now. Oh, behind the North King, Xiao Yin slowly moved to the side. After waiting for a moment, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. At the very least, it wouldn't be difficult to leave this place. Are you ready to counterattack before your death? Seeing Xiao Yan's fierce gaze again, Bai Zijing's sinister smile grew even wider. Even if Xiao Yan was drained of his essence blood, he wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. He stretched out a bloody palm. Xiao Yan stared intently at Bai Zijing and grinned. Bang! Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in Xiao Yan's palm, and Bai Zijing's expression finally changed. This is a heavenly flame? Xiao Yan clenched his hand tightly the moment Bai Zijing's surprised voice sounded. The fierce flame in his hand immediately scattered in all directions. Following the scattering of the flame, the numerous arrows that had just been agglomerated began to strangely distort and evaporate. Within a couple of breaths' time, they had completely disappeared. Domains aren't exclusive to you, Xiao Yan mocked. At the same time, a pitch-black tint gradually took shape behind him, and the Genesis chi that had just recovered in his body was rapidly draining away. This sentence also caused Bai Zijing's expression to turn abnormally ugly. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. I'd like to see what other tricks you have. As his voice faded, the arrows shot out. This time, they were shattered by Xiao Yan's dark, heavy buster sword. Bai Zijing took advantage of the momentum and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. As he moved, the North King leaped up. Scram! Bai Zijing was completely unafraid. He twisted his body and sent the North King flying with a kick before he waved his hand and struck toward Xiao Yan. Underworld Water Seal. As the palm attack approached, Xiao Yan put away the dark, heavy buster sword into his storage ring. As he retreated, he also met the attack with a powerful palm. Seal of mountains and rivers. The two palms collided. As expected, Xiao Yan was knocked back. Bai Zijing also stopped in his tracks because of this palm strike. After the aftermath of the palm strike dissipated, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Looking around, Bai Zijing immediately saw a black figure in the distant sky. It was Xiao Yan without a doubt. How could this be? Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually able to avoid his line of sight and escape, Bai Zijing was surprised and chased after him again. However, the North King, who had been sent flying, stuck close to him like a dog's skin plaster. Noisy thing. Reverse waterbind. After a few rounds of entanglement, Bai Zijing became more and more irritated. Xiao Yan was just a severely injured person. If it weren't for this damned puppet in front of him, Xiao Yan would have already died at his hands. Why would there be such trouble? Bai Zijing was furious. The water pillar between his palms flipped, forming a huge water prison in the blink of an eye. As his palms opened and closed, the North King was trapped inside. After doing this, Bai Zijing frowned and looked in the direction of Xiao Yan. However, he saw that the latter was still high in the sky and had not escaped. He was surprised and looked at the North King, who was constantly ramming around in the water prison. He couldn't help but snort coldly. You're still thinking about a puppet in the face of death? You really don't know what's good for you. Bai Zijing's feet stomped furiously on the empty air. His body instantly appeared in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared to have recovered. He hurriedly used the dark black curtain that was agglomerated beside him to once again flee into the distance when Bai Zijing approached him. The instant the pitch-black tint disappeared, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and ultimately landed on the scarlet ground below. Bai Zijing could not help but be surprised again. This is the great Tao of the Void. How is this possible? Didn't this kid comprehend the great Tao of fire? It was no wonder that, Bai Zijing was so shocked. Who would have thought that a kid known for cultivating fire would comprehend the power of the great Tao, which had almost nothing to do with fire? One must know that the power of the great Tao was undoubtedly subversive to one's cultivation attribute. Even if two people of the same attribute had different comprehensions of the great Tao, the power they could unleash from their Genesis Qi would be different. Of course, Xiao Yin, who used heavenly flames to raise the power of his own attribute to the limit, naturally had to be taken into account. Heavenly flames were the power of the world and possessed the same power as the great Tao. In fact, from a certain point of view, it could even be said to be superior. Kid, so what if you comprehend the great Tao of the void? With your current body, how many times can you dodge my arrows? Bai Zijing's face was as dark as water. He roared angrily, but Xiao Yin paid no attention to him. He did his best to condense the great Tao of the void, and when the arrow was shot over, he fled again. Under this chase, Xiao Yin and Bai Zijing successively fled to the horizon in succession within a short moment. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yin, the boiling hot magma, suddenly churned. Only when a splash-like ripple erupted from the surface of the magma did an extremely pale human figure once again land on the ground. If one looked closer, one would undoubtedly find that it was Xiao Yin. There was no need to think too much. Since Xiao Yin was here, the one who fled to the horizon with Bai Zijing was naturally his clone. Phew, that was really close. Fortunately, this magma can isolate one's aura. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Xiao Yin bitterly sighed. He parted his mouth and immediately flew to the side of the water prison in the sky. He borrowed his little remaining strength to summon the heavenly flame and gradually spread it out, forming an enormous fire net. After it completely wrapped around the water prison, he controlled the Northern King and the fire net to exert their strength together. Only then was the water prison destroyed in one strike. At the same time, under Bai Zijing's pursuit, Xiao Yin found it more and more difficult to dodge. The tricky arrows streaked across the sky like lightning. Even the power of the great Tao was mercilessly shattered by these arrows. Chi, accompanied by a sharp sound, Bai Zijing's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yin like a ghost. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Zijing's eyes were like a wolf's, and the smile on his face was filled with endless killing intent. Now, can you still dodge? The latter was speechless. He pulled out the fire ruler with all his strength and tried to repel the person in front of him. Bai Zijing smiled disdainfully. He pressed forward without dodging. The moment the giant fire ruler formed, he used Genesis Qi to protect his body and firmly grasped Xiao Yan's wrist with one hand. With a fierce twist, he easily broke the wrist. As the flames scattered, an arrow formed in his other hand. He aimed it at Xiao Yan's chest and fiercely pressed it down. Die! A sharp and resentful roar resounded in the sky as the arrow pierced Xiao Yan's chest. However, the arrow that pierced through his chest was as sharp as ever. But Bai Zijing's expression froze when he saw Xiao Yan's body gradually turn illusory. At this moment, Bai Zijing's heart appeared to have been struck by lightning. He forcefully endured the tearing pain in his heart and lifted his head to take a look. At this moment, Xiao Yan's illusionary face surprisingly carried a mocking smile. Brother Bai, we'll meet again. As his voice faded, the body that was being suppressed by Zijing also drifted away. Everything he had done was in vain. Under the scarlet sun, the sky was clear. Bai Zijing stood in the air in a daze. His face alternated between green and white, and his trembling body expressed his inner emotions. Pucci, finally, at a certain moment, blood rained down from the sky in anger. Following that, there was a ruthless roar that soared into the sky. Xiao Yan. Chapter 1492. 2 months later, a black-robed figure was seated on a certain reef under a vast expanse of magma. There was nothing in the several dozen feet radius around him, and even the scorching magma had been separated. A giant blue banner stood beside the figure. Ripples of energy spread from it, covering the entire area. With the banner support, the vast space was hidden within the magma. From the outside, It was as if the surrounding magma world was completely undetectable. At this very moment, a scarlet bead was suspended between the two hands of the figure. As he cultivated, waves of pure and majestic fire energy continuously flowed into his body. After around an hour, the energy light on the bead gradually melted. When it completely disappeared, a pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time finally opened slowly. Xiaoyan could not help but smile in satisfaction as he felt the surging Genesis qi flowing through his meridians. He glanced at the banner beside him, whose blue light was gradually dimming. With a light hook of his finger, the several feet wide banner immediately transformed into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small flag the size of a palm and circled around his body. At the same time, the surrounding magma that had been isolated from the surrounding energy swiftly filled the space. This small flag was the one Xiaoyan had obtained from Tang Yi. It was called the Flame-Repelling Water Banner and had a rather unique effect. As long as an endless stream of Genesis Qi was poured into it, the energy it emitted would be able to isolate the power of the magma and even prevent the fire-scale lizard from discovering it. This effect made Xiao Yin much safer in the magma world for a time. Ever since he had escaped from Bai Zijing's hands the last time, Xiao Yin spent most of his remaining time on training other than his usual journey. Based on his understanding of these magma creatures, Xiao Yin naturally knew that there were red pearls condensed in the bodies of high-grade fire-scale lizards. These things were extremely useful for fire attribute cultivators. Recently, he had obtained quite a few red pearls with the help of the Flame Avoidance Water Banner. Because of this, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of the advanced 3-star Origin Ancestor level in a mere 2 months. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star Origin Ancestor. Of course, even though Xiao Yan had already touched the barrier to becoming a 4-star Origin sect, he still needed an even more boundless amount of energy to support his breakthrough. Fortunately, this world of lava had the energy that Xiao Yan needed. The deeper they went into the flowing fire plains, the rarer the fire banyan trees that could be seen everywhere became. This was not only because the ground became deeper, but also because the human forces had entered the depths of the plains. Fortunately, on the way here, Xiao Yan had encountered a fire banyan tree. He chose a certain direction and raised his hand. A suction force surged from his palm, and with a thought, dots of black light rapidly condensed in front of him. In the countless battles over the past 2 months, Xiao Yan's control over the power of the Grand Tao had undoubtedly deepened. At this moment, he raised his hand and condensed a curtain of the Grand Tao. After his body shuttled back and forth a few times, a ball of scarlet light appeared in front of him in the chaotic magma. From a distance, Lu Yin could see countless side roots dangling from the magma like vines. At the center of the magma was a giant root that was intertwined with each other like a stone pillar. At the top of the root was a scarlet root that was a few inches long and looked like a mountain ginseng. The scarlet energy radiated from the root, and as the surrounding vines swayed, waves of berserk fire energy were continuously gathered and absorbed by the root. Outside the scarlet light, there were fire-scaled lizards shuttling back and forth between the side roots that were as dense as seaweed. After a rough count, Lu Yin estimated that there were at least a dozen of them. It was no wonder that Tang Yi had gathered the newcomers to the flowing fire plains to steal the fire banyan branch. He had probably used others to attract the attention of the fire-scaled lizards, while he himself took the opportunity to steal the fire banyan branch. This method was truly insidious. Back then, even Tang Yi had not dared to come into contact with these beasts. Now, in Xiao Yan's eyes, they were just SOSO. With the help of the flame-repelling water banner and the Tao of the Void, Xiao Yan could easily deal with any fire-scaled lizard as long as it was not a high-tier source ancestor. With a flip of his palm, the small banner flew out in a flash. A light screen spread out around his body and quickly enveloped Xiao Yan. Even his aura disappeared into the magma. After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally rushed toward the enormous roots that were surrounded by countless number of side roots. Wherever he passed, The surrounding fire-scaled lizard appeared not to have sensed him. Even if one brushed past it, one could only sense a magma flowing at an extremely fast speed, after which it returned to silence amidst a wave of alarm. After covering a distance of nearly 10,000 feet, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the side roots that were enveloped by the scarlet light. As he got closer, he could clearly see that the scarlet energy had condensed into a barrier at the edge. Inside the barrier was a magma energy that was even more vigorous and powerful than the outside world. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. If it was anyone else who came here, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not be able to fight against the fire-scaled lizards outside. However, to him, this barrier, which was enough to make an ordinary Source Ancestor powerhouse reveal a difficult expression, was nothing in front of him. As his wrist rose and fell, a pitch-black tint immediately condensed in front of him. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding fire-scaled lizards. However, before these beasts could charge forward, the tint quietly disappeared. Even Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the barrier, had appeared on the other side of the barrier. Appearing in the middle of the densely packed side roots, even with the protection of the flame-repelling water banner, the berserk energy that pounced from all directions still caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. Just this withered tree alone had gathered such a huge amount of fire attribute energy. It was no wonder that the Fire Banyan clan was so powerful back then. With a turn of his gaze, Xiao Yan swept his gaze across the countless side roots in front of him. These things were like living creatures, moving leisurely as they crazily absorbed the magma energy in this area. They seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's arrival, and countless branches aimed at Xiao Yan, as if he had something they needed. While Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt when he sensed this point, he also shot out a couple of tiny flames in a probing manner. As expected, those roots appeared to have found their target as they swiftly shot over. Within a short moment, they had separated and absorbed this small cluster of heavenly flame that could melt and stone iron. Even with Xiao Yan's character, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since he had made his debut, the heavenly flame in his hand had always been successful. It was the first time that he had encountered something that could eat his heavenly flame. As expected of the Fire Banyan clan, while being surprised at the terror of these side roots, Xiao Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his palm, he simply shot out a few more balls of flames that floated on both sides of his body. The countless side roots in front of him immediately welcomed them. Amidst a wave of sizzling sounds, Xiao Yan also safely passed through the dense side roots. Turning his head back to look, it seemed that these things could not casually devour the heavenly flame. When Xiao Yan's gaze turned back, at the top of the thick root in front of him, a section of the Fire Banyan branch was already within reach. Looking around, Xiao Yan grinned. Since the magma energy here was so abundant, he might as well use this place to refine the Fire Banyan branch and break through in one fell swoop. P.S. 140,000 words expected to be updated in December, around 70 chapters. Chapter 1493. Xiao Clan, outside the Ancestral Shrine. First Elder, half a year has passed. Now, everyone except Xiao Xian has come out of seclusion in the Ancestral Shrine. Do you think we should wake him up to prevent any more trouble? Xiao Dingtian and the First Elder stood in front of the Ancestral Shrine and looked at the stone door that had been sealed for a long time. The former hesitated for a moment before urging. More than half a year had passed since Xiao Yin left the Xiao clan. Not long ago, the Ancestral Shrine had opened again. All the clan members who had participated in the clan sacrifice had left the Ancestral Shrine, and many of their cultivations had improved greatly. Young clan leader Xiao Xiaojun had reached the late 9-star Origin Ancestor stage and was only a step away from the Source Venerate stage. Xiao Siyu, who was with him, had reached the 8-star Origin Ancestor stage. The others had improved greatly, but only Xiao Xian had yet to come out of the Ancestral Shrine. Ding Tian, be patient. The Ancestral Temple is connected to the sacred blood crystal. Nothing happened there, which means that the clan's sacrifice is normal. The rest is just a matter of time. Moreover, that little guy's ancestor is different from ordinary people. Perhaps when he comes out of seclusion, he will bring us a different kind of surprise. The first elder's turbid eyes stared at the stone door in front of him, as though he wanted to see through its surface and see its essence. It was only after a long time that his dry palm stroked his beard before he calmed down and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Dingtian, who was at the side, frowned. Since the first elder had said so, he naturally wouldn't interfere. However, Xiao Xian still hadn't come out of seclusion, which made him feel a little uneasy. By the way, has third brother sent any news back recently? Suddenly, the first elder seemed to have thought of something and asked slowly. Xiao Dingtian was slightly startled. He immediately wiped away the emotions in his heart, shook his head, and sighed. Not yet. Third elder has left the clan for half a year. During this time, he only sent news back once, saying that he had gone to the southern region. It seems that he should be at the border of the continent. The first elder frowned. He shouldn't have sent Xiao Mingyuan, but the latter insisted on going this time. Even sixth brother Xiao Yuehua couldn't stop him. Third brother has a grudge against Xiao Yan. He doesn't want to continue staying in the clan. The grand elder let out a soft sigh. Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and said hesitantly, "Great elder, in my opinion, the talents of those outsiders are mediocre. Even if they were to join our clan, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Why should we?" Enough. This time, without waiting for Xiao Dingtian to finish speaking, Xiao Zhan interrupted him with a reprimand. His old face revealed a rare expression of anger. After a long while, he spoke with hatred. "We are of the same origin. Why do you have to be so forceful?" Sigh. With a long sigh, the grand elder shook his head and left. Xiao Dingtian silently curled his lips and glanced at the tightly shut stone door. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. At the same time, within the ancestral shrine, Xiao Xian was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. Behind him was a pile of bloodstones that had been casually thrown away by those who had entered the ancestral shrine. But now, the scarlet bloodstones had lost their usual color, and the violent energy within them had been exhausted. A stone platform stood in front of Xiao Xian. On top of it was a transparent crystal the size of a pomegranate. A trace of scarlet blood floated at the core of the crystal. As the cultivation technique in Xiao Xian's body rapidly circulated, waves of boundless energy continuously surged out from the blood and frantically converged into his body. Xiao Xian's aura also became denser under the constant infusion of energy. If there was anyone else present, they would probably cry out in surprise. Xiao Xian's aura had already broken through to the peak of the Source Ancestor realm from the initial stage when he entered the Ancestral Shrine. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like it had any intention of stopping. Poof! The deep ground suddenly exploded as magma gushed out. A pillar of fire rose high into the sky, and a figure soared into the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. His aura had successfully broken through, and he had stayed in the magma under the fire banyan tree for a few more months. As a result, his current strength had already reached the mid-4th star source ancestor realm. Almost a year had passed since he had obtained the fire banyan branch. Huff! Xiao Yan deeply inhaled the searing hot air in his chest and could not help but laugh out loud. The powerful searing hot energy flowing through the chi paths in his body caused him to have the feeling of wanting to face the sky and let out a long howl. His body trembled as the remaining scarlet energy swept out. He looked around, and after confirming the direction of the depths of the plains, he leapt and shot towards the distant horizon. Although his strength had broken through, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan felt even more longing for the legendary Fire Banyan ruins. The current him did not want to stay for even a moment longer. He wanted to see the treasured land that countless people had gone crazy over. The flowing fire plains was vast. Even with Xiao Yan's origin ancestor strength, it would not be easy for him to pass through this place, even if there were no obstructions. 10 days later, Xiao Yan's vision gradually began to change. The hills rose and fell as far as the eye could see, and short rivers could occasionally be seen. This desolate ridge world was finally dyed with some natural colors. It was only at this point that Xiaoyan felt much more at ease when he saw the figures passing by in the mountain forest. At the very least, he was now certain that he was heading in the right direction. Chi! The piercing sound of rushing air approached from afar as Xiaoyan's figure swiftly flew over a mountain forest. There were many battles here, and there was no lack of high-tier origin ancestor battles. If there was no need, he did not want to take part in any of them. However, while such thoughts rose in Xiaoyan's head, an astonishing explosion suddenly spread from a certain spot in the mountain forest. As energy unfurled, Xiaoyan's rapidly flying figure came to an abrupt halt as he turned his gaze towards the source of the explosion. There seemed to be a somewhat familiar aura at the center of the explosion. Bastards, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Heaven-burning fury. In the mountain forest, a young man in ragged clothes gritted his teeth as he viciously spat out a mouthful of blood that had been stuck in his throat. The Genesis chi in his body frantically circulated, surging great Tao power condensing into a long flaming spear above his head. A fire dragon coiled around the spear, and with a furious roar, it collided heavily with the combined attack of the four opponents. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Space shattered, the mountain forest was destroyed, and the ground cracked as lava immediately spilled out. After a cloud of dust, the young man's body slammed heavily into the mountain forest in the distance. Soon after, four figures with somewhat chaotic auras caught up to him. Damn it, I haven't even seen the shadow of the ruins, and I'm already going to fall at the hands of you bastards. The young man was in a sorry state, his aura plummeting to rock bottom. Even so, he forced himself to his feet as he glared angrily at the four individuals in the air. Humph, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. If you had handed over that thing earlier, you would naturally have been fine. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. A hoarse chuckle rang out as one of the four abruptly stepped forward. 5 fingers clenched together, and with a piercing sound, viciously slashed towards the young man's throat. However, it was at this moment that a clear and bright laughter suddenly rang out. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you end up in such a state? As the voice fell, just as the 4 people and the young man were feeling bewildered, a black figure appeared in front of the young man like a ghost. At the same time, 5 fingers bent and easily grasped the palm blade that was coming at him. Chapter 1494. His hand was forcefully grabbed by the human figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. The fellow, who was about to kill a moment ago, suddenly emitted a hoarse wail at this moment. He struggled to escape from the grasp of this human figure. When the latter saw this, he gently pushed, and the person's body immediately shot backwards, after which he heavily smashed onto the ground in the distance. At the same time, the remaining 3 people also looked at the human figure that had appeared in front of them with an unfriendly expression. When they saw that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, there was shock and disdain in their eyes. It was also at this moment that the young man who had been seriously injured by them earlier finally saw the face of the person who had arrived. When he saw this face that had left a deep impression on him, he could not help but exclaim, "Xiaoyan, it's actually you. Haha. I also did not expect that I would actually meet you here, Qin Yan." Xiaoyan smiled warmly. The person in front of him was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yan, whom he had met in the southern region back then. After the battle with him back then, this fellow had left the Burning Flame Valley to roam the continent. He did not expect that they would actually meet in the Flowing Fire Plains today. It was really a coincidence. When I was defeated by you back then, I was completely convinced. After discussing with teacher, I still planned to leave the valley to train. Not long ago, I had a fortuitous encounter and heard about the Fire Banyan remains. Therefore, I wanted to come over and try my luck. I did not expect that one person would not be enough. There is actually another one who has come to die. Since you have met as good friends today, the old man and the others will reluctantly send all of you on your way. Before Qin Yan's words could fade, one of the remaining 3 people suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. On the other side, the person who had been sent flying by Xiao Yin also swiftly stepped forward. However, from his pale face and his right hand that had barely stopped bleeding, his condition did not seem to be too good. Noisy. Xiao Yin frowned and slowly turned around to face the 4 people in front of him. Qin Yin, who was beside him, wanted to stop him. However, when he saw Xiao Yan's fearless appearance and recalled the battle with him back then, the strength of this fellow in front of him was always beyond his expectations. Perhaps these 4 people might not be a match for Xiao Yan. Kid, you have some guts, but you will soon understand the consequences of not doing anything. The elder who had spoken earlier coldly snorted. His hand danced in the shape of a claw. Genesis chi flowed from his palm as his body suddenly moved forward. He arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and grabbed at Xiao Yan's face. In the next instant, Xiao Yan raised his left hand with lightning-like speed. His wrist circled around the other party's elbow, pushing aside the incoming hand claw as his palm pressed against the left side of the old man's chest. Genesis chi gushed out and a cracking sound was heard. The old man's ribs were broken and his body was immediately sent flying. It was also at this moment that the remaining few people behind finally sensed that the situation was not right. One after another, they moved forward. Powerful auras spread as wave after wave of powerful auras were released. For 3-star Genesis sex. You do have some foundation, but that's all. The expressions on the faces of the 3 old men immediately changed when a young man in front of them revealed their cultivation levels. Soon after, an aura that was even stronger than theirs spread out from the body of the young man in front of them. At this instant, the expressions of the 3 old men abruptly changed. Without giving them the opportunity to withdraw, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, a few ruler glows flashed past in a lightning-like manner. Flames churned, and the human figures immediately flew out. By the time their bodies stopped, they were already seriously injured. In the air, Xiao Yan raised a heavy shin buster sword and descended again. He had already appeared in front of one of the elders, and the giant buster sword descended. The other party did not even have the chance to retort before he was killed in a single blow. Xiao Yan's attack had not seriously injured the last person. He could only suppress the fear in his heart as he hurriedly circulated the Genesis chi in his body in preparation to flee. Mister, this old man is a steward of Lava Castle. If you kill me, Lava Castle will not rest until you are dead. If you let me go, I will keep my mouth shut when I return. You talk too much. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan's body abruptly pressed forward. The elder was greatly alarmed as he hurriedly circulated his Genesis chi to defend himself. At the same time, great Tao power swiftly gathered in the surroundings, forming wooden vines that wrapped around Xiao Yan. The former's gaze swiftly swept across the area as he steeled his heart and rapidly dashed towards the nearby lava, spewing out from the ground. As long as he entered the lava, who would be able to capture his aura? Brat, just wait for the fury of Lava Castle. With a furious roar, the old man's body abruptly increased in speed. Just as he was about to charge into the magma, a fierce flame suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's body from where he stood, incinerating all the wooden vines that were wrapped around his body. At the same time, his gaze stared intently at the old man who was about to charge into the magma. With a cold smile, the magma that was gushing out from the ground appeared to have come alive as it transformed into a large magma hand that grabbed the old man who was swiftly flying. Idiot, don't you know that fire restrains wood? As Tantan's mocking voice rang out, the elder swiftly lost all signs of life under the erosion of the lava. Subsequently, Xiao Yan gently waved his hand, causing the lava to scatter. Only then did he turn his head to look at Qin Yan, who was nearby. How are you? Are you all right? I won't die. While asking out of concern, Xiao Yan flipped his hand, retrieving a jade bottle from his storage ring and handing it over. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback when he saw the bottle Xiao Yan handed over and the fragrance of tantan spreading in the air. Soon after, he let out a disappointed laugh. I almost forgot that you're also an alchemist. Although Qin Yin had never seen Xiao Yin refine pills, the matter of the latter refining pills in Burning Flame Valley had already spread throughout the valley. Hence, he was somewhat aware of this matter. Hence, he did not stand on ceremony as he swallowed the pill in the bottle. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Yin and nodding, he decisively began to refine the pill on the spot. The injuries caused by facing 4 Genesis sect experts alone could not be delayed. With the aid of the pill Xiao Yin had given him, Qin Yan's condition finally recovered after a night. The two of them did not delay any further and headed towards the depths of the mountain forest together. Along the way, Xiao Yin found out that this fellow had only broken through to the Genesis sect a couple of months ago, after which he had rushed towards the flowing fire plains. Not long ago, he had been targeted by those 4 fellows because of the fire banyan token. If not for the fact that Xiao Yin had coincidentally passed by, it was likely that he would have died at the hands of those 4. Half a month later, the sight in front of them gradually widened as the two of them hurried along at an extremely fast speed. The dense mountain forest formed a circular shape, revealing a verdant plain. At the end of the plain were 2 towering scarlet-red mountain peaks. Between the 2 peaks was a huge city made of red rocks that slowly lay there like magma gushing out from underground. This was the largest city in the flowing fire plains. At the same time, it was also the overlord-level faction of the flowing fire plains, Lava Castle. Chapter 1495. Lava Fort. What a coincidence! Looking at the huge outline of the city in front of him, Xiao Yin could not help but widen his mouth. He recalled the 4 people he killed a few days ago. They claimed that they were from Lava Fort. He did not expect that the 2 of them would actually encounter them when they arrived at the same place. After pausing for a while at the city gate, Xiao Yin shrugged nonchalantly. Soon after, he lifted his feet and walked into the city. Beside him, Qin Yan's gaze swept across the surrounding people and suddenly said, "That's right, on the way here, I also heard that Lava Fort seems to be preparing for an auction. It seems to be related to the Fire Banyan remains. I'm afraid that many factions in the Middle region will take action upon hearing the news." "Oh, if that's the case, we are in luck." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin smiled with interest. Bai Zijing's figure mysteriously appeared in his mind. Back then, he had almost lost his life in the hands of that fellow. However, he did not know if he would meet him here. With his current strength, if he used all his means, he might be able to fight against him. After passing through the city gate, the sun immediately shone on the faces of the two. Xiao Yin subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a scarlet building in front of him. After getting used to it, he looked around. Qin Yin looked around and said embarrassedly, "This place is really strange. If it were not for the aura of the people on the street, I'm afraid that I would have thought that this is the place of Azura." Xiao Yin could not help but laugh. He randomly picked a street, raised his chin, and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Since we are here, we should first inquire about the auction. Perhaps we can obtain some useful information from it." The latter nodded slightly. The two of them immediately walked towards the depths of the street. A moment later, the two of them found a place to stay and sat in a tea house along the way. As expected, most of the people walking back and forth beside them were discussing matters related to the Lava Castle auction this time around. There were even people chattering on the few neighboring tables. Just as Xiao Yin and Xiao Yin were judging the rumors that had been transmitted to their ears, a young man walked over from a short distance away. Just as Xiao Yin was surprised to see this person, the latter's laughter sounded. "From the looks of it, the two of you must have just entered the city. Are you here for the Lava Castle auction as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man swaggered to the side and sat down. He grinned as if he had a burden on his face. "It seems like you know." Qin Yin flicked his finger and sent a teacup to the young man. The latter took it steadily and simply cupped his fist before saying, "My name is Luan Xing, and I've stayed in Lava Castle for several months. I might know a thing or two about the outer sect disciples. Unfortunately, I'm familiar with most of the items in this auction." After saying this, Wan Xing rubbed the teacup with her thumb as if she was waiting for something. Xiao Yin didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, a cloth bag filled with spirit stones appeared on the table. Almost instantly, the bag was placed into Wan Xing's storage ring, followed by a burst of laughter. Haha, the two of you are really straightforward. May I know which item you are interested in this auction? Let's talk about the most important item. Xiao Yin spoke casually. Wan Xing immediately smiled awkwardly, as if she had expected this. She glanced at the person beside her from the corner of her eyes and said softly, "The item you're looking for is very important. There are many people who have their eyes on the item you're talking about. Even those big families have cast their eyes on it. Are you sure you won't change it?" "I'm not interested in the rest." Only then did Wan Xing nod and say, "I won't hide it from you. I don't know much about the last item. I only know that it's a map of the Fire Banyan ruins." Map? Xiao Yin and Qin Yin immediately looked at each other. A map of the Fire Banyan ruins was equivalent to having the entire Fire Banyan clan in front of them. If they could get it, as if she'd seen through their thoughts, Wan Xing chuckled. Her lips parted slightly, and another bombshell fell into their ears. Moreover, this map is the only item that a source venerate brought out of the Fire Banyan ruins at a great cost. As for what secrets are on it, it's hard to say. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be tempted. The value of a map that a source venerate brought out at such a great cost was not difficult to imagine. This item was related to the entire Fire Banyan ruins. If anyone could get their hands on it, wouldn't they be able to keep all the ownerless treasures in the ruins? When Xiao Yin and Wan Xing arrived at the lava castle, Xiao Xian, who had been in seclusion for a year in the ancestral temple of the Xiao clan, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, endless sword intent shot out from his eyes. The boundless energy of heaven and earth in the secret room immediately became restless, and a powerful aura rapidly rose in Xiao Xian's body. His robes fluttered, and his sword intent was overflowing. After a long time, his body suddenly stood up. The moment he raised his head, an invisible sword condensed and formed in the whirlwind above his head. Immediately after, it soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Almost at the same time, an astonishing aura spread throughout the Xiao clan. Several figures moved one after another in the clan. In the blink of an eye, a group of Xiao clan's higher-ups, led by Xiao Yuheng, appeared in the sky above the ancestral temple. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the energy-light pillar that reached the sky. This aura, it's Xiao Xian. This guy, he actually broke through to the source venerate. A few hoarse voices came from their throats. Xiao Dingtian and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the astonishing scene before them. The first elder beside the clan leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He already had this suspicion half a year ago, but he didn't expect Xiao Xian to really reach this step in a year's time. It was truly shocking. Buzz. Almost at the same time that Xiao Xian broke through outside the Xiao clan, in the towering black tower in the middle of Shuyang City, a soaring aura suddenly swept out. A pair of eyes that had been closed for many years slowly opened. It was the second elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Etian. Ouyang clan. On Yun Peak, Ouyang Yu's figure stood upright as he looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. Even you were alarmed by Xiao Xian's breakthrough. But that's fine. I'll use this opportunity to determine the victor between you and me. In Tianyang City, a pair of closed golden eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He slowly looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth slightly. Almost at the same time, a bell-like sound reverberated within the Xiao clan and resounded in the ears of everyone in the Xiao clan. Clan leader Xiao Yuheng, listen to my orders. From now on, the Xiao clan will abolish the positions of the 3 inner chambers. Xiao Xian will lead the inner chambers and be in charge of everything. Chapter 1496. The old voice that was filled with dignity reverberated endlessly within the Xiao clan. The expressions of everyone in the clan changed at this moment. In the sky, Xiao Yuheng was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. He quickly regained his senses and scanned the sky. When he did not see any figure, he bowed respectfully and said in an especially respectful tone, "Senior brother." "I'm sorry, senior brother." Clan head, Xiao Yuheng accepts the order. Even the ancestor has been alerted. The few people beside Xiao Yuheng naturally did not dare to slack off when Xiao Yuheng revealed such an attitude. Soft exclamations were emitted from their mouths as they bowed. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian's heart trembled violently. His old face instantly turned deathly pale. His body twitched and swayed as though he had aged by 100 years in the blink of an eye. The other two beside him, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Gan, also had pale expressions at this moment. The ancestor had personally issued an order, and it could be considered as a done deal. They should also understand that from now on, the Xiao Dingtian trio's faction was no longer in power. Lava Castle. Due to the fact that there were still over 10 days before the auction, Xiao Yin and Xiao Yuheng unhurriedly stayed in the city. While they rested, they once again heard some news regarding the auction. However, most of it was the same as what Wan Xing had said. There were even quite a number of people who acted in the same manner as Wan Xing when they spoke of the news that they knew. It was likely that quite a number of people in the city had heard of this news from him. Xiao Yin did not probe any further after cutting off the source of information. Since it was useless, it was better to spend his time on training. Using the remaining scarlet pearls in his hand, Xiao Yin completely refined and absorbed them in the days before the auction. However, he did not know if it was because he had just made a breakthrough or because he had absorbed too much lava energy, but the result when he tried to absorb the scarlet pearls in his current state was not very pleasant. Dawn was about to break. A dark red glow spread over the sky of the city, causing it to appear as though it was dusk. Streams of people flowed in all directions on the streets, and the shadows of many powers of the Central Territory had already appeared amongst them. There was no lack of hidden sects that usually kept a low profile but possessed deep resources and reserves. Of course, there were also some formidable experts of the senior generation. An auction was able to draw out these experts that were usually unknown, and it was sufficient to show its success. Or perhaps, this was sufficient to prove the value of the map of the Fire Banyan ruins. The interior of the Lava Castle city was divided into 3 districts. The factions of the various sects were mainly located in the back of the city. The front half of the city was divided into 2 districts, the left and right. The location of the Lava Castle auction this time around was located in the right district. That district had already been occupied by various factions half a month ago. Hence, when Xiao Yin and Shuang arrived, they could only see a river of densely packed human heads on the streets. The bustling noise soared into the sky and finally turned into a terrifying sound wave that swept across. Xiao Yin and Li Wuyo flashed to a building one after another and looked up. At the end of their line of sight, there was a huge auction house that was crouching on the ground like a giant beast. The two of them were about to fly forward, but in the next moment, a shadow flew over their heads. They looked over and saw a group of figures in luxurious clothes. It seemed to be a team of a certain force in the Central Territory. That's Ouyang Miao. Even the Ouyang clan's people have been attracted here. Xiao Yin was a little surprised when he saw the leader of the group. Qin Yin by the side also raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be surprised that Xiao Yin was actually related to the Ouyang clan in the middle region. He hesitated for a moment before inquiring. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Since you know him, why don't we go over and say hello?" Hearing this, Xiao Yin hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. "No need. Since he's leading a team here, he must have a mission. It's not appropriate to greet him at this time." Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when his eyes, which were looking at Ouyang Miao's group, suddenly turned. A white-clothed young man flew over from the empty space beside him, after which he stood a short distance away from Ouyang Miao's group. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually turned cold as he stared at the white-clothed young man who had suddenly appeared. "Bai Zijing, you're here, too." At this moment, the one who blocked Ouyang Miao's team was Bai Zijing from a Bai clan, who Xiao Yin had a dangerous battle in the Fire Banyan forest. In this case, Two of the three major families in the Central Territory have already arrived at this auction. What about the Shao clan? Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yin could not help but ponder to himself. If the map at the auction could attract the attention of these two families, the Shao clan should have taken action. However, what Xiao Yin did not expect was that the Shao clan had indeed prepared to send people here. Moreover, it was Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Siyu. However, after Xiao Xiaojun handed over the Fire Banyan token to Xiao Yin, they chose to give up. Now that Xiao Yin was here, it could be considered as representing the Shao clan. After meeting the people from the two large clans, Xiao Yin and Qin Yin ceased procrastinating. They mingled with the many strong people in the sky and swarmed into the entrance of the auction house in front of the street. After following the path in the middle and passing through a couple of turns, they paid a large sum of spirit stones and finally entered the viewing gallery of the auction house. Xiao Yan's gaze scanned his surroundings after entering the auction house. He could sense quite a number of deep qis in the dark corners around the viewing gallery. Other than that, there were also guards wearing the uniform of the lava castle around the auction stage below. The sharp weapons in their hands contained a cold glint that forced back quite a number of people who were near the auction stage. On the stage, a few elders from Lava Fort stood with their hands behind their backs. The powerful auras that emanated from their bodies caused many people in the auction house to feel a sense of oppression. It was a long while later when everyone entered the auction stage. An old man wearing a purple robe had appeared on the auction stage at an unknown time. Soon after, a clear gong sound reverberated throughout the entire auction ground, swiftly extinguishing the clamor in the auction ground. When the sound of the bell slowly dissipated, the purple-robed old man on the stage waved his sleeve gently, and a disc array appeared in the air. After a series of complicated seals, the disc array flashed, and a golden light spread until it covered the entire auction stage. TSK, TSK. They actually let an advanced array master hold the fort. The lava fort has really put in a lot of effort for this auction. Xiao Yin involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the situation in the arena. His gaze swept over the entire place and immediately let out a laugh. He turned his gaze around, and his eyes carried a hopeful expression as he looked at the purple-robed old man who was strolling to the front of the stage. After waiting for so many days, the curtain on the mysterious map that had caused many factions to become restless was finally about to be drawn. Chapter 1497. Haha, everyone, I am Ziyan. I believe that many of you who have traveled the plains will recognize me. Today, the Lava Castle will be holding an auction, and I will be the auctioneer to introduce the auction items to everyone. The purple-robed elder stood in front of the stage and looked at the bustling crowd with a smile on his face. His gaze slowly swept across the entire place. When his gaze passed by a certain spot near the auction stage, he paused for a moment. Then he cupped his fists politely to the crowd and returned to the center of the auction stage in a flash. At the same time, the other Lava Fort elders beside him stood in a few spots and blocked the auction stage behind them in the most secure positions. 4 5-star Origin Ancestors and a 7-star Origin Ancestor level Array Master. The foundation of this lava castle is really not bad. No wonder they can become the overlord of the flowing fire plains. After a simple investigation, Xiao Yin slowly withdrew his spiritual strength. He could not help but exclaim softly. To be able to produce so many Origin Ancestor level experts in one go, they could be considered a second-tier faction in the entire central region. Moreover, from the looks of it, the head of the lava castle had yet to appear. It was likely that the experts of that status had already reached an even higher level. When he thought of this, even with Xiao Yan's current knowledge, he could not help but gently inhale a breath of cold air. The central region was indeed filled with experts. Putting aside the lava castle, there were at least 30 Origin Ancestor level experts among the people present. There were even a few mysterious auras among the few factions near the auction stage that even he could not detect. Given Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, he could not detect the foundation of these experts. Who else could it be other than an Origin Ancestor level expert? While Xiao Yin was secretly shocked, Ziyin on the stage chuckled. After the expectant cheers from below the stage died down, he smiled and raised his hand. He slowly brushed it across the empty space in front of him, following which there was a distortion and an exquisitely crafted jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Haha! Next, let's welcome the appetizer of today's auction, a scroll of sound wave do techniques. When the jade box was opened, a scroll made of scarlet jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sound wave do techniques have always been known as crafty. This do technique is even more so. Once it is used, it has the effect of boiling one's blood and forcing the opponent to be distracted. When facing an enemy, it can be used to unleash a miraculous ability. It is especially suitable for fighting those above one's level. As long as one has this do technique, they will be able to fight even if they are 2 stars apart. Old Man Ziyun's words had exaggerated this do technique to the point that it was somewhat extraordinary. Everyone present had been in battle for a long time and would naturally not commit such a foolish mistake just because of these words. However, this sound wave do technique was a rare thing. This was especially the case for such a high-class do technique. Therefore, quite a number of people present had taken a fancy to it at first glance. Subsequently, an intense bidding could not be avoided. This first auction item was priced at 3 tier 7 medicinal pills, or any item of the same value. This price caused even Xiao Yin to involuntarily shake his head when he saw it. It should be known that back then, he had only used 7 manifestation pills in order to fight for that random scroll of low-level do technique. It was really a little exaggerated to think that this random scroll of low-level do technique would actually have such a high price. However, even if this was the case, it did not affect the value of this scroll of do technique, which was known to be able to fight those of a higher level in the eyes of those fanatical people. In the end, this first auction item was won by a hunchbacked old man in the front row with a price of nearly 2 million high-level spirit stones. With this first auction item having a good start, the following auction items naturally went on a high note. Among them, there were some high-class medicinal pills that could help raise one's cultivation. There were even some obscure ancient pill formula scrolls. There were many that even Xiao Yin was extremely tempted when he saw them. After this, a few items that came from the ancient era's Lost Clan appeared on the stage. During this period, a fire banyan token was even taken out, causing the blood of the individual cultivators present to boil. On the other hand, Xiao Yin and Qin Yin did not think much of it. From the looks of the 4 lava fort deacons that they had met earlier, it was likely that the fire banyan token that they had auctioned off was not something that had been obtained through ordinary means. However, it must be said that if one were to talk about an auction where one could truly obtain treasures, it would only be held in such a remote place. If it was at another place, and some treasures were taken out, it was likely that it would not attract trouble from the original factions. After a few rounds, Qin Yin, who was beside him, had also obtained a scroll of secret technique that was quite compatible with him after a few consecutive bids. On the other hand, Xiao Yin had bid a few times but returned resentfully. This also caused the former to sneer. When the latter saw this, he could only helplessly pout his mouth. Xiao Yin clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the items that were being fought over by various factions on the stage. His gaze followed the edge of the viewing platform and looked over. At this moment, an old man was standing up to bid. He was wearing a cloud brocade robe. From his actions, one could tell that this person definitely held a high position in the sect. However, Xiao Yin raised his eyebrows when he saw the robe. People from a Celestial Cloud sect, they are actually interested in this kind of auction. The Celestial Cloud sect was under the jurisdiction of the Source sect and had a rather mysterious position in the mainland. Generally speaking, they would not be interested in ordinary auctions. Therefore, when he saw them now, Xiao Yin was even more surprised. Haha, everyone, due to the fact that the next item is rather special, I believe that there will not be too many friends present who are interested in it. However, if you can obtain it, I believe that it will be extremely beneficial to the younger generation of the sect. Ziyun's laughter rang out in the auction hall again. At the same time, many people's gazes followed. This time, it was different from before. The 2 lava fort elders on the stage stepped forward and stood on both sides of Ziyan. The three of them made a move together. As the seals flew, the void in front of the three of them was gradually torn apart. The pitch-black void continuously distorted and vaguely formed a square cage. This is a space cage? What kind of item actually needs a space cage to contain? When they saw this move, even with everyone's experience, they could not help but cry out in surprise. Spatial cages were generally used by powerhouses to trap their enemies or store some special items. Ordinary powerhouses were naturally capable of doing so. However, it was somewhat inconceivable that three Origin sect powerhouses had come together just for a single spatial cage. When the space cage completely appeared before everyone's eyes, the item within caused the eyes of the experts present to shrink. At the back of the viewing platform, Xiaoyan was also staring intently at the item within the space cage, a fiery look gradually appearing on his face. Inside the space cage, there was a ball of alternating silver and black lightning that continuously squirmed. At the same time, it released bolts of lightning in an attempt to break through the space cage's seal. From the looks of it, this lightning ball was actually a living creature. Haha, I believe that many of you present recognize this item. This item is called Lightning Yuan and is formed from the power of endless lightning. It has already developed a trace of intelligence and originally existed in the endless void. It is a pet of the Void Lightning Beast clan and is an excellent cultivation treasure for lightning-type cultivators. Chapter 1498. Void Lightning Beast. Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard Ziyun's words from the stage. His mind involuntarily recalled the enormous beast he had met when he had first entered the Origin Martial Continent. Back then, Gu had told him that the Void Lightning Beast tribe specialized in controlling thunderbolt strength. Even their mastery of spatial strength was only below that of the Dragon tribe. It was unexpected that Lei Yuan, who was raised by the Lightning Beast tribe, would end up in this place. However, compared to this, the thing that really interested Xiaoyan was the enormous lightning strength that was contained within the Lei Yuan. After all, he had some understanding of this thing. From a certain point of view, the Lei Yuan, which had just gained in intelligence, was similar to the 9 mysterious golden lightning that he had encountered back then. It had grown and accumulated for many years in the endless void in order to be nurtured into its current form. Moreover, this was something that was reared by the Void Lightning Beast tribe. The lightning strength within it was likely extraordinary. If Xiaoyan could obtain it, it was likely that the Northern King's strength would be able to greatly increase. On the auction stage, Ziyun's somewhat golden eyes slowly swept across the entire place. He immediately nodded with satisfaction when he saw the heated gazes of some of the experts present, after which he softly laughed and said, "Haha, this Lei Yuan is something that we have coincidentally obtained." Back then, a Source Zone level elder from the Lava Castle had fallen in order to capture this thing. Its value cannot be easily estimated. Therefore, if anyone is interested, you can bid a high price for it. Ziyan had roamed the continent for many years and had some idea of the value of Lei Yuan. However, if he were to simply set a price, it would be equivalent to drawing an equal sign on the value of Lei Yuan. Once there was a limit to everything, it was destined that it would be difficult to escape. Hence, throwing the price back to the guests on the viewing platform would instead magnify the value of Lei Yuan in their hearts. Although Ziyun's method on the stage was an open scheme, the crowd below the stage would not fall into a frenzy because of it. Not long after his words sounded, a somewhat mocking laughter sounded in the auction ground. "I bid 50 high-grade spirit stones." The moment these words were spoken, the crowd, who were not interested in Lei Yuan, immediately burst into laughter. However, the former did not seem to mind. He smiled and said, "Friend, this person is very familiar with Lei Yuan. This friend, I believe that you are well aware of the value of Lei Yuan. If no one here is able to offer a price that is comparable to it, this old man will take it back on behalf of the auction house. I hope that everyone can be respectful." After these words were spoken, more than half of the laughter in the auction ground immediately disappeared. The person who had bid earlier also sat back down somewhat awkwardly. The atmosphere in the auction ground also became silent for a moment. Naturally, there were many people who were tempted by the Lei Yuan on the stage. However, those who could truly make use of it, other than the experts who specialized in the lightning attribute, did not have much confidence in refining it. Moreover, as Ziyan had said, everyone knew the value of the Lei Yuan. However, everyone present today was here for the Fire Banyan relic. If they were to lose money at this moment, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the treasure related to the Fire Banyan relic? Therefore, those who were truly interested in Lightning Yuan were probably only a handful of lightning-attributed cultivators. After a long while, Ziyun's gaze scanned the auction ground. Seeing that no one had made a move, he became slightly anxious. His fingers gently patted his sleeves, and his gaze constantly swept the auction ground, hoping that someone would bid as soon as possible. In the stands, at this moment, Xiaoyan was also rubbing his palms and calculating in his heart. Then he opened his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to bid, suddenly, in the huge auction ground, there was a loud voice. "I bid 400 high-grade spirit stones." A deep and loud voice reverberated in the field. Everyone's gaze followed the voice and saw a tall and sturdy man staring at Lei Yuan in the field with a determined smile on his face. He had deliberately waited for this moment to test if there was anyone else who was interested in competing with him. As long as no one else made a bid, Lei Yuan would be in his pocket. "I bid 500 high-grade spirit stones." "I bid 700 high-grade spirit stones." However, the burly man's bid seemed to ignite the flames in everyone's hearts. The other two figures in the stands, who had been silent for a long time, finally slowly stood up and made their bids. This caused the burly man's expression to immediately turn ugly. In a short period of time, the price of Lei Yuan had been raised to the sky-high price of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones by the three bidders. On the auction stage, the smile on Ziyun's face grew even wider. Evidently, this price had already exceeded their expectations. However, just as the three of them were shouting their bids, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded like a thunderclap from the spectator stands behind them. "I bid 5 high-grade spirit stones." As the voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. However, all they could see was a blurry figure. After all, as a source sect practitioner, if he wanted to conceal his appearance, he naturally had countless methods to do so. At the front of the viewing platform, Ouyang Miao and Bai Zijing unconsciously furrowed their brows. Although the voice had changed a little, it still sounded a little familiar to their ears. However, they were unable to identify who it was at this moment. After Xiao Yin made his bid, no one on the auction stage was able to catch up. 5 high-grade spirit stones. This price could be described as extravagant no matter where it was placed. Among the people present, other than the people from the various factions, no one else could take out so many high-grade spirit stones in one go. Therefore, as long as it was not one of those factions, no one dared to compete with him. "Aha! Congratulations to this mister. You have obtained this Lei Yuan with only 5 high-grade spirit stones." On the stage, Ziyan smiled as he caught the 5 high-grade spirit stones that Xiao Yin had tossed over. Then, he placed the Lei Yuan in front of Xiao Yin. "Mister, if this space prison loses our reinforcement, it will disperse on its own in half a day. At that time, it will be up to you." Ziyan gave a simple reminder. Now that he had obtained the spirit stones, Ziyan naturally did not care about the whereabouts of the Lei Yuan. However, just as he spoke, he was shocked to see a pitch-black curtain quietly gather in front of Xiao Yin. Then it swallowed the Lei Yuan. "Is that the Void Dao?" Seeing this scene, shock flashed across the old man's eyes. Fortunately, he was not an inexperienced person. He quickly sorted out his emotions and focused his attention on the next auction item. After this Lei Yuan, the emotions of everyone in the auction hall were still high. However, Xiao Yin, who was at the back, had already lost his interest. Following the successful completion of numerous rare items in the outside world, a couple of hours unknowingly passed amidst this noise. The countless number of heated gazes in the auction hall stared intently at Ziyun on the auction stage. On the other hand, those factions in the front row could not help but frown. More than half of the auction items had been sold, but the mysterious map that was related to the Fire Banyan remains had yet to appear. At a certain moment, Ziyun's figure on the stage gradually disappeared, and a green-faced old man in a red robe strangely appeared beside him. At the same time, the atmosphere in the field became somewhat solemn in an instant. Oh! Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Xiao Yin, who was resting with his eyes closed at the back of the stands, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze immediately fell on the figure in front of him. Then, his eyebrows twitched as he whispered in surprise. A source venerable expert. Looks like it's time for the main event. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall as he muttered to himself. At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly sounded from the green-faced old man's mouth. Hee, I am the green-faced Zhua, the second in command of Lava Castle. Next, I will be auctioning the last auction item of this trade fair. As his laughter faded, the green-faced Zhua casually made a grabbing motion. The space in front of him immediately distorted, and a slightly wrinkled scarlet parchment appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 1499. In the auction area, the gazes of everyone instantly locked onto the parchment the moment it appeared, while the Genesis Chi in several experts' bodies subconsciously began to circulate. On the stage, a slight cold snort was emitted from the nose of the green-faced man. At the same time, a terrifying aura and pressure spread out from his body, causing those fellows who had fantasies in their hearts to instantly dispel the thoughts in their hearts. Even a few people seated in the front row also frowned slightly. Everyone, although the auction has already reached such a stage, this old man will advise everyone to remain calm. At the end of the day, this is only an auction item, and you cannot bet your entire fortune on it. The enormous auction ground was completely silent after the green-faced man's words, which contained a sinister intent. At this moment, even some of the more arrogant individuals could not help but feel fear surging into their eyes when they looked at the green-faced man's face. In the end, he is a Genesis Venerate expert. In the face of absolute power, no matter what kind of person one is, one can only willingly lower their head. Xiao Yin involuntarily shook his head when he sensed the shocking aura and pressure from the green-faced Zhua. Just his strength alone was able to intimidate these powerful people who roamed the continent. And Yuan Zun expert was indeed powerful. I believe that everyone has seen it. This item is a map left behind by a Genesis Venerate expert. After verification by the upper echelons of my lava castle, we can confirm that this map is the map of the Huobanyan Ruins Limestone Valley. The handsome man grinned when he saw that he had achieved his goal. The chilling look in his eyes from a moment ago had completely vanished, and his words instantly caused the crowd to boil with excitement. Limestone Valley's map? That's the core area of the Huobanyan Ruins. If we have this map, wouldn't it be equivalent to holding all the treasures of the entire Limestone Valley in our hands? With this map, wouldn't the things left behind by the Huobanyan race be ours? Burning gazes stared intently at the map. No one present was an ordinary individual. They were well aware of how powerful the Huobanyan race used to be, and the Limestone Valley was once the core area of the Huobanyan race. There were countless treasures inside. Although it had been destroyed after several battles, the dangers inside were still unbearable. Even a Genesis Venerate expert would not be able to survive if they accidentally entered a trap or a ray. Rumor had it that those who survived had even obtained a Saint-tier cultivation method and created a generation of strong cultivators. Even though everyone knew about the dangers of the Fire Banyan relic, it would still attract countless greedy gazes. Thus, when the map appeared, everyone present already knew the meaning of this item. Haha, the owner of this map wants to use it to exchange for some elixirs or secret treasures that can increase one's cultivation. As for the value, the lava fort will assess it. As for the quantity, it will depend on everyone. The handsome man smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he spoke in a serious tone. The bidding will now begin. Everyone please. In the auction house, there were clearly quite a number of elite practitioners who had specially come for the Stony Cliff Valley map. Not long after the green-faced was laughter stopped, an old man dressed in a blazing robe, who was near the auction stage, suddenly spoke out. 3 high-grade 7th grade flame sacrifice pills and 4 mid-grade 7th grade earth abyss heart-shattering pills. 5. As soon as he finished speaking, the group from the Cloud Immortal sect also followed suit and placed their bids. Following that, the sound of bidding continued to ring out in the auction house. In a short period of time, the atmosphere in the auction house had become extremely tense. The price of the auction continued to soar, quickly reaching the level of more than 10 level 7 elixirs. There were even people who took out extremely rare cultivation methods. This secret technique was different from ordinary secret techniques that could raise one's strength. Once used, it would increase the circulation speed of one's chi for a period of time, while simultaneously manipulating the surrounding Genesis chi, greatly benefiting one's normal cultivation. The biggest advantage of this secret technique was that it could be used repeatedly. Hence, such a secret technique was extremely rare on the continent, and even the super factions might not be able to take out more than a few scrolls. Who would have thought that it would appear in this auction? Xiaoyan's heart was slightly moved when he heard the numerous intense sounds of bidding from behind the viewing gallery. His finger gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. After a moment of deep thought in his heart, he finally sighed, shook his head, and chose to give up. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. He intended to use the remaining top-grade spirit stones to help Lien improve her strength. As for the map, not to mention that there were still several forces present who had not made a move yet. Even if he really managed to snatch it, he was afraid that he would only get a hot potato. The gains would not make up for the losses. 10 top-grade spirit stones. While this thought was lingering in Xiaoyan's heart, a young man in front of the viewing gallery slowly stood up. His calm voice instantly suppressed the intense sounds of bidding. Xiaoyan's expression paused slightly. He followed the human figure and looked over. It was actually Ouyang Miao, who had not made a move. At this moment, he was casually scanning the crowd. His main goal in leading the team to the lava castle was this map. Now that he had made a move, he naturally wanted to intimidate the crowd. 10 top-grade spirit stones. Even some of the small clans present might not be able to fork out such a price even if they emptied all their assets. As for the other second-rate factions, after discovering that the bidder was from the Ouyang clan, they hesitated for a moment before resentfully returning to their seats. The Ouyang clan was one of the 3 great clans of the central region and the leader of the 3 clans. With their appearance, who would dare to go against them? 10 top-grade spirit stones and 5 fire banyan branches. But immediately after, another young man in white slowly stood up and made a bid, causing an uproar among the crowd. Ouyang Miao frowned slightly and looked over without hesitation. The only one who could compete with him was naturally the person from the Bai clan. Bai Zijing, Tan snorted coldly. Ouyang Miao calmly raised the price again, but the latter was not willing to be outdone. In the end, Ouyang Miao frowned deeply. The price had increased to nearly 40 top-grade spirit stones, which was the limit he could afford now. If Bai Zijing did not stop now, it would be difficult to deal with him. Humph! As if seeing Ouyang Miao's predicament, Bai Zijing did not hesitate to bid again. Then, under Ouyang Miao's slightly gloomy gaze, he successfully obtained the Limestone Valley map with 20 top-grade spirit stones, 15 fire banyan branches, and 2 high-grade 7th grade wind transformation pills. Chapter 1500. Xiao Yin and Qin Yin walked out of the auction ground one after another after the auction ended. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw Bai Zijing swiftly flying past in the sky above his head and the many experts who were staring at him from all over the sky. This Bai Zijing was indeed bold and arrogant. He had forcefully obtained the map of the Limestone Valley in front of so many experts. However, it was likely that his future path would not be so easy. Just as the two of them were walking along the street, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed slightly. He exchanged a look with Qin Yin beside him, before glancing back from the corner of his eye. There seemed to be a few obscure gazes staring at them from a dark corner of the auction house. With his outstanding spiritual perception, Xiaoyan clearly discovered that there were a few powerful auras secretly following them from the other side of the buildings around them. This lava castle is truly vicious. Qin Yin also seemed to have sensed something as he muttered to himself, while his gaze swept behind him. Looks like they do not intend to be pure merchants. Xiaoyan laughed coldly. The moment he raised his eyes, an icy cold killing intent appeared in them. His foot, which he had taken a step forward, suddenly landed on the ground. A ferocious aura immediately swept out from his body. In an instant, the expressions of the experts from the lava castle, who were hidden in the dark, changed. If there is anyone who is not afraid of death, feel free to follow. Xiaoyan's gaze swept towards a certain shadowy corner of the building beside him. His gaze was filled with cold, murderous intent, causing a chill to rise in the hearts of the people in the dark. Soon after, the surrounding auras that were hidden in the dark swiftly scattered. The lava castle had dominated the flowing fire plains for many years, and naturally knew who they could not afford to offend. Although from the aura, just now, this unknown brat only had the cultivation of a 4-star origin ancestor, the murderous aura from his body was definitely not something that an ordinary person possessed. It was something that had been obtained through countless bloody battles, where he had risked his life in exchange for it. This kind of person was the kind that could not be offended. After getting rid of these troubles, the two of them walked out of the lava castle. The Fire Banyan ruins were located in the deepest part of the plains, and even the lava castle was only close to it. If they really wanted to reach the entrance of the Fire Banyan ruins, it would likely take about a month's journey. After exiting the lava castle, Xiao Yin and Qin Yin stood in the air above a mountain forest. I'm afraid that we will have to split up for the rest of the journey. Brother Qin, let's part ways here. If there is a chance, let's meet at the Fire Banyan ruins. Xiao Yin cupped his fist towards Qin Yin as he slowly smiled Qin Yin. Upon hearing this, the latter could not help but be puzzled. Brother, are you going alone? I still have some matters to settle. Before that, it is inconvenient for me to travel with you. Xiao Yan's pair of pitch-black eyes were like an ancient well without ripples. Although Qin Yin was a little surprised, he still nodded heavily after hesitating for a moment. They were not going to travel together on the flowing fire plains. Moreover, Xiao Yin had saved him halfway. At this moment, if he continued to delay, it was likely that he had the intention of deliberately pestering him. Hence, he did not say anything more. The two of them cupped their hands together, and Qin Yin left first after expressing his thanks. After watching Qin Yin disappear from his sight for a long time, Xiao Yan's eyebrows turned. His dense gaze glanced at the mountain forest behind him, and a chill surged in his eyes. Immediately, his body moved, and he hurriedly rushed in another direction. Not long after, a few sonic booms sounded in the mountain forest below. 3 figures stood in the sky and looked in the direction that Xiao Yin had left. They muttered to each other and quickly chased after him. Xiao Clan. Outside Xiao City, in the distant horizon, 3 figures stood there. Beside Xiao Xian, a tall and well-built middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like swords as he stared at the imposing Ouyang Yu opposite him. Junior Xiao Xian greets second elder. Xiao Xian respectfully bowed slightly to the person beside him. This person was the second elder of Xiao Clan, Xiao Yitian, who had been in seclusion for many years in the Black Tower in Shuyang City. The latter acted as if he did not hear Xiao Xian's actions. A pair of sharp eyes pointed directly at Ouyang Yu. Immediately, Xiao Xian cupped his hands together towards Ouyang Yu. The latter smiled warmly, and his gaze returned to the middle-aged man opposite him. You have not come out for many years. Why can't you even speak? Humph, Xiao Yiqian snorted coldly. Only then did his gaze turn towards Xiao Xian and said indifferently, You are now in charge of the cabinet. There is no need for this. Hearing this, Xiao Xian muttered to himself. His gaze shifted back and forth between the two. He suddenly asked, Seniors, do you still have the heaven-questioning pill? Heaven-questioning pill. Ouyang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had thought of something. Immediately after, he shook his head and sighed. I did obtain one a few years ago, but I had already consumed it. Otherwise, I would not have my current cultivation. Speaking of which, I consumed it at the same time as this guy, but in the end, I was the first to become a source venerate. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, the two of them had already consumed the heaven-questioning pill. Just as he was lost in thought, Ouyang Yu suddenly waved his hand. A shadow flashed in front of him, and a 1-meter-long sword appeared in front of Xiao Xian. Even Xiao Yitian, who was standing majestically to the side, could not help but be moved by this scene. Thinking back, if not for this sword, he might not have been defeated by Ouyang Yu. Also, this sword is for you. This sword is called Yulan. Before Ouyang Yu finished speaking, Xiao Xian's eyebrows jumped. The Yulan sword was the sword of the Ouyang family's Sword Saint Yulan. The Sword Saint had once used this sword to force back 3 source venerates without being defeated. Now, it had appeared in front of him. The Yulan sword was once famous in the central region with me, but now it is no longer suitable for me. Ouyang Yu sighed in a somewhat lonely tone. He then looked at Xiao Yitian and said in a serious tone, "I've come today. Since I'm here today, it's time for us to settle this. Back then, I lost to you and went into seclusion for dozens of years. I wonder what the outcome of this battle will be." After a moment of tit-for-tat, the two of them were about to leave when Xiao Yitian suddenly turned his head to Xiao Xian and said faintly, "Xiao Xian, if you have the chance, make a trip to the northern region of the central region. There's a sword tomb in the extreme north that might be of help to you." Even Ouyang Yu nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Back then, the two of them had broken through to the Source Venerate level 1 after another there. After that battle, their names had shaken the central region. Only after the two of them left did Xiao Xian receive the Serene Orchid Sword in front of him with some disappointment. He could not help but be secretly surprised when he sensed the unrivaled sharpness of the sword. He had become famous in the central region. The Serene Orchid Sword was truly extraordinary. When the auras of the two of them completely disappeared from this world, the calm space beside Xiao Xian slowly distorted, and the first elder's figure appeared. The first elder nodded slightly and looked at the distant horizon with a pair of turbid old eyes. He shook his head and said slowly, "Ah, this is the end of the world. Sigh. In the end, such a day will still come. There will definitely be losses on this trip." Xiao Xian nodded silently. No one could make a decision on this kind of matter. Even they could only quietly watch from afar. By the way, what Xiao Yitian said earlier was true. If you have the chance, make a trip to the northern region's sword tomb. I believe that it will be of great help to your strength and to consolidate your position in the clan in the future. At the same time, it will also be of great benefit to Xiao Yan. The first elder reminded Xiao Xian again after he came back to his senses. The latter took a deep breath and thought of Xiao Yan in his heart. Then he nodded heavily. Chapter 1501. A couple of days later, Xiao Yan, who had been wildly hurrying along the flowing fire plains, finally landed on a barren, red-colored rock peak. He turned his head and saw 3 auras swiftly chasing over from the edge of his sight. From the looks of it, they would arrive at this place within a short while. These fellows really refused to give up on their evil intentions. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly when he sensed the 3 auras. The thoughts in his heart quickly changed, after which he waved his hand and the dark black tent in front of him swiftly agglomerated. Soon after, it gradually agglomerated into a square-shaped cage under his control. The space within it was torn apart, and a cluster of wild and violent lightning yuan appeared. When Lei Yuan was exposed, the 3 people in the distance who were swiftly chasing over also discovered it at the same time. Immediately, the speed at which they charged forward increased. Within a short couple of breaths, they had already appeared in the empty space less than 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan. There were 3 people who had arrived. One of them was a strong man, while the other 2 were old men. Their strengths were around that of a 5-star Yuan Zun. Xiao Yan was able to recognize these 3 people at a glance. They were the ones who had bid for Lei Yuan during the auction at the Lava Castle a couple of days ago. Moreover, these 3 people were lightning affinity experts. It was unexpected that they would follow him all the way here after leaving the lava castle. After chasing for a few days, you finally stopped. Among the three of them, a relatively short old man spoke slowly. His tone was rather awe-inspiring. Little friend, this old man can sense that your aura is incomparably blazing. You should be a cultivator of the fire attribute. The value of this thunder yuan will be greatly reduced if it falls into your hands. Why don't you get it to us? This old man has some medicinal pills that can help cultivators of the fire attribute. At most, I will give it to you. The other old man appeared to be a little more courteous. However, that pair of eyes revealed a greed that caused Xiao Yin to curl his mouth and laugh. Sorry, I don't want to give the lightning yuan to others. Does that mean we can't come to an agreement? The burly man sneered in a deep voice. He looked at Xiao Yin with a particularly vicious expression as a murderous intent spread. Brat, the three of us have been chasing you for a few days. We've already given you a chance. Since you're unwilling, don't blame us for being ruthless. Genesis Chi erupted from the trio's bodies. Given their strength, they were naturally able to tell that the person before them was merely a 4-star Genesis ancestor. Such a cultivation level might be extraordinary amongst the younger generation, but against the three of them, the former had absolutely no chance of victory. Xiao Yin narrowed his eyes when he saw the three of them revealing such an attitude. He coldly laughed. Sirs, the three of you teamed up against me. Even if you win, there's only one thunder yuan. How should we split it? Don't think about how to drive a wedge between us. Hand over Lei Yuan as soon as possible, and we'll leave your corpse intact. That short, small, old man let out a sinister laugh in a hoarse voice. The three of them moved in unison and unceremoniously charged at Xiao Yin from all directions. Xiao Yin merely laughed coldly when he saw the three of them being unceremonious. A murderous intent surged within his smile. A thought passed through his heart, and the space beside him flashed. The Northern King quickly appeared by his side. Immediately, Xiao Yin pressed the lightning yuan in his hand into the Northern King's body in front of the stunned eyes of the three of them. Brat, are you crazy? When they saw this crazy scene, the expressions of the three changed drastically. However, just as they were about to retreat, a frightening thunderbolt energy suddenly shot out from within the Northern King's body. The three of them were the first to be blasted back by 1,000 feet. When they steadied themselves and looked again, they saw that the puppet was wrapped in thunderbolt energy. Even they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw such a powerful force. This puppet can devour thunderbolt power. Damn it, this is going to be troublesome. Based on the power that the puppet has unleashed, it's likely comparable to an 8-star source sect. We've underestimated him. Upon seeing that Lei Yuan had already merged with the Northern King, the short old man and the other old man exchanged a look. After gauging the gap between the two parties, they decisively chose to retreat. Only the burly man stared at Xiao Yin with a sinister expression. His face twitched when he sensed the two rapidly retreating figures on his left and right. Humph, what a coward. This puppet is even more valuable than Lei Yuan. If we can kill that brat. Before he could finish cursing, the Northern King abruptly transformed into a thunderbolt under Xiao Yan's control and instantly closed in on the burly man. The burly man swiftly reacted, swiftly circulating his Genesis Chi to defend himself. However, he was still viciously sent flying by the Northern King's leg. By the time he came to a stop, half of his clothes had already been torn to shreds by the thunderbolt. The terrifying force of the blow numbed his entire body. Only then did he fully awaken. He hatefully gritted his teeth and swiftly fled. Upon seeing the trio swiftly leave, Xiao Yin let out a chuckle and summoned the Northern King back. There was not the slightest trace of worry on his face as he sensed the thunderbolt power wreaking havoc in the puppet's body. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The thunderbolt power contained within Lei Yuan is truly tremendous. In such a short period of time, the Northern King's strength has already reached the 8-star source ancestor stage. If he can completely absorb it, he should be able to advance to the 9-star source ancestor stage. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the Northern King's body, he discovered that while the Northern King's strength continued to rise, the number of scales covering his body had also increased. With the exception of his arms and 2 ribs, the rest of the Northern King's body was now covered in dragon scales. From the looks of it, it would not be long before his entire body was covered in dragon scales. Dragon scales were not only a symbol of status to the dragon clan, but also extremely powerful defensive properties. Take Xiao Yan's Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor, for example. Even at his current cultivation level, the Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor's defensive power could not be underestimated. However, no one knew what strange things would happen once the Northern King's body was covered in dragon scales. After staying on the mountain peak for half a day, the berserk Lei Yuan within the Northern King's body gradually calmed down. At this point, the Northern King's strength was already nearing the intermediate 8-star source ancestor stage. The rest could only wait until he slowly absorbed it. After dealing with Lei Yuan, Xiaoyan's next target was naturally the Fire Banyan ruins. Xiaoyan had been traveling in the opposite direction from Qinyan for the past few days. It would not be easy to catch up to him in a short period of time. After a simple adjustment, Xiaoyan glanced at the scarlet sky in the depths of the plains. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as his body charged forward. However, in the next instant, the sounds of battle suddenly rang out from the plains to his right. Amidst the intense battle, 2 indescribable auras caused Xiaoyan's expression to change slightly. Chapter 1502. Yellow winds swept across the vast scarlet plains, filling the air with a desolate aura that was faintly mixed with the smell of blood. Several whooshing sounds rang out in the air as 4 figures gathered together from different directions, ultimately forming an encirclement. Behind these 4, another gust of wind rang out as a 5th person swiftly charged out from their encirclement and landed on the ground. When he lifted his head, his gaze filled with mockery landed on the scarlet-haired man and woman opposite him. The latter 2 were currently covered in wounds of various sizes, and their auras had been reduced by more than half. They were clearly arrows at the end of their flight. While they were filled with anxiety in the face of the encirclement, there was also unwillingness and anger in their eyes. Haha, you still want to run at a time like this? Why don't you obediently give in and save this young master some effort? The young man looked at the 2 people in front of him with a relaxed expression. His slightly colorful gaze slowly swept across the young girl's delicate body. Then his body flashed and instantly appeared in front of the young girl. He raised his hand and grabbed the young girl's face. "Bastard, stop right there." It was only when the young man made his move that the other man realized what was happening. He hurriedly circulated the little remaining Genesis chi in his body and blasted it towards the young man with all his might. However, the young man's methods were even more ruthless. A fair hand viciously grabbed the man's throat the moment he made his move. With a casual toss, the man's body was flung dozens of feet away like a broken sack before crashing heavily on the ground. At the same time, the young man's hand firmly grasped the young girl's tender face as he slowly said, "I never imagined that there would be remnants of the Fire Banyan clan in this desolate, flowing fire plains. What's even more unexpected is that there would be such a young girl in the Fire Banyan clan. It wouldn't be a bad choice to capture her and make her into a slave." The young man casually lifted the young girl and sized her up without pity, as if examining an object. Xiaoyan looked at the situation below from the distant mountain peak. A stunned expression flashed across his eyes. He immediately spoke in a cold voice. "I never thought that even you would come. Bairuoxuan." The young man lifting the young girl was the one who had tried to snatch the heavy Xian ruler from Bai Zijing's hands. He was also Bai Zijing's younger brother, the heir of the central regions by clan, Bairuoxuan. But since even he is here, does that mean? Xiaoyan's heart filled with surprise at the sight of Bairuoxuan, and he could not help but frown inside. After all, Bairuoxuan was accompanied by a Genesis Venerate expert who was constantly protecting him. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The man, who had been easily tossed aside by Bairuoxuan a moment ago, once again charged forward the moment Xiao Yan discovered Bairuoxuan. He squeezed out every trace of Genesis chi within his body and instantly appeared behind by Roakshuan. Both of his hands were clenched into fists as he used all his strength to violently smash at by Roakshuan's head. However, when faced with the killing intent that was right in front of him, not only did Roakshuan not dodge, he did not even have the intention to attack. With a ridiculing expression, he looked at the young woman in his hand. When the man's fist landed, a white light flashed in the air. In an instant, a figure appeared behind by Roakshuan like a phantom. With a light wave of his sleeve, he sent the man flying. The person who had arrived was by Roakshuan's guardian, Genesis Venerate Expert, Byron. After sending the man flying, Byron quickly turned towards Roakshuan and respectfully said, "Heir, our main goal is to rescue First Young Master. However, First Young Master is currently alone in the depths of the plains. If we continue to stay here, we will be in danger. It's fine. Big Brother's methods are wondrous, and it's not his first day in the flowing fire plains. There's plenty of time, so it's fine if we're a little slower. What's more, we've captured 2 descendants of the Fire Banyan tribe." Upon hearing this, Roakshuan chuckled in a relaxed manner. He casually tossed the young girl toward a nearby Genesis zone and said, "Take care of these 2. It's best if you can bring them back alive. Since they've been able to survive in the flowing fire plains for so long, I believe that they should be very familiar with the Fire Banyan ruins." "Understood. When the time comes, they might even be able to help my clan obtain the Fire Banyan tribe's hidden treasure. When that happens, my Bai clan will be the leader of the 3 great clans." After dealing with the man and woman, the 2 origin zones nearby stepped forward and restrained one of them, preparing to tie them up. However, just as the 2 origin zones were about to make their move, the space beside them suddenly distorted in a strange manner. Soon after, it transformed into 2 pitch-black tents. A figure flashed within them, and the 2 Fire Banyan tribe members that were about to be captured were actually snatched away right in front of their faces. "Who are you?" At the same time, the old eyes of Byron, who was standing beside Roakshuan, suddenly became sharp. His body flashed and quickly appeared at a certain spot in the sky. At the same time, an invisible tent suddenly appeared in the empty space on the opposite side. Soon after, Xiaoyan appeared in front of Byron while carrying the man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe. "It's you." Byron immediately recognized the black-clothed figure opposite him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and swung it at Xiaoyan's face as Genesis Chi surged from his palm. Xiaoyan, who had appeared, naturally did not dare to be careless. Moreover, his hand was carrying the unconscious man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe. His heart felt extremely solemn. Immediately, he subconsciously maneuvered the great way of the empty space. His body leaned back while dodging Byron's descending palm. With a flash, he swiftly appeared in the empty space 1,000 feet away. "Old man, it's best not to get angry so easily." Xiaoyan laughed coldly and mocked as he looked at the gloomy face of Byron in the distant empty space. "Xiaoyan, so it's you." On the ground, Roakshuan also recognized the newcomer. A chilling look immediately appeared on his face as he coldly sneered. "I didn't get rid of you back then because of the Ouyang clan, but you still dare to appear in front of this young master. You really don't know what's good for you. If you're willing to fight one-on-one, I don't mind giving you the chance." Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept across Byron and the few source zones below. Traces of Genesis Chi swiftly flowed through the meridians of the 2 Fire Banyan clan members. Soon after, a bright light swiftly flashed across his eyes, as if he had discovered something. "Humph, one-on-one. Good, Elder Rome, finish him off." A voice filled with killing intent spread, and Byron chuckled sinisterly. His old eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan as he grinned sinisterly. "My pleasure." Chapter 1503. CH. Wrapped in Genesis Chi, the shriveled hand was as sharp as a blade as it easily cut through the air. Finally, it narrowly sliced through the air an inch away from Xiaoyan's face amidst an ear-piercing sonic boom. Even so, the sharp wind left behind a few bloody scars on Xiaoyan's face. Soon after, Bai Rong swung his other hand violently while Xiao Yin was withdrawing. A powerful energy pillar shot out explosively. Xiao Yin hurriedly summoned his heavenly flame to block it. At the same time, the dark black tint once again appeared behind him. The next moment, Xiao Yan's body swiftly disappeared into the tent amid a low, deep explosion. A sharp blood arrow also shot out from within and struck Bai Rong. The latter casually waved his hand, sending out an extremely cold snowflake. The blood arrow rapidly froze in midair before exploding with a loud bang. In the air 100 feet away, Xiao Yan appeared with a slightly pale face, his expression extremely grave. With Xiao Yan's current strength, other than dodging, he did not have any other way to parry the attacks of a Source Venerate. Even though he relied on the Sky Extinction Steps and other agility techniques, as well as the Void Great Path, to deal with most of Bai Rong's killing moves, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be injured during the exchange. Kid, you're pretty fast. You could be considered first-rate among those of the same cultivation level. Bai Rong frowned as he looked at Xiao Yin in the distance, the expression on his old face not looking too good. As a Genesis Venerate, his attacks have been dodged by a Genesis Ancestor junior time and time again. If news of this spread, he could not guarantee that he would not lose face. You're too polite. Elder isn't too bad either. There aren't many people who can shamelessly attack a junior. Xiao Yin quickly swallowed a few pills as he sneered. With sharp tongue, when I capture you, I'll definitely pull out your teeth one by one. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn. Bai Rong's old face twitched slightly. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body flashed and transformed into a thunderbolt that once again charged furiously at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin did not dare to be careless in his heart when he saw this. At the same time that he was preparing to withdraw, he quietly flipped his hand under his sleeve. A golden-colored formation plate landed in his hand. He had nearly used it in the Fire Banyan Forest. Now that he had encountered Bai Rong, Xiao Yin had no choice but to test its power. Following this, Bai Rong appeared to have completely lost his patience after Xiao Yin dodged a couple of times. His forward-charging body suddenly paused as he stood in the empty air. His gaze focused on Xiao Yin as a low, deep, and somewhat hoarse voice was slowly spat out. Kid, let's end the game here. This old man's patience is running out. The shriveled hand was violently clenched in the empty space in front of him. Immediately, the area around Xiao Yin, who was hundreds of feet away, was suddenly filled with ice crystals. The sudden drop in temperature caused the movement of Xiao Yan's body to immediately slow. Poof! With his body being sealed, Xiao Yan appeared to be unwilling to waste any more time. A thought passed through his mind, and his spiritual strength covered his entire body. At the same time, he waved his hands, and a surging flame rose between his palms. After which, he did not hesitate to heavily knead them together. As the flame shot out, a frightening energy swiftly gathered between Xiao Yan's palms. Even someone as experienced as Bai Rong could not help but raise his brows when he felt the frightening power in Xiao Yan's hands. Kid, to think that a 4-star origin sect like you can use such a powerful Do skill. You do have some ability, but that's all there is to it. Bai Rong's body flashed a couple of times and appeared in front of Xiao Yin in a ghost-like manner after his somewhat shocked voice sounded. He rotated his hand, and surging Genesis Chi immediately gushed out. It swiftly agglomerated into an almost substance-like handprint under his palm that violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's chest. Noisy, Xiao Yan's face was cold and stern as he watched the palm seal in front of him swiftly magnify in his eyes. The angry Buddha lotus flame that he had agglomerated with all his strength swiftly formed at this moment. Finally, it collided with the palm seal. Boom! A thunder-like roar suddenly exploded. The cold air that had gathered in the sky scattered in the blink of an eye amidst a dazzling light. Bai Rong's body remained unmoved within the light. The fighting strength that Xiao Yin had unleashed was indeed shocking. However, regardless of how one put it, he was ultimately just a Genesis sect. What you've brought you have indeed surprised this old man a lot. But if this is your trump card, Then this old man advises you to surrender and not waste any more time. The white light gradually disappeared, revealing Byron, who was standing majestically within it. Both of his hands were placed behind him. Regardless of how the energy waves swept over, they were unable to harm him even a little. Xiaoyan appeared quite miserable a couple of dozen feet in front of him. However, the smile that he carried on his face appeared a little strange. Since Senior is in the mood, this Junior will naturally accompany you. A cold chuckle rang out as the pitch-black tent condensed behind Xiao Yin once again. Byron's figure flashed forward, his withered hand reaching for Xiao Yin's chest. However, the former had already disappeared into the darkness. A split second later, a glowing golden formation disc appeared where Xiao Yin had disappeared. It had been activated by spirit power and was rapidly spreading rays of golden light. By the time Byron reacted, a towering formation had already taken shape around him. What? This sudden turn of events caused the expression on Byron's face to change drastically. His gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings, only to find that there was no way out. After several attempts, the great formation remained completely still under the bombardment of Genesis Chi. Instead, golden light flowed around the great formation as the sound of gears turning slowly rang out. Several killing formations were slowly taking shape. This is the Xiao clan's 8-directional purgatory. Byron finally recognized this frightening killing formation in front of him, which possessed a fierce reputation within the Middle region, the moment he saw those killing formations. A terrified expression immediately surfaced on his old face. His eyes turned and landed on Xiao Yin, who had appeared outside of the formation at this moment. You are from the Xiao clan. The 8-directional purgatory formation was created by the Xiao clan's experts. It combined a trapping formation and 8 killing formations that complemented each other. Once inside, even a high-level source venerate would have to pay a heavy price to break out. The Xiao clan had previously used this formation to kill many experts who had violated their boundary. Now that the formation had landed on Byron's body, even someone as strong as Byron might not be able to survive. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light spilled out from the killing formation as terrifying energy bombarded Byron. Byron was also forced to defend himself under the bombardment. From the looks of it, the killing formation wouldn't be able to take down Byron in a short period of time. However, if the battle dragged on, there might be a chance to kill him. That means he won't be able to come out anytime soon. Without Byron blocking him in front, Xiao Yin could be considered to have sighed in relief at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into an ice-cold smile. His gaze slowly landed on the ugly expression of Byron below. Chapter 1504. When Xiao Yan's gaze landed on Byron's body, the latter's extremely dark gaze also locked onto the former's body. I never imagined that even Elder Roan would not be able to finish you off immediately, you wretched bastard. Byron's heart was on the verge of spitting fire as the Genesis Chi in his body frantically surged. The words he spat out seemed to have been forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. Xiao Yin landed beside the man and woman from the Fire Banyan tribe on the ground. He randomly handed a medicinal pill to the both of them, after which his gaze once again landed on Byron. His face revealed a cold smile as he curled his hand in a provocative manner and coldly laughed. My bones are worthless. If you want my life, why don't you take it yourself? Upon seeing Xiao Yan's disdainful attitude, the anger in Byron's eyes grew even stronger. Just as he was about to explode, Byron, who was currently in the middle of the killing array, suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, "Prince, hurry and leave this place. This child is definitely not someone ordinary. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid that you'll be in danger." As the shout rang out, the other 4 origin ancestors standing around Byron swiftly stepped forward to protect him. Words of advice continuously rang out in his ears, causing Byron's expression to grow increasingly ugly. Elder Roan, do you really believe that I am inferior to a lowly brat? I have 5 Genesis sect elders here. Even if we drag things out, we will be able to drag him to death. A long while later, Byroakshuan's low and furious roar suddenly rang out. A pair of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yin as he abruptly roared with murderous intent. Attack! Today, I will definitely grind his bones to dust and take back the heavenly Darkbuster sword and heavenly flame in his hands with interest. Byroakshuan completely ignored the four people beside him as his furious voice rang out. His figure directly charged at Xiaoyan. Although the others wanted to stop him, the heir was still a powerhouse from the Source sect. After hesitating for a few breaths, they followed closely behind him and charged at Xiaoyan. Byrong, who was within the large formation in the sky, had no choice but to use all his strength to block the attack of the large formation despite the fury in his heart. His heart only hoped that these few people would be able to successfully kill Xiaoyan. Phew! On the ground, Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that smelled of blood as he stared intently at the 5 people rushing towards him. 2 Byroakshuan, 1 4-star Genesis Sect Elder, 2 6-star Genesis Sect Elders, and 2 8-star Genesis Sect Elders. This lineup could be said to be invincible below the Origin Venerate level. It would not be easy to deal with the attacks of these 5 people at the same time. Xiaoyan swallowed a few pills without hesitation. As he felt the gentle medicinal power rapidly spread throughout his body, his face seemed to become a little rosier. His thoughts quickly revolved as the heavenly flame on the surface of his body ignited. He then heavily stomped his foot on the ground and violently attacked Byroakshuan, who was bearing the brunt of the attack. Bang! The two had only clashed once before Byroakshuan was forcefully pushed back. Even though he had already experienced a battle, the power that Xiaoyan had unleashed still caused Byroakshuan's expression to fluctuate. However, Xiaoyan did not show the slightest intention of stopping. While his footsteps moved, he continued to use the sky extinction steps. His body swiftly approached Byroakshuan in a ghost-like manner. His fist danced, and the heavenly flame flew as it violently smashed toward Byroakshuan's face. Little brat, how dare you? At the same time that Byroakshuan acted to block the attack, a 6-star Source Zone, who had hurried over from the side, hurriedly attacked. A sharp attack violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's neck. The latter coldly snorted. Light flashed from the storage ring on his finger just as the other party's hand was about to attack. A purplish-black figure immediately shot out. Vast and mighty thunder rumbled as lightning descended. A metal fist instantly smashed into the 6-star Genesis Sect Elder's chest. The terrifying force forcefully broke the pillar as the devastating lightning energy swept through the body. After which, a muffled bang sounded as the 6-star Genesis Sect Elder lost his life. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Byroakshuan once again separated from each other. Both of them retreated 1,000 feet. Flowing light flickered beside Xiao Yin as an 8-star Genesis Sect Elder rushed forward, but was quickly knocked away by the Northern King. As for the other 6-star Genesis Sect Elder, he flew to the side of the deceased. His expression wildly changed as he felt a wave of terror in his heart at Xiao Yan's methods. Humph! Attack! As long as one of you can delay that puppet, the 3 of us will be able to kill him. Byroakshuan coldly glanced at the 6-star Genesis Sect Elder, who had instantly turned into a corpse. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched, but the towering fury in his heart did not diminish. He ordered the other 8-star Genesis Sect Elder to charge forward, while he joined forces with the remaining 6-star Genesis Sect Elder and prepared to seize the opportunity to attack. A long roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's throat when he saw the 3 people charging forward. His body shook, and 2 clusters of heavenly flames of different colors suddenly surfaced in his hands. A ferocious smile surged from the corner of his mouth. Soon after, both of his hands were violently clenched. The heavenly flame was unleashed, and the aura of his body suddenly soared at this moment. Heavenly fire, 3 mysterious change. With a furious roar in his heart, another ball of fire was spat out from his mouth. The explosion instantly engulfed his entire body, and golden light began to glow on his body. As he swung his fist, his body rapidly grew, transforming into a giant Vajra god covered in flames in the blink of an eye, and he ferociously clashed with the 8-star Genesis sect elder. The 8-star Genesis sect elder's expression involuntarily changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's cultivation had risen to the level of a 6-star Genesis sect elder. Moreover, the eruption of battle power was much stronger than before. Even with the 8-star Genesis sect elder's cultivation, he still found it quite strenuous to exchange blows with Xiao Yan. This child cannot be allowed to live. Mid-intent rank do technique, fiendish blood seal. The old man crossed his palms, and 2 bloody scars immediately appeared on his palms. As fresh blood gushed out, Genesis chi poured into the scars, causing an extremely powerful aura to erupt. On the other side, Xiaoyan raised his hands to his chest as a series of seals rapidly flew out. From the looks of it, it was the Emperor's seal art. However, when he used it now, it was very different from when he fought Xiao Feng back then. There were a few more complicated seals. At the same time, the power contained within it had also risen to a whole new level. Universe Seal. This seal was unleashed. It was the 7th seal of the 8 God Seal seals, the first seal below the Sheng class. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that even an ordinary 9-star source sect would have to treat it seriously if he used his full strength. Bang! The 2 forces collided. In a short few breaths, the astonishing power shattered the fiendish blood seal, and even the 8-star Genesis sect elder was blasted back by 100 feet. Die! While the 8-star Genesis sect elder was being blasted back, the other 6-star Genesis sect elder in front of Xiao Yan suddenly charged forward. The giant blade in his hand was raised high into the air as he swung it down at Xiao Yan's head. If the latter attacked at this moment, even with Xiao Yan's current state, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not be seriously injured. "Don't you dare harm my master!" Suddenly, a dry voice resounded like the voice of the underworld. The Northern King's body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A heavy whip kick poured all of its strength into the body of the 6-star Source Zone without holding back. With this strike, the 6-star Source Zone was sent flying. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that the 6-star Source Zone would end up seriously injured and on the verge of death. Soon after, Bai Ruoxuan, who had followed closely behind, was also captured by the Northern King with a single hand. On the other side, the 8-star Source sect member who had been fighting with the Northern King was also crawling up from the ground with great difficulty. When he lifted his head, the remaining 3 simultaneously saw Bai Ruoxuan, who had been captured by the Northern King. Ugh, how can this be? Rome! Elder Rome, save me! Only at this moment did Bai Ruoxuan's horrified and inconsolable screams rang out from his mouth. High up in the sky, Bai Rome, who was currently dripping with blood in the killing formation, finally saw the scene on the ground once again. Immediately, his hoarse screams resounded through the world. "Xiao Yan, if you dare to hurt him, my Bai clan will not rest until you are dead." Xiao Yan sneered when he heard this. The eyes under his golden body slowly lifted as he looked at Bai Rong in the sky and coldly said, "Even if I let him go now, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Therefore, you should keep these words to yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's large hand slowly grabbed Bai Ruoxuan's head and gently exerted force. With a cracking sound, Bai Ruoxuan's body immediately convulsed violently. After convulsing, Bai Ruoxuan completely lost all signs of life. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1505. An earth-shaking roar rang out from Bai Rong's mouth the instant Bai Ruoxuan died. The old man's turbid eyes instantly turned scarlet red. At this moment, he no longer cared about the terrifying power that was continuously bombarding his body. Instead, he frantically circulated the Genesis chi in his body, gathering it into the vortex as he did his best to compress it. "Bai Sheng, Bai Mia, stop this person. Even if I die today, I will kill you with my own hands." An extremely furious hoarse voice slowly echoed across the area. On the ground below, the two 8-star origin sect experts nodded heavily upon hearing Bai Rong's order. Doqi crazily surged out from their bodies as their figures rapidly flashed, appearing beside Xiao Yin in the blink of an eye. The two surrounded the Northern King and Xiao Yin, who was using the giant elephant art. Clang! Next, a surging power suddenly unfurled from Bai Rong's body within the 8-directional purgatory formation in the sky. An astonishing explosion occurred, causing even the seal of the top-tier formation to involuntarily tremble. From the looks of it, Bai Rong would break out of the formation if this happened a few more times. Upon seeing this, the originally frowning expression of Xiao Yin instantly turned somewhat grave. With the help of a secret technique, the giant elephant art, and a high-class Do skill, he did indeed have the ability to push back an 8-star origin sect expert. However, he could only use such a method once. Given his opponent's cultivation, it would be difficult for even Xiao Yin to match them once they truly attacked. What's more, Bai Rong was about to break out of the formation's seal. If this dragged on, Xiao Yin would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Phew! Xiao Yan's eyelids lowered slightly as thoughts rapidly spun in his head. Soon after, he looked past the person in front of him towards the two Fire Banyan tribe members, who had already recovered some of their strength. If he could borrow their strength, he might have a chance to escape from their hands. The giant elephant skill slowly disappeared as a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He quickly and heavily waved his hand. The heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand as the Genesis Qi in his body was swiftly circulated. The old man on the other side also took out his weapon upon seeing this. A biting cold aura spread as Genesis Qi was poured in. 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Xiao Yin was the first to make a move. As he roared in his heart, he waved the giant ruler in his hand. In the blink of an eye, several rays of light shot out, and the old man in front of him also brandished his weapon to meet them head-on. An instant later, the North King, who was behind Xiao Yin, suddenly turned around. At almost the same time, the other 8-star origin sect master swiftly attacked. His palm turned into a blade, and he viciously stabbed it at Xiao Yan's back. However, the latter had already expected this. The tent behind him swiftly formed, while the Northern King turned around and chased after the ruler light at full speed. He used the flame ruler light to block it and fiercely collided with the 8-star source sect master. As for the other 8-star source sect master, he narrowly missed Xiao Yan's disappearing figure. He hurriedly looked forward, only to see the old man's chest being heavily injured by the Northern King's punch. Fortunately, given the old man's strength, the punch was not enough to kill him. However, his rapidly paling face and the lightning power that continuously surged around his body showed how serious his injuries were. Bai Sheng. Damn it, we were tricked by that brat. I'll hold this bastard back. Bai Mia, quickly finish off that brat. No matter what, we can't let him escape. Bai Sheng turned his head and cried out sternly to Bai Mia. The latter hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. His gaze swiftly swept in all directions. Soon after, he saw Xiao Yin, who had appeared beside the person from the Fire Banyan tribe. Immediately, he maneuvered his great Dao strength without any hesitation. A couple of thick rock walls swiftly agglomerated around his body. They appeared like numerous shields as they surrounded his two sides. The solemn feeling in his heart also quietly relaxed. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation could not be compared with them, the shocking fighting strength that he had displayed since the beginning caused even an experienced expert like him to no longer dare to treat Xiao Yin with an ordinary heart. If he was the slightest bit careless, it was likely that he would follow in the footsteps of the other two. At the same time, Xiao Yin temporarily placed his attention on the two Fire Banyan tribe members beside him. He did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly asked, "If the two of you want to leave this place alive, can you agree to my next request?" At this moment, the two of them had consumed the medicinal pills Xiao Yin had given them and were much more clear-headed. However, When they heard these words, the two of them were immediately startled. There was some surprise on their faces. Even the dignified origin sect expert in front of them could not deal with an enemy. So what could the two of them do? However, before the two of them could ask any questions, they were stunned to see that Xiao Yin in front of them had opened his mouth and spat out 5 balls of powerful flames. The two of them were suddenly shocked. As they muttered in a low voice, Bai Mia, who was in the distance, also stared at them with an extremely gloomy expression. This brat, what is he trying to do? Seeing the 5 balls of heavenly flames slowly floating in front of Xiao Yin, Bai Mia's old face could not help but twitch violently. Previously, he had personally witnessed the power of the heavenly flames in Xiao Yan's hand. Now that Xiao Yan had summoned them again, a strong sense of uneasiness rapidly grew in his heart. We must not let him continue. At this very moment, this was the only thought that lingered in Bai Mia's heart. Lend me the heavenly flames in your bodies. After separating 5 heavenly flames in a row, Xiao Yan's face, which had just recovered a little, turned deathly pale once again. More than half of the Genesis Qi in his body had been consumed, and if not for the medicinal pills, even this step would have been extremely difficult. Even so, the 4 heavenly flames in his hand and a ball of mixed seed fire might not be enough to stop his opponent. Plop! Suddenly, another domineering ball of flame rose in front of Xiao Yan. Its scarlet-red exterior and the terrifying magma-like scarlet-red core made Xiao Yan recognize it with a single glance. It was the volcanic rock flame, ranked 17th on the heavenly flame list. As expected, although it's also a seed fire, it's much more powerful. It must have been directly separated from the origin fire, which means a thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. Soon after, he sensed Bai Mia shooting over from the opposite side in a lightning-like manner. He let out a cold snort and decisively controlled the 6 clusters of flames in front of him to fly back. At the same time, he slammed his palms together and unceremoniously merged the volcanic rock flame with the 5 clusters of heavenly flames. Kid, stop! Screech! A piercing sound suddenly rang out as Bai Mia controlled the rock walls around him to smash at Xiao Yan. The latter dodged several times and quickly pulled away from him. Bai Mia watched as the struggling flames in Xiao Yan's palms gradually stabilized. The horror in his heart grew even stronger, and he did his best to raise his speed to the limit. Under the control of Bai Mia's mind, a couple of rock walls were swiftly formed. After a couple of shuttles, they blocked Xiao Yan's back and blocked his path of retreat. At the same time, rocks continued to form under Bai Mia's feet. Each step he took caused his forward-charging speed to increase. After over a dozen breaths, the distance between him and Xiao Yan was only a couple of feet. Stop! Stop! Bai Mia stared at Xiao Yan, who was just a foot away. A cold smile finally appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, the rock in his palm quickly formed a heavy rock wall the size of a door. With a sweeping motion, it smashed heavily at Xiao Yan's palms. If this attack hit, once the flame dissipated, Xiao Yan would definitely be seriously injured. However, when the stone wall was still over 10 centimeters away from Xiao Yan's hands, Xiao Yan slowly raised his eyes. His dense, cold gaze looked directly at Bai Mia's eyes. As his palms opened and closed, a fire lotus that contained a scarlet color gently floated forward in front of Bai Mia's shocked eyes. Years of ill-fated fate. Chapter 1506. The world seemed to fall silent the moment the fire lotus flew out. Even the yellow wind seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a dazzling white light shot out from the fire lotus. The lotus petals scattered, and with the flames mixed in, a seemingly solid energy spread out from white annihilation. Wherever it passed, space collapsed, and the ground was incinerated by the flames. Boiling lava sprayed into the sky, and after a few breaths, a deafening explosion rang out. In the distance, the 2 people from the Fire Banyan tribe blocked behind the Northern King, who had swiftly appeared. Bai Sheng, on the other hand, used the pushing force of the energy to swiftly withdraw from the battleground after doing his best to block a wave of energy attack. Xiao Yan, who was in the middle, was heavily smashed against the rock wall behind him. The moment the rock crumbled, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His body was sent flying 1,000 feet before smashing heavily onto the ground. The white light lasted for a long time. When the light dissipated, the surging lava had already filled everyone's eyes. As for White Annihilation, the shattered rock in front of him was barely able to stand up, and the ground beneath his feet had not collapsed. It seemed that he had still managed to block Xiao Yan's all-out attack. An 8-star Source Sect Master was so powerful. Even so, after being bombarded by the Buddha's fiery lotus at close range, White Annihilation was like a lamp that had run out of oil. There was only a wisp of blood left in his nose, which proved how terrifying Xiao Yan's attack was. With the strength of a 4-star Source Zone, Xiao Yan had forcefully killed an 8-star Source Zone. Moreover, this had happened after a couple of big battles. Once news of this battle result spread, Xiao Yan's name would likely resound throughout the middle region within a short period of time. White Annihilation, even you. At this moment, Shang finally felt a deep sense of fear towards the black-robed young man. His body trembled as he slowly turned his head. His scarlet eyes stared at the black-robed man who was struggling to get up on the ground in the distance. Even though he knew that the black-robed man was an arrow at the end of its flight, Bai Sheng's incomparable fear still made him not dare to step forward. No, he's too strong. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the 8-directional purgatory array that had sealed Bai Rong in the sky finally charged out after a series of frenzied attacks. His skin and flesh had split open, and his old face was as white as paper. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that he had become much skinnier and older, as though he was a skeleton wearing human skin. His aura had also rapidly declined, and it seemed that he had barely reached the level of an Origin Venerate. In order to break out of the Purgatory's imprisonment, this fellow had actually used his own cultivation as the price, risking damaging his foundation to forcefully break out of the formation. Roar! A beast-like roar was immediately emitted from Bai Rong's throat as he charged out of the formation. His scarlet-red eyes swiftly locked onto Xiao Yan as his shriveled arms continuously waved about, forcefully enduring the intense pain of his meridian channels breaking as he forcefully circulated his Genesis Chi. With a jerk of his body, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. After swaying for a while, he landed heavily on the ground. However, his gaze never left Xiao Yan's body. TSK. The space fluctuated violently as the North King charged forward. However, just as he was about to hit Bai Rong, the latter easily dodged his attack. At the same time, his withered palm landed heavily on the North King's body. The North King's steel-like bones shattered, and his body was smashed into the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already at his wit's end. His mind was wildly spinning while Bai Rong raised his firewood-like hand. Genesis Chi agglomerated on his sharp fingertip, turning into a substance. After which, he aimed at Xiao Yan's head and suddenly pierced downwards. Die. These words were forced out from his throat. Bai Rong's entire body trembled uncontrollably due to his rage. However, in the next instant, just as the sharp finger was about to land between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, the ground under Xiao Yan's feet suddenly burst apart. The boiling hot magma swiftly dragged Xiao Yan's body downward like a living creature. At the same time, the Northern King and the 2 people from the Fire Banyan tribe were swiftly swallowed by the magma due to this unexpected change. Their auras disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! Who is it? Come out! His only chance to kill Xiao Yan vanished in an instant. Bai Rong almost went crazy. His shriveled body trembled violently as blood sprayed from his mouth. A furious roar resounded across the land once again, but this time, no matter how crazy he was, he could no longer find the person who had disappeared. A few days later, this was a barren world. Everywhere one looked, there were broken walls and ruins. Looking up, one couldn't see the sky. Looking down, one could only find a patch of crimson. Crimson was the main melody of this world, and also the only melody of color. Who, with the aid of pills, Xiao Yin sat cross-legged for several days. The exhausted genesis, qi, and injuries in his body had finally recovered. He opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. The man and woman, not far away, slowly walked over. "Thank you, Elder, for saving our lives." The two of them stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yin. If Xiao Yin had not intervened to rescue them during this trip, it was likely that they would have already fallen into the trap of others. Xiao Yin smiled awkwardly in his heart in the face of this. Honestly speaking, if it were not for the volcano rock flame within the bodies of these two people, Xiao Yin would not be so idle as to provoke an expert at the Yuanzun class. Fortunately, he had ended up meeting an expert and luckily escaped this calamity. Otherwise, he would have really died in by Rong's hands. Xiao Yin involuntarily felt a chill on his back when he recalled the frightening tactics of Bai Rong back then. It appeared that he could not act on impulse in the future and randomly lend a hand to save someone. If he were to meet with such a situation again, there might not be anyone who would lend a hand to help him. While Xiao Yin was quietly thinking, the ground beside the three of them suddenly cracked apart. Soon after, hot magma spluttered out. Xiao Yin's eyes also changed drastically. His eyes stared intently at the deepest part of the magma. He could sense an extremely hot and familiar aura at that spot. The lava surged, twisting and converging in front of the three, transforming into a human figure. At a glance, it was a red-faced old man holding a wooden staff. When he appeared, the man and woman revealed looks of joy. Just as they were about to step forward, the old man sternly reprimanded them. "Huixing, how dare you? Your cultivation has only just broken through to the Origin Emperor stage, yet you dared to bring Xiaoxin out. If not for your good luck, you would have lost your life." The old man glared at the man. With just one word, the latter could only obediently admit his mistake. Even a young girl beside him lowered her head timidly. Among the two, the man was called Huixing, and the girl was called Hua Xian. They were a pair of brother and sister. At the same time, they were the only surviving descendants of the Fire Banyan tribe. Before this, the two of them had stayed in this space for many years. Not long ago, Huixing had broken through to the Origin Emperor stage, so he secretly brought his sister out and caused a disaster. After reprimanding them, the old man's expression returned to normal. His gaze then landed on Xiao Yin. His clear gaze seemed to have the power to see through everything. With just a glance, Xiao Yin felt as if everything about him had been seen through by the old man. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1507. When the old man's gaze fell on Xiao Yin, the latter was also staring at the person in front of him. The burning heavenly flame in his body had an impulse to break out of his body. That kind of special movement made Xiao Yin immediately confirm that the red-faced old man in front of him was the original form of the heavenly flame in Huixing and Hua Xian's body, the volcanic rock flame. Little friend, it's all thanks to you that the two of them are able to survive this time. Withdrawing his gaze from Xiao Yin, the old man immediately smiled at Xiao Yin with a gentle face. The latter naturally did not dare to be careless. He smiled modestly and hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior is too polite. With your means, even without Junior's help, the two of them will naturally be fine. Hee, little friend is really low-key." The old man smiled and turned around to open the way. He waved his hand and Xiao Yin quickly followed. "Since you are here, you should recognize the original form of this old man." Hearing this, Xiao Yin nodded slightly. The old man continued, "Let's not talk about this in a roundabout way. If that's the case, the two of us won't beat around the bush. I'm Huixing, the guardian of these two little fellows. You've seen the wreckage. It's lifeless. Huixing and Xiaoxin are the last flames of the Fire Banyan tribe." Xiao Yan's gaze swept around. This place was indeed as he had guessed in his heart. It was the interior of the Fire Banyan ruins. Under the lead of Huixing, the group of four quickly arrived at the depths of the ruins. "This is Limestone Valley?" Xiao Yin involuntarily let out an exclamation as he eyed this somewhat strange, enormous valley in front of him. His mind immediately associated it with the so-called limestone valley map from the auction. Seeing this, Huiqing by the side opened his mouth slightly and immediately sighed. At this moment, the place that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was shockingly a valley with a steep terrain. A dense darkness shrouded its depths, causing one to be unable to clearly see the situation within. The air was filled with a desolate and bloody scent. At a glance, there were quite a number of damaged buildings that were still standing within the valley. The traces left behind by the flames of war on the mountain walls on both sides could clearly be seen. Broken bones were everywhere in one's sight. They had yet to step in, but that shocking murderous aura actually pounced toward the four of them like a ghost. Wong. Then, with an inexplicable trembling sound, a gust of cold wind dissipated. Huiqing lightly tapped his cane, and a circle of light shot forward from under his feet. In the depths of the dark valley, a bright path gradually appeared. "Let's go," Huiqing said in a calm tone. Only then did Xiao Yan notice that the cane in the old man's hand was actually a complete fire banyan branch. Shocked, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and quickly followed. At the same time, Huiqing slowly opened his mouth and said, "Back then, the Fire Banyan clan opened up this space under the magma of the earth. Since then, this old man has been a guest of the Fire Banyan clan and has been living here. Unexpectedly, in the great war that followed, it actually became like this. My clan was exterminated, the Fire Banyan branch was wantonly plundered, and the remains after the war were also treated as hot treasures by the people of the outside world." Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Not only were the people in the flowing fire plains here, even he was here for the Fire Banyan ruins. The old man appeared to have guessed what Xiao Yan was thinking in his heart. He laughed softly and said, he chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. Right now, this place is just a wasteland. What treasures can there be?" As he spoke, Huiqing suddenly paused, and even his footsteps paused for a moment. His gaze paused for a moment on the mountain where Huarong and his sister were. Then, he lifted his foot and said slowly, "It's just that this limestone valley. I didn't expect it to happen at this time." Huiqing sighed somewhat helplessly. Xiao Yan had learned from his mouth that the Huarong siblings had been living under Huiqing's protection in the limestone valley within the Hua Banyan remains for many years. With the black fog blocking them, even an ordinary Yuan Zun would not dare to enter. They were still considered safe. However, many years ago, an Yuan Zun had coincidentally barged into the limestone valley. After a couple of lucky encounters, the map of this place was stolen by that person. Now that the map had been leaked, various forces had gathered in the flowing fire plains and were ready to make trouble. Limestone Valley would no longer be their refuge, but before that, Huarong and his sister still had a matter to settle. As the few of them walked out of the small path, a huge stone cave in the depths of the limestone valley appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. Half of the cave was occupied by a gigantic fire banyan tree. Its roots were intertwined and stretched out, covering the entire cave. However, this fire banyan tree had long lost its vitality. Its broken branches were scattered, and there were large traces of burning on it. Even the lower part of the tree that was connected to the ground had its stem dug out by an external force. This is the fire banyan spirit tree, also known as the fire banyan tree, is the foundation of the entire fire banyan clan. Huiqing's old face was filled with sadness as he spoke. His pair of deep eyes also seemed to be recalling something. Beside him, Huiqing and Hua Xian had respectful expressions. Although the divine tree was already dead, the admiration in their hearts had never been erased. Afterwards, Huiqing, who had retracted his thoughts, suddenly returned to his previous stern attitude. He punished Huarong and his sister to sit cross-legged under the tree to meditate, while he and Xiao Yan walked to the edge of the cave. The two of them sat on a hanging tree root. Only then did the old man's scarlet face reveal some reluctance as he looked at the siblings sitting under the tree in the distance. Xiao Yan also faintly sensed something. "Little friend Xiao Yan, this old man has a matter that I hope I can entrust to you." Suddenly, Huiqing turned to Xiao Yan and cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yin was startled and hurriedly jumped down to the ground. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "Junior can't accept Senior's courtesy. This time, I am indebted to Senior for his help. If you need anything, just say the word. Xiao Yin will do his best." Hua Qing took a deep breath, then sighed softly and said, "I understand. This old man understands. You were able to save the two of them on the plains only because of the volcanic rock flames in their bodies." Xiao Yin opened his mouth slightly, but had no words to refute. The former did not care and continued to speak. "No matter what your reason is, you still save them. This kindness is something that this old man and the Fire Banyan clan owe you." After saying that, Hua Qing did not wait for Xiao Yin to speak. He immediately stretched out his cane and gently tapped the air in front of him. With a thought, a circle of invisible ripples quickly spread out. After a few breaths, on the flowing fire plains, under the countless fire banyan trees, the fire banyan branches seemed to have been summoned. With a tremor, they sank into the depths of the magma. In the end, a small mountain made of fire banyan branches appeared in front of Xiao Yin. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 1508. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the small mountain of fire banyan branches in front of him. One must know that many origin sect powerhouses would have to rack their brains just to obtain one in the outside world. However, Hua Qing had casually piled up these fire banyan branches, which were incomparably precious in the eyes of others, as if they were cabbages. If they were in the outside world, even a Source Venerate powerhouse would not be able to resist the urge to fight over them. Take this as your reward for saving them. Hua Qing randomly pointed at the small mountain in front of him. Xiao Yin felt a wave of perspiration when he heard these words. However, in the end, he still put away the hundreds of fire banyan branches with his flushed red face under Hua Qing's somewhat playful smile. Even at this moment, Xiao Yin still held an attitude of disbelief toward this matter. Hua Qing turned his gaze and looked at the brother and sister in the distance. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and pointed it at the withered tree. Xiao Yan's gaze followed and looked over, after which Hua Qing slowly said, "The ancestor of the Fire Banyan clan used his lifetime's cultivation and the life chi of the Fire Banyan tree at the end of the Fire Banyan tree's lifespan to leave behind a blessing for the brother and sister. He sealed it inside the tree so that when the two of them stepped into the Origin King stage, they could borrow that power to raise their cultivation to the Origin Sect level in a short period of time. The ancestor was so generous. The person who could do this was at least an Origin Venerate." Xiao Yan's mind froze for a moment when he heard this. Being able to do this was enough to show the generosity of the ancestor. That person was a good friend of mine. At the time, he was already half a step into the Origin Saint stage. Unfortunately, Hua Qing's scarlet-red old face could not help but be moved when he thought of the past. The two were silent for a moment, before Hua Qing continued. "Back then, he entrusted these two juniors to me because he hoped that I would be able to escort them all the way until they fused with and absorbed the power of the inheritance. However, circumstances have changed with the passage of time. After so many years, the remaining life energy within the Fire Banyan tree has almost been completely exhausted. For the sake of protecting the inheritance, and also for the sake of fulfilling an old friend's wish, I had no choice but to use my body as the foundation to seal it." Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Using the Origin Source Flame as the seal. Didn't this mean that once the seal was undone and the heavenly flame regained its freedom, Hua Qing's consciousness would also disappear along with the seal? I believe that there is no need for me to say more. You also understand this point. Hua Qing smiled calmly, as if he did not care about this at all. His old eyes stared at the brother and sister as he said again, "Brother, at that time, without my protection, these two little fellows are destined to be unable to continue living in this place. Therefore, I hope that if possible, you could take them away. In return, you can have the Origin Source Flame." "Elder," before Xiao Yin could finish speaking, Hua Qing waved his hand and interrupted him. "You don't need to care about anything else. No matter what you choose, that day will eventually come. At that time, there will be countless experts who will barge into the remains. If you find it difficult, I ask you to try your best to bring them away from the flowing fire plains." Xiaoyan was silent for a long time after hearing this. A long while later, he finally clenched his teeth and cupped his fists towards Huiqing. He said in a serious tone, "Elder, don't worry. As long as this junior is alive in the future, I will definitely do my best to protect the two of them." Huiqing nodded gratefully. He then cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and said, "In that case, this old man will thank Mr. on behalf of the two of them." The Hui siblings did not know that the seal was related to Huiqing. After all, it was the final entrustment of the Hui Banyan tribe. In order to protect the wish of his old friend, Huiqing did not plan to let them know about this matter. Therefore, after Xiaoyan understood this, he could not help but feel a little sad in his heart. From a certain point of view, Huiqing could be said to be Huixing and Hua Xian's protector, but more importantly, he was like a teacher and a father. The ancestors of the Hua Banyan tribe had spent their entire lives cultivating for the two of them. Now, Huiqing was about to take this step. 2 days later, the injuries in Xiaoyan's body were completely healed with the help of the medicinal pills. Moreover, he realized that his stagnant cultivation actually showed some signs of growth during his training. Although the growth speed was extremely slow, it still caused Xiaoyan to feel an endless joy in his heart. Accompanied by Hor Rong and his sister, Xiaoyan's 3-man group made a turn within the remains. Soon after, a deep pit that was paved with enormous rocks appeared in front of them. The middle of the deep pit was a fire mouth that rose like a volcano. Waves of frighteningly high temperature spread in all directions with this fire mouth as the middle. At the edge of the fire mouth, Huiqing was currently looking at the repeatedly churning magma below. His brows were filled with worry. The three of them walked forward. Only then did Huiqing slowly turn around and let out a long sigh. "What are you doing here instead of cultivating?" Hearing this, the young girl Hua Xian's pretty face revealed a cute smile. She stepped forward and accompanied the old man. Xiaoyan walked forward by himself and looked down at the fire hole curiously. This is fire banyan branch, spirit melting berry, crimson bloodjade. These are all medicinal materials that are rich in fire attribute. Many of them are things that are almost extinct in the outside world. What kind of medicinal pill is he refining all these medicinal materials together in one go? Fire spirit pill. While Xiaoyan was reciting the precious herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world, Huiqing, who was behind her, gently stroked her head. At the same time, he looked at Xiaoyan with a slightly surprised expression and smiled. Hearing this, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. There was some suspicion in his eyes. The old man continued unhurriedly. "This is the fire spirit pill that is unique to the Fire Banyan tribe. The method used is quite strange and different from what the outside world knows. It can be said that it was specially made for the Fire Banyan tribe. With this pill, the success rate of breaking through to the Origin Emperor, Origin Ancestor, or even the Origin Venerate will increase by a lot. Of course, whether it is effective for other people is unknown." A shock suddenly surged within Xiaoyan's eyes when these words were uttered. Based on what he knew, any pill that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the Yuan Zun class was a top-tier medicinal pill that was ranked at the 8th tier. However, from a situation that appeared in the fire mouth in front of him, regardless of whether it was the number of medicinal ingredients or the majority of them, it was at the very most a tier 7 medicinal pill. This fire spirit pill was really shocking. This pill is supposed to be used by Hua Xian to break through to the Origin Emperor realm. However, the problem now is that with my methods, it will take me at least a month to refine this pill. Also, it's hard to say when those guys outside will suddenly barge in here. Although Huiqing was full of praise for the effect of this medicinal pill, he was helpless because he knew very little about the way of refining medicine. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, he would still need to spend quite a lot of time in order to refine this medicinal pill. However, Xiaoyan smiled and slowly turned his eyes around after Huiqing's words sounded. "Why don't you leave it to me?" Chapter 1509. Fire Banyan Ruins. Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, sat cross-legged in front of the fire hole. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Boundless spiritual strength crazily surged out from between his brows, transforming into two invisible large hands that extended towards the fire hole. The moment the spiritual strength approached, the thick magma under the fire hole seemed to have sensed it. Under the extreme churning, a wave of high temperature immediately attacked. Soon after, a wisp of purple flame suddenly ignited in the sky. Under the envelopment of the spiritual strength, the surging magma heat wave was easily dissolved. Subsequently, the flames slowly descended. In the process of entering the fire hole, it rapidly expanded into a cluster of raging flames, occupying the entire space below the fire hole. The medicinal ingredients that were originally floating above the magma were also swallowed by the raging heavenly flame at this moment. This little fellow is not polite at all. Under the magma, this old man's volcanic rock flame has intensified the refinement. I didn't expect that he would be able to suppress even that. Sensing the situation within the fire hole, a smile surfaced on Hu Qing's old face. On the other hand, the young lady beside him had a face full of hope as she looked at Xiao Yan's back. Her lovely lips curled up as she uncertainly asked, "Grandpa Hu Qing, even you don't have much confidence. Will Senior Xiao Yan succeed?" Little girl, you still dare to tease this old man." Hu Qing's finger gently tapped the girl's forehead. The latter immediately stuck out her tongue and shrank her neck as she smiled in embarrassment. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. This old man believes that I started off on the path of cultivation quite early, so this little fellow naturally can't compare to me. However, when it comes to the path of alchemy, looking at the entire continent, there are probably not more than a handful of people who can surpass him in the younger generation. The moment these words were spoken, the Hu Qing siblings immediately looked at each other. They could see a dense shock in each other's eyes. They naturally did not doubt Hu Qing's words. However, such a high evaluation was indeed shocking. Chi. At the same time, within the fire hole, under the burning of the heavenly flame, the outer shells of the medicinal ingredients were rapidly removed. The essence within was gradually refined, either into powder or a viscous paste. There were also some liquids that were rich in wild energy. Under the simultaneous refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, over 100 medicinal ingredients were completely refined in just a few hours. The following process was also completed in Xiao Yan's hands. With the pill formula that Hu Qing had given him, Xiao Yan already had quite a good understanding of the fire spirit pill in his heart. There were quite a number of medicinal ingredients that could be said to have taken a different path and were quite bold. However, from the looks of the pill formula, the tier of this medicinal pill was merely a rank 7 low-grade pill. With Xiao Yan's current alchemist skills, it was not difficult for him to refine it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the refinement of the fire spirit pill. Huarong and his sister had been guarding this place for the entire day. Their eyes were fixed on the fire mouth in the middle of the huge pit, and their eyes were filled with curiosity, although they couldn't see what was so mysterious about it with their experience. When they saw the flames flickering from time to time in the fire hole and the pill fragrance faintly permeating the surrounding air, the two of them simultaneously revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, in the direction of the fire hole, a dragon's roar that contained a special fluctuation suddenly sounded. Hu Qing and Hu Qing immediately looked over and saw that within the fire hole, a red round pill was slowly rising into the air. What was even more strange was that around the pill, a small dragon condensed from the pill fragrance was constantly circling. Finally, under the burning of the heavenly flame, it gradually shrank and merged into the pill. It's done! Roar! A pill turning into a dragon was the symbol of a top-tier pill. Naturally, they knew about this. However, the instant the siblings cried out in surprise, a large thundercloud swiftly gathered above the huge pit in the dome above the dome. Pill lightning. Roar! Hu Qing immediately emitted an exclamation when he saw this scene. His body hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Xiao Yan. At the same time, Hu Qing's figure had unknowingly appeared in midair. He first glanced at the medicinal pill suspended above the fire outlet and clicked his tongue in surprise. Immediately, he descended at a steady pace and spoke to Xiao Yan with a respectful smile. Little friend Xiao Yan, you are really good. This old man admires you. Roar. Hearing this, Xiao Yan, who had just stood up, shook his head gently and sighed. Senior, you flatter me. I still have some experience in alchemy, not to mention that this is only a rank 7 low-grade pill. All right. Hua Xing and Hua Xian raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. A medicinal pill of this tier was already a luxury to them. However, it was merely ordinary to Xiao Yan. An alchemist was really an occupation that caused others to be envious. Haha, forget it. The most important thing now is to deal with this pill lightning. All right. The few of them continue to talk. Hua Qing simply waved his hand and slowly raised his head. He looked at the thundercloud in the sky with the others. Hua Qing gently spun the wooden staff in his hand, and his body was about to step into the air. However, he was stopped by Xiao Yan. Senior, leave this pill lightning to me. All right. Hearing this, Hua Qing was startled and hurriedly said, Little fellow, you've just finished refining the pill. Even if you're not afraid of the pill lightning in your current state, you'll definitely suffer a lot if you want to receive it. With this old man here, I don't think I'll need you to do anything. Senior. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could only secretly curse in his heart, after which he flicked his finger. Light flashed beside him, and the purple-black Northern King rushed out. Only then did he look at Hua Qing and softly laughed. Senior, this pill lightning is somewhat useful to me. Therefore, leave it to me. Senior. After the Northern King swallowed the lightning yuan last time, its current strength had officially stepped into the intermediate 8-star origin sect. If it could absorb the pill lightning this time, who knew how much its strength would increase? Hua Qing was once again startled when he saw this strange puppet. Although he had sensed it earlier, he had merely taken a hurried glance at it back then and did not observe it in detail. Now that he had personally seen it, this dragon-scaled puppet seemed to be quite different. However, it was not appropriate for him to stop Xiao Yan when he saw the confident manner on Xiao Yan's face. He nodded and stepped to the side. Little guy, since you insist, this old man will not force you. However, there's one thing. If anything unusual happens, this old man will still take action. Don't blame me. Senior. Thank you, Senior. Senior. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His eyes turned sharp as he looked at the sky. He gently pointed and said in a deep voice, Northern King, go. Senior. The Northern King's body sank slightly after the order left his mouth. Soon after, it shot into the sky like a cannonball. Thunderclouds churned and lightning gathered like a horned dragon. The Northern King charged straight into the thunderclouds and began to fight with them. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 15:10. A moment later, the pill lightning scattered. The Northern King's tall and straight body landed beside Xiao Yan. Hua Qing's group revealed a strange expression as they looked at the puppet in front of them. If one were to take a closer look, the dragon scales on the surface of the Northern King's body seemed to have increased compared to before. Moreover, the lightning strength that continued to flow all over its body and its cold, killing aura seemed to have become much more powerful. What a strange puppet. It can actually absorb lightning energy to refine itself. No wonder you have no fear of pill lightning. All right. Hua Qing could not help but click his tongue in amazement at the sight of this strange puppet. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as his gaze landed on the Northern King's body. He could not help but frown after a careful inspection. Still mid-8-star origin ancestor? All right. After a round of inspection, Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that the Northern King's strength had not directly broken through like before. Although it was close to the late 8-star origin ancestor stage, the pill lightning's effect on the Northern King's strength had slowed down at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Of course, it could not be denied that this was because the lightning energy had yet to be completely absorbed. However, such a result would inevitably make Xiao Yan feel disappointed. Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips. He returned the Northern King to his thoughts. When he extended his hand, a red-colored medicinal pill swiftly flew over from the space above the fire exit. With a flick of his finger, it was absorbed into a jade bottle, after which it was handed to Huaqing. Huaqing sighed in relief as he grasped the jade bottle in his hand. Soon after, he cupped his fists toward Xiao Yan with a rather solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Little fellow, many thanks." "All right." At the side, Huarong and his sister both bowed with cupped fists, and their faces were filled with respectful expressions. "Senior is too polite. I'm only doing my best." "All right." Xiaoyan shook his head and helped the Hua siblings to their feet. Huaqing repeatedly expressed his thanks before handing the jade bottle to Hua Xian. The most important thing right now was for this girl to use the pill to break through to the Origin Emperor stage as soon as possible. The Hua Banyan inheritance would also be officially activated. While Xiao Yin and the others were waiting for Hua Xian to break through in the Hua Banyan ruins, strange things continued to happen outside on the flowing fire plains. First, all the fire banyan branches in the fire banyan forest mysteriously disappeared, followed closely by the fire-scaled lizard beasts diving into the depths of the magma. Outside the plains, the rivers of magma gradually dried up, revealing deep crevices. In the depths of the plains, a huge volcano suddenly emerged from the ground, boiling magma flowing in all directions. However, the experts in that area did not retreat, but instead advanced, guarding the periphery of the volcano for a long time. Of the Hua Banyan ruins, Xiao Yin, Huaqing, and the others stood in front of the Hua Banyan tree. Huaqing summoned the staff in his hand and raised his hands to his chest. After a series of lightning-quick hand seals, two balls of pure energy wrapped in scarlet flames slowly appeared on the treetops of the Hua Banyan tree. When the staff was inserted into the ground, the seal covering the inheritance was gradually torn apart. Huaqing and Hua Xian unhesitatingly leapt onto the treetops under Huaqing's command. Their bodies gradually merged into the tree, and the two of them fell into a deep sleep. Huaqing's old eyes could not help but surge with reluctance as he watched the siblings fall into a deep sleep. They had been companions for so many years. Now that they were separated, it would be difficult for anyone to calm down. However, Huaqing was also aware of the current situation. While his consciousness was still intact, he turned around without hesitation and used all his strength to erect a barrier at the entrance of the cave. This could be considered his final protection. Xiaoyan stood quietly a short distance away. Everything here should be quietly handed over to this old man who had lived in this place for an unknown number of years. At the end of his life, other than those old friends from the past, what surfaced in his mind was this pair of children whom he had protected like his own son for many years. "Little friend Xiaoyan, I'll have to entrust them to you." Huaqing's body trembled slightly. Specks of light repeatedly scattered from his body. His consciousness had already begun to scatter. As his neck twitched, he appeared just like a deaf old man as he cried out loudly. It was as though he was afraid that Xiao Yin would not be able to hear him clearly. Only when he confirmed that Xiao Yin nodded heavily did he smile brightly. The glow in his pair of crimson eyes gradually disappeared. His entire body finally turned into starlight and disappeared from this realm. At this moment, even with Xiao Yan's emotions, he could not help but feel a little choked up in his throat until the ground in front of him began to melt. Xiao Yan gradually melted and a bright red flame rose. It carried magma as it spread in all directions. Only then did Xiao Yan focus his attention and gather his strength. The sadness in his eyes gradually disappeared and turned into determination. At this moment, he could only comply with his agreement with the old man and do his best to become stronger. Only then would he have the opportunity to continue protecting this pair of brother and sister. "Come, volcanic rock flame." After muttering to himself for a moment, this time, Xiao Yan decisively summoned 4 heavenly flames and placed them in 4 different directions. He used the might of the heavenly flames to stop the volcanic rock flame from continuing to spread. After a loud shout, he directly charged into the raging magma-like flames. The devouring of the heavenly flames began. More than 4 months later, in the deepest part of the flowing fire plains, the volcano that had suddenly emerged from the ground a few months ago had now risen to a height of several thousand feet. The churning magma within had gradually fallen to a moderate position. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be something flowing rapidly within the magma. The periphery of the volcano had already been occupied by figures that filled the sky. The strong people from various places had gathered here for no other reason than that the crater of the volcano was the true entrance to the fire banyan relic. In another 10 days, the magma within would completely dry up and the entrance below would be exposed. At that time, all the strong people present would be able to hold the fire banyan token and successfully enter the fire banyan relic. At this moment, on a tall mountain peak outside the crater of the volcano, Bai Zijing, who was dressed in white, was standing with a few members of the Bai clan behind him. Bai Rong, whose body was as dry as firewood, was also among them. Looking at the boiling magma flowing out from the cracks at the edge of the crater of the volcano, a black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in Bai Zijing's mind. The fists under his sleeves gradually clenched together. Xiaoyan, once I return to the clan this time around, I will definitely personally drag you out of the Xiao clan. If I do not tear you into 10,000 pieces, how will I, Bai Zijing, have the face to meet my dead younger brother? At the same time, at the periphery of the flowing fire plains, a green-robed figure swiftly rushed over from the horizon. Standing on the cliff, he looked at the vast plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. A hint of hope surfaced in his eyes. After a while, after confirming the general direction, the tip of his foot gently touched the ground. His body immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the depths of the plains. The ill-fated fate of time. Chapter 15:11. Chi Chi Chi. In the depths of the flowing fire plains, countless experts stood in the air in front of the entrance to the fire banyan ruins. Their gazes were fixed on the terrifyingly hot magma below. As time slowly passed, the magma at the bottom of the volcano gradually sank. At this rate, it would take less than half a day at most for the magma inside the volcano to completely dry up. At that time, it would be the best time for the experts present to enter the ruins. Everyone was waiting for that moment to arrive. However, after more than half the time had passed, the slowly sinking magma at the bottom of the volcano gradually came to a stop. It was as though it had reached its lowest point. Based on the height of the volcano, the magma was at least 1,000 feet away from the bottom of the volcano where it had dried up. This scene caused quite a number of experts present to feel astonished. According to past experience, the magma would dry up and disappear in less than half a day, and below it, there would be a spatial entrance to the ruins. Any expert with a fire banyan token could use it to lead people in. However, the time had gradually exceeded expectations, but the rolling magma did not have the slightest intention of sinking. From the looks of it, the magma will not sink any further. Everyone, I wonder if anyone is willing to give a try. If you can snatch the opportunity to enter the ruins first, your chances of obtaining the treasures will increase by a lot. Somewhere, an old man in linen robes looked around at everyone present as he stroked his beard with one hand and spoke with a smile. Everyone present snorted in disdain when they heard this. The number of people present was no less than him regarding the thing within a magma. If they did not have complete confidence, who would dare to casually speak of trying? If they were not careful, not to mention snatching the opportunity, they might not even have the chance to escape. There were brave people in the world. When the experts present looked at each other and sneered, a middle-aged man who had reached the strength of a 7-star source sect finally stepped out from the crowd. He looked down at the boiling magma below and snorted coldly. A bunch of old fogies. This is just a layer of magma. If you really want to, it won't be difficult to charge down. As soon as the shout fell, the burly man's body suddenly rose into the air under countless mocking gazes. He stood high above the mouth of the volcano. The power of the great path rapidly condensed and turned into a huge iron ball. It wrapped around his body like an iron wall. Then it smashed heavily into the magma below. Bang! The metal ball swiftly sank into the magma amidst a muffled collision sound. It turned into a shadow and swiftly disappeared. Everyone's eyes were uniformly fixed on the spot where the metal ball had landed. It was as though they were waiting for something. However, after 10 minutes, they saw that the surface of the magma was still calm. At this moment, some of the fellows who were eyeing the treasure finally could not resist and began to step forward. After hesitating for a moment, each of them used their own methods and swiftly charged towards the magma below. High up in the sky, only the people from the major forces were still standing quietly. They looked down at the calm magma below and waited quietly. Compared to the Lone Rangers or the small forces, their attacks were more opportune. Puff, 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 puff. However, in the next moment, just as the bodies of the experts rushing towards the magma approached the surface of the magma, the calm magma suddenly tumbled. Sounds like waves breaking rang out in the sky. Huge pillars of magma immediately rushed into the sky, and within those pillars of fire were countless fire-scaled lizards. What followed was naturally a series of shrill screams that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Almost at the same time, the remaining forces in the sky did not let go of the opportunity in front of them. They waved their hands, and streams of light shot out. The teams of these forces took advantage of the time when the fire-scaled lizards collided with the other experts in midair to smoothly pass through them and plunge into the magma below. GGGG. Immediately after, the countless fire-scaled lizards within the magma rapidly surged out. The leading origin venerables of the teams also took action at this moment, easily repelling the charging beasts. In fact, they even used their powerful Great Tao power to open up a space around the teams, preventing the magma from invading them. It was under such circumstances that the majority of the experts who had barged into the entrance of the Huabanyan ruins were forcefully killed. As for the rest, they either used their powerful strength to force their way through, or by some stroke of luck, successfully reached the bottom of the magma. There, a thick energy barrier separated the two worlds. Only the tokens in their hand could allow them to pass through and enter the ruins. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Huabanyan ruins, within a stone cave in the limestone valley, above the giant Huabanyan tree, more than half of the enormous energy enveloping the Hua siblings had already disappeared. Only a fist-sized ball of energy remained, slowly hovering above the duo's lower abdomens. As the duo breathed and cultivated in sync, the enormous energy contained within turned into streams of pure Genesis Chi that flowed into the duo's bodies. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by 4 heavenly flames, was seated cross-legged under the tree. Most of his body was buried under the bright red, boiling hot lava. There was still boiling hot lava slowly flowing within the cracks. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that the flowing frequency of the lava was gradually synchronizing with Xiao Yan's breathing. Once the two reached the same level, the swallowing of the flames would come to an end. Over 10 days later, in the Huabanyan ruins, Bai Zijing led the 3 behind him and finally arrived in front of a giant valley. As he gazed at the mysterious area hidden in the darkness, a smile slowly rose from the corners of Bai Zijing's mouth. With a grasp of his hand, a slightly wrinkled ancient map fell into his hand. Spreading it open, one could see an extremely conspicuous red in the depths of the valley. It was not difficult to imagine that this object was a great treasure. "Let's go." After taking a deep look at the map in his hand, Bai Zijing softly exclaimed. His figure moved, and he led the team towards the depths of the valley. Moments later, when the group of 4 neared the sky-covering black fog, Bai Zijing casually tossed out the map. His hands rapidly formed a seal, and a stream of light shot into the map. Next, with a faint tremor, the black fog that covered the valley stealthily dissipated. When the black fog dissipated, the valley before his eyes became clear. The danger that covered the surroundings also disappeared. Directly in front of his line of sight, a huge stone cave came into view. There was a huge withered tree, and there were 2 light spots on it. There was also, Bai Zijing's gaze slowly shifted downwards. However, when he saw the figure seated under the withered tree, his smiling eyes instantly turned murderous. A low and hoarse voice of anger abruptly resounded in the valley. Xiao Yan. Chapter 1512. Bai Zijing had never expected that Xiao Yan's figure would actually appear in this place. Xiao Yan died. The moment he saw Xiao Yan, Bai Zijing's eyes were immediately filled with scarlet anger. In his fury, he circulated the Genesis Qi in his body without reservation and shot forward like a bolt of lightning towards Xiao Yan in the stone cave. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When Bai Zijing learned of Bai Ruoxuan's death from Bai Rong, his soaring killing intent almost drove him crazy. Now that he saw Xiao Yan again in the Fire Banyan ruins, the emotions he had suppressed for a long time gushed into his mind without any hindrance. There was only one thought in Bai Zijing's mind, and that was to kill Xiao Yan. Clang! Suddenly, Bai Zijing's body, who was rushing forward, heavily collided with a huge barrier. The force of the collision caused him to fly back 100 meters, and as his body fell, a mouthful of dark red blood gushed out from his mouth. Only then did the other 3 people who rushed over realize that there was an extremely solid barrier protecting the stone cave. The astonishing degree of toughness caused even Bai Rong to feel a wave of shock after personally investigating it. This was set up by a Source Venerate expert. Could it be the one who saved them? Bai Rong rolled his eyes and immediately thought of the mysterious expert who had saved Xiao Yan and the others from his hands on the flowing fire plains. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a Source Venerate expert behind Xiao Yan and the others, then it must be the one who had saved them. Source Venerate expert? Hearing Bai Rong's words, the expressions of the other 2 people beside him changed, and fear involuntarily surfaced in their eyes. But then, a cold snort rang in their ears, and Bai Zijing's figure quickly arrived in front of the barrier. Whether he's a Source Venerate or not, Xiao Yan must die today. Bai Rong slowly nodded. Currently, they were merely a short distance away from Xiao Yan. If they were to let go of this opportunity because of this, it was likely that it would become incomparably difficult to kill Xiao Yan in the future. No matter what, they would definitely attack and kill Xiao Yan in this place. With this thought, Bai Rong slowly lifted his withered hand and placed on the barrier in front of him. As he felt the blazing aura coming from it, he slowly closed his eyes. Drifting snowflakes rapidly fluttered between heaven and earth. It wasn't until a moment later that he withdrew his hand and said in a serious voice, "Based on my investigation, that mysterious strong person is definitely not in this limestone valley. If there is a 4th person in this rock cave, it will not be able to escape my eyes. First, young master, if we act now and eliminate Xiao Yan, it will definitely be the best opportunity." Ooh. Bai Zijing nodded slightly, a sinister smile. His scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Yan on the other side of the barrier, his hands clenched fists, and his battle qi poured out, slamming his full force of full strengths of his full strength. Pung 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 pung. After Bai Zijing's first punch, the 4 of them continued to bombard the barrier with countless ferocious blows. The continuous sounds of explosions were as dense as raindrops. The barrier that enveloped the entire cave gradually trembled under the frenzied bombardment of the 4 of them. In the end, a tiny crack slowly spread out from the barrier. At the same time, the temperature of the magma that covered Xiao Yan's body within the rock cave was gradually withdrawn. The flowing magma within the numerous crack lines slowly flowed into Xiao Yan's body as he breathed. Finally, it turned into a cluster of scarlet flames that slowly merged with the other heavenly flames. Crack! Nearly 2 hours later, the solid barrier finally shattered with a loud and clear explosion under the combined efforts of the 4, turning into Genesis Qi fragments that filled the sky and swiftly scattered into the air. At the same time, the entire stone cave and Xiao Yan were completely exposed to the murderous gazes of Bai Zijing and the rest. "Xiao Yan, I want you to pay a debt of blood with blood." With a sharp roar, Bai Zijing's body abruptly jerked, and his figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning as he shot toward Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a clench of his hand, blue Genesis Qi frantically gathered in his palm, transforming into a sharp arrow. With a wave of his arm, the arrow pierced towards Xiao Yan's head. Die! The arrow carried an ear-piercing sonic boom as it pierced through the empty air. It swiftly descended toward Xiao Yan's head. If this attack hit, it was likely that Xiao Yan's head would be instantly blasted apart by this arrow. However, just as the tip of the arrow was a couple of inches away from Xiao Yan's head, a hand had unknowingly landed on the hand that Bai Zijing used to grab the arrow. A shocking strength actually instantly clamped down on the hand that was violently waving and the hand that was holding the arrow. Soon after, a pair of dark black eyes slowly opened. At the same time that a dark red flame surged from deep within his eyes, an extremely hot and powerful energy wave suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. Be's easy. Bai Zijing's body violently shook as he struggled free from Xiao Yan's grasp. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the wave to swiftly retreat. It was only when Bai Rong's palm caught him that the four individuals outside the stone cave turned to look at Xiao Yan, who was slowly getting to his feet under the withered tree. His aura. How can a 7-star source sect be so fast? He actually leapt from a 4-star source sect to a 7-star source sect in half a year's time. How is this possible? A shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on the faces of Bai Rong and the others when they sensed the tidal wave-like, turbulent qi within Xiao Yan's body. Only Bai Zijing seemed to have thought of something in his heart after pausing for a moment. He extended his hand and waved it. The map of the limestone valley immediately landed in his hand. On the map, there was a bright red imprint in the deepest part of the limestone valley. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! A wild fury soared from his heart all the way to the top of his head. Bai Zijing involuntarily clenched his teeth and cursed angrily. How could he imagine that the treasure within the map, which he had paid such a terrible price to obtain, would actually be snatched away by Xiao Yan, who had killed his own family? Moreover, it had even raised his cultivation by 3 stars. This should have been a fortuitous encounter that belonged to him, but now it had all gone down the drain. Xiao Yan, I will tear you to pieces today and grind your bones to dust. Bai Zijing's rage was accompanied by soaring murderous hatred. His hands crossed as he tore the map in front of him to shreds. The instant he lifted his head, his extremely venomous gaze locked onto Xiao Yan. His foot slammed into the ground as Bai Zijing's body shot forward like a cannonball. Genesis Qi poured out, forming a rain of arrows that covered the sky as they shot toward Xiao Yan. Chapter 15:13. When the rain of arrows that filled the sky shot toward Xiao Yan from within the rock cave like a black cloud, the latter's face was calm as he gently exhaled, after which his feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and the ground in front of him immediately burst apart. Numerous magma fire pillars rose from the ground and gathered together to form a magma wall, blocking all of the arrows that came toward him. Behind him, Bai Zijing pulled the bowstring and used the might of his arrow to forcefully break through the defense in front of Xiao Yan. The magma dispersed, and Bai Zijing's figure quickly approached Xiao Yan. In the process, several arrows were shot out in succession. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Using the bow as a blade, he swung it towards Xiao Yan's head. Clang! Immediately after, Xiao Yan raised his left arm. The moment he clenched his fist, a layer of scarlet magma that shone with a fiery light quickly covered his arm. Like a scarlet armor, it blocked the bow that contained a terrifying force. However, Bai Zijing seemed to be prepared for this. His figure suddenly turned, and the 3 arrows that followed immediately approached Xiao Yan's chest. The latter blocked them in time, but in the next moment, Bai Zijing's feet heavily kicked his chest. His body immediately retreated uncontrollably. After a dozen steps, he stepped heavily on a tree root behind him and stabilized his body. The collision between the two only lasted for a few breaths. When Bai Rong and the other 2 stepped forward, Xiao Yan and Bai Zijing had already pulled apart the distance between them. Seeing the method Xiao Yan used, Bai Rong could not help but recall the mysterious expert who had saved him. Speaking of which, that mysterious expert was able to freely control the power of magma. Looking at Xiao Yan's current state, it seemed that he also had some special attainments in this aspect. Moreover, he faintly felt that the blazing aura emitted from Xiao Yan's body seemed to be much stronger than before. Eldest young master, Xiao Yan's method cannot be judged by ordinary experts. You must not be careless. Bai Rong frowned and reminded Bai Zijing. Humph, he's just a defeated opponent. You only need to capture him. I will personally kill him and offer him to Ruo Xian's soul. Hearing this, Bai Zijing coldly snorted in disdain. He had heard a little about the entanglement between Xiao Yan and Bai Rong, but after all, they had only been able to deal with it by relying on a high-grade formation. Now, even if Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through to the level of a 7-star source ancestor, there was still a gap between them. Moreover, there were 4 people on their side. What would a mere source ancestor do? Hearing Bai Zijing's order, Bai Rong's heart may have some misgivings, but he still swiftly scattered to the 2 sides with the other 2. The 4 of them surrounded Xiao Yan under the tree. The atmosphere in the square immediately became extremely tense. Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned grave when he saw the 4 of them surrounding him. Compared to the previous time, the encirclement today was even more dangerous. 3 source ancestors and 1 source venerate attacked together, and he did not have the slightest room to defend himself. The 3 of them were fine, but the key was Bai Rong. After the previous lesson, his attacks today would definitely be unusually ruthless. Once he was hit, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Xiao Yan, no matter what methods you have, you will definitely die today. The tense atmosphere did not last for long. With a furious roar, Bai Zijing took the lead and charged forward. His body flipped in the air as he sent a heavy kick downwards. The instant Xiao Yan's body was thrown into the air, the tree root beneath his feet was smashed to pieces with a bang. Immediately after, Bai Sheng and the other 6 star source ancestor grabbed at him from both sides. As they approached, Xiao Yan controlled 2 lava pillars to block them before he swiftly rushed forward. Trying to leave? In the air, Bai Rong's old eyes stared venomously at Xiao Yan. With a heavy slap, snowflakes that filled the sky rapidly condensed in front of Xiao Yan, turning into numerous ice walls that completely sealed off his path. Die! Just as Xiao Yan frowned and froze, Bai Rong's ferocious roar suddenly rang out behind him. Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he decisively used the North King to block the latter's attack while he swiftly dodged. However, Bai Zijing's figure appeared out of thin air and attacked again. Xiao Yan's expression changed, and he decisively used a secret technique. His strength abruptly soared, and his body shook violently, forcing Bai Zijing back for a brief moment. Is that a secret technique? Bai Zijing sneered disdainfully when he felt Xiao Yan's aura instantly increase. He then ordered Bai Sheng and the other elder to surround him while he and Bai Rong chased after him. However, I also want to give chase, but his current speed is even faster than Elder Bai Sheng's. The 6-star source ancestor could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw Xiao Yan, whose shadow was almost unrecognizable. Even Bai Sheng clenched his teeth and gave chase. After using the secret technique, Xiao Yan's strength was already comparable to a 9-star source ancestor. Additionally, his strange agility dose skills made it so that even someone like Bai Sheng was unable to deal with him at full strength. Humph, you can't hide. Bai Rong coldly snorted when he heard this. Both of his hands swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, the air within the cave swiftly turned icy cold. Endless cold region. The surrounding ground and stone walls were swiftly covered by a thick layer of ice after his cries sounded. Fine ice shards continued to condense in the air. Xiao Yan's speed also became much slower due to the sudden drop in temperature. Give chase, we must not give him the chance to retaliate. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strange fire lotus, Bai Sheng did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Xiao Yan. He let out an explosive cry and took the lead to give chase. Xiao Yan waved his hand when he saw Bai Sheng swiftly shooting over. The Northern King beside him immediately charged forward. Soon after, Bai Zijing's figure appeared from the empty space beside him. Xiaoyan turned his hand and sent a palm strike towards Bai Sheng. As he withdrew, he did not hesitate to agglomerate a tent in the air and avoid Bai Rong's pursuit. Soon after, he met the 6-star source ancestor who was charging towards him. Both parties closed in on each other and punched one after another. After the two collided, Xiaoyan's hands rapidly formed a seal before he ruthlessly pushed it forward. Mountain River Seal. Although the 6-star source ancestor did not show any signs of weakness, he was still blasted back by the former with a single blow due to the difference in strength between the two sides. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan heard the sharp sound of something tearing through the air. His body hurriedly turned to the side, narrowly avoiding a whip kick that brushed past his ear. As he raised his head, Bai Zijing pressed forward. The instant Xiaoyan rapidly retreated, a withered palm slowly landed on his neck. Soon after, a strong force came and tightly gripped his neck. Chi! Bai Rong's hand grabbed Xiaoyan's neck. A dense killing intent had already surfaced in Bai Rong's old eyes. He was just about to kill Xiaoyan with one hand when a sharp sword glow flashed past. Bai Rong's hand, which was grabbing Xiaoyan, was cut off along with a section of his arm. Just as the miserable cry rang out, another gust of wind blew. Bai Rong's body was strangely sent flying, and the section of his arm that was wrapped around Xiaoyan's neck was burned into nothingness the moment flames rose from the surface of his body. Soon after, Xiaoyan's face was covered in cold sweat as he quickly turned his head to look. In the empty space beside him, Xiao Xian, who wore green clothes and had a calm and amiable expression, was standing there. Chapter 15:14. Ancestor. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily hardened when he saw Xiao Xian suddenly appear. Soon after, he let out an exclamation. "Why are you here?" Xiaoyan, who had recovered, involuntarily felt a little uncertain. At the same time, he could not help but be surprised. Xiao Xian was currently standing beside him, yet he felt a little unable to grasp the latter's aura. This kind of feeling was something that he had only sensed for people like Bai Rong. Something would have happened to you if you hadn't come. Xiao Xian smiled and casually glanced at Bai Zijing. He then glanced at the 6-star origin ancestor and looked at Bai Sheng, who was fighting with the North King in the distance. He sighed and said, "Even without that person, this team is invincible below the origin venerate level. Looks like you've encountered quite a bit of trouble this time. The people from the Bai clan are indeed a little troublesome." Xiaoyan gently waved his hand. The burning flame on the surface of his body gathered in his palm. His eyes were icy cold as he stared at Bai Zijing on the opposite side. Without Bai Rong, this fellow was nothing to him. You seem to have gained quite a lot this time. Xiao Xian couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw that the flames in Xiaoyan's palm were different from before. The former smiled and nodded, not intending to hide anything. As they chatted and laughed, the sound of wind being torn apart suddenly resounded in the air. Looking over, Bai Rong, who had been sent flying by Xiao Xian earlier, had already stood in front of Bai Zijing. Although the bleeding from his severed arm had stopped, his shriveled old face seemed abnormally pale at this moment. When Xiao Xian had appeared, Bai Rong already understood in his heart that the current Xiaoyan was definitely not someone he could kill. The most important thing now was the person beside him. "First, young master, it's over. Let's retreat first. The guy beside, Xiao Yan, isn't easy to deal with. With my current strength, I have less than a 30% chance of winning against him." Just as Bai Zijing's face changed between green and white, Bai Rong's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hearing this, Bai Zijing's expression immediately froze. Then, his breathing trembled as he looked at the two people opposite him. In particular, when he looked at Xiaoyan, the surging killing intent in his eyes was even more difficult to suppress. However, even though he was in such a state of mind, the current situation was no longer up to him. After clenching his teeth and forcefully stabilizing his mind, he finally nodded silently. At the same time, Bai Sheng and the 6-star origin zone swiftly returned to the duo's side. The Northern King had been stopped by Bai Rong's energy pillar while he was in pursuit, after which he was summoned back to Xiaoyan's side. As if he had seen through the intentions of the four of them, Xiao Xian smiled and said with a calm expression, "What? You want to leave after injuring someone?" As his voice faded, a gust of wind whistled in the surrounding air. The whistling hurricane was like a blade, easily shattering the ice that covered the stone wall. The swift and fierce sword Qi was deeply engraved into the stone wall. Bai Rong's old face twitched a few times at the sight of this. He propped up his single arm and blocked Bai Zijing behind him. He did not dare to hold back as he rapidly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body and said in a low voice, "Although you are stronger than me, I'm afraid that you will end up in a life and death struggle if you want to keep us here. I advise you to consider this carefully." As these words left his mouth, surging Genesis Qi swept out from Bai Rong's body, completely blocking the domineering sword intent. At the same time, his old face grew even paler. Xiao Xian smiled faintly when he heard this. His eyes slowly met Bai Rong's as he softly said, "Life and death struggle? Or an egg striking a rock? We will only know after we try." Qi. The next moment, Xiao Xian waved his sword finger, and an earth-shattering sword Qi suddenly swept out, slashing towards Bai Rong like a hot knife through butter. At the same time, Bai Rong acted. With his full strength, the azure-white Genesis Qi condensed into a giant python in the void above his head. It hissed at the sky, and then waved its huge tail and collided with the incoming sword Qi. "Protect the young master and leave here." At the same time, a roar came from Bai Rong's mouth. The three people behind him immediately moved and rushed out of the cave. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted from the point of collision between the giant python and the sword Qi. Xiao Xian casually blocked the sweeping energy shockwaves, and he and Xiao Yin looked at the three people who were rapidly running away. The former scrunched his brows and said coldly, "Want to leave? Stay." As Xiao Yan's hand rose and fell, a large sword appeared out of nowhere in the empty space a short distance in front of Bai Zijing's group, after which it was heavily inserted into the ground. It was just like a tall wall that spanned across the land, blocking the path of the three of them. At the same time, Xiao Yan dispatched the Northern King to chase after Bai Zijing's group, who were swiftly fleeing. Die! Then, the moment Xiao Xian attacked, Bai Rong suddenly rushed forward, forming a seal above his head and slamming it down on Xiao Yan. Xiao Xian coldly snorted. Stubborn. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan helplessly took a couple steps back. Bai Rong, on the other hand, used this opportunity to swiftly flash behind the three of them. His heart sunk when he saw the enormous sword in front of him. Xiao Xian's strength was actually beyond his expectations. Xiao Xian's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. Xiao Xian's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. Xiao Xian's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. Damn it, with my current condition, I can't break through this defense in a short period of time. The expression on his old face was incomparably grave as he glanced at Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian in the distance. Soon after, his eyes landed on the 6-star source zone in front of him, after which a miserable cry resounded over the limestone valley when Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian raised their eyes. Bai Rong had actually used his 5 fingers as blades behind the 6-star origin sect master and pierced his lower abdomen. He paused for a moment, and then fiercely threw the 6-star origin sect master's body towards the giant sword in front of them. Boom! Terrifying energy swept out from the giant sword amidst an earth-shaking explosion, and it instantly flattened all the obstacles in front of it. This madman, he won't even let his own people off. Xiao Xian could not help but shake his head in disgust when he saw how vicious Bai Rong was. Sword Qi surged around him, and his figure strangely disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of Bai Rong and coldly said, "I definitely won't let a person as vicious as you leave this place today." However, Bai Rong actually smiled ferociously in the face of Xiao Xian's cold reprimand. His hand, which was covered in fresh blood, was clenched tightly. His gradually reddened eyes swept back and forth between Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan in the distance. His breathing had suddenly become much rougher. "Ha ha! From the moment the crown prince died at your hands, I was already a walking corpse in this world. From today onwards, if the two of you aren't eliminated, you will definitely become a great enemy of my Bai clan in the future. Since that's the case, why don't you stay here with me forever?" The instant the savage laughter resounded, Bai Rong's shriveled body suddenly swelled. In a short span of a few breaths, he had turned from a skinny old man into a bloated monster. From the looks of it, he could explode at any time. This guy actually chose to self-destruct. Xiao Xian immediately frowned. Seeing that Bai Rong had already become like this, if this continued, even they would be affected. "Ha ha! Xiao Yan, I said that no matter what, I will definitely kill you. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me." Bai Rong, whose body had swelled to the extreme, turned around and stared at Xiao Yan with a pair of scarlet eyes that were gradually protruding out of their sockets. His body flashed as he madly charged toward Xiao Yan. Behind him, Xiao Xian's face immediately darkened when he saw this. A decisive killing intent condensed in his eyes, and then he clenched his hand into a fist. In a flash of light, the serene orchid sword appeared in his hand. With a thought, the sword aura condensed in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a smooth wave of sword chi, Bai Rong's body, which had almost caught up to Xiao Yan, was cut in half at the waist. Chapter 15:15. Bai Rong died under Xiao Xian's sword. However, the wild, violent energy that erupted from his body just as he was about to die still sent Xiao Yan flying. Xiao Yan's body landed miserably on the ground. A bloody sweetness immediately surged from his throat. He curled the corner of his mouth, and fresh blood rolled down. He was, after all, a dignified Yuan Zun expert. No matter what, he could not be underestimated. Even though he had died, the strength that he had unleashed at the last moment was still not something that Xiao Yan could easily endure. After dealing with Bai Rong, Xiao Xian turned around and looked out of Limestone Valley. Bai Zijing and Bai Sheng had already disappeared from his sight. Xiao Xian could not help but frown slightly. It's a pity that those two ran away. Otherwise, no one would know that we were the culprits. Not necessarily. Xiao Yan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and quickly swallowed 2 pills. He stepped forward and smiled when he saw Xiao Xian's expression. Although Bai Zijing ran away, the other person won't be able to. Xiao Yan turned around and swept his gaze across the valley. After confirming a certain direction, he took the lead and flew towards it. Behind him, Xiao Xian raised his eyebrows, as if he had understood something. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a call in the mountains. At this moment, Bai Sheng was being beaten until he was repeatedly forced back by the Northern King. He was seriously injured. When he saw Xiao Yan and Shuang, who had hurried over, his originally pale face instantly lost all of its color. Xiao Xian raised his sword. Bai Sheng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, you're an origin venerate. Don't tell me you're going to fight." Noisy. However, before Bai Sheng's word sounded, he was swung out by a sword aura from Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan, by the side, let out a cold snort. He summoned the Northern King back and extended his hand. A suction force surged from his palm. Soon after, a storage ring flew out from Bai Sheng's body and was held in his hand. After dealing with these troubles, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian waited quietly in front of the fire banyan tree. Half a day later, the last trace of energy floating in front of the Hua siblings was absorbed into their bodies. After a long time, the two of them opened their eyes. Fiery light overflowed, and their auras had completely stepped into the origin ancestor level. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, he involuntarily smacked his mouth when he sensed the aura that only belonged to an expert from the origin zone class within their bodies. After all, many people on the continent had trained with all their might for their entire lives in order to reach this level. In the end, they were stuck at the peak of the origin Huang class until their deaths. It was likely that these two people were destined to become experts at this level the moment their strength broke through the origin Huang class. Such a different life really caused one to feel a myriad of emotions. When the siblings descended from the tree and saw Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian beside him, The expression on their faces was slightly startled. Soon after, their eyelids were lowered as they became quiet. Hua Qing's figure had appeared in their minds when they had descended into a slumber and told them everything. Although they were shocked, they still did not dare to believe that they were unable to see Hua Qing when they woke up. Xiao Yan could only adopt an understanding attitude toward the feelings of the brother and sister at this moment. He quietly waited by the side for a moment before Hua Qing was the first to recover from his sorrowful mood. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, Grandpa Hua Qing wanted us to follow you before he left." Xiao Yan nodded gently and took a deep breath. He looked around and slowly said, "We really can't stay here any longer. Indeed, we can't stay here any longer. Without the protection of the black fog, those fellows outside will quickly rush in here. If you have no plans for now, you can leave with us first. If you have any ideas in the future, you can go somewhere else." The Hua siblings faced each other when these words were uttered. Hua Xian's delicate hands were hugging her brother's arm. She appeared to be waiting for his reply. Hua Qing also mused for a moment before slowly nodding. After all, no matter how one put it, it was too far-fetched for them to survive in the middle region where many experts were present with their current strength. Now that Xiao Yan was willing to lend them a hand. Moreover, he was someone that Hua Qing had personally chosen. They naturally did not have any reason to reject him. The group of four rested in the cave for a while, and then under Xiao Xian's lead, they quickly rushed towards the exit of the Fire Banyan ruins. However, not long after the four of them left the Limestone Valley, a group was rushing over from the right at the end of their line of sight. Their target was undoubtedly the Limestone Valley. Is that the Ouyang clan? These fellows really pay close attention to the Bai clan. Xiao Yan curled his lips and smiled. Looking at the Ouyang clan's late appearance, it didn't seem like they were here to pick up scraps. If Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian hadn't arrived in time, these fellows would have directly robbed Bai Zijing and the others after they succeeded. On the surface, the three great clans are equal and keep a distance from each other, but this kind of robbery is really done a lot in secret. Xiao Xian shook his head and chuckled. He quickly glanced at the dilapidated city below and said, "Try to avoid them as much as possible. It's okay to meet them normally, but now it's hard to say." "Okay." Xiao Yan nodded. He communicated with Hua Qing and Hua Xian behind him. The few of them swiftly descended into the city below. Each of them hid their auras and quietly rushed forward. After a while, in the team that was rushing over the city, an old man suddenly stopped and let out a soft sound of surprise. Beside him, Ouyang Miao also stopped and asked in confusion, "Elder Ming, is there any movement?" The old man called Elder Ming frowned slightly and said in surprise, "I did sense an extremely secretive aura just now, but it was only for an instant before it completely disappeared. It suddenly disappeared from your senses. Is it a source sovereign?" Ouyang Miao frowned and quickly looked in the direction of Limestone Valley. He then suspiciously scanned the city below. Elder Ming slowly shook his head and said, "Not really. I can see that it's someone who has just entered the source sect, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared." Ouyang Miao's brows relaxed slightly when he heard this. Just as his thoughts were spinning rapidly, a high-level source sect behind him suddenly said, "Actually, it's not hard to determine." "Oh." Ouyang Miao raised his eyebrows and looked at the ladder with Elder Ming beside him. That person continued to speak. "Previously, when we met Bai Zijing, that fellow was in a sorry state. The guard beside him had also disappeared. Perhaps they had encountered something in the Limestone Valley that caused their vitality to be greatly damaged. That aura, just now, might have been left behind by his dying guards. It just so happened that Elder Ming sensed it." Ouyang Miao's brows relaxed greatly when he heard this. These words made sense. Moreover, they did not know the exact situation in Limestone Valley. If they wasted time here because of an indescribable aura, it would seem like they were content to stay in their own corner. "Fine. Leave 2 people to search for the owner of that aura outside Limestone Valley. If any outsiders approach, kill them all. The rest, follow me into Limestone Valley." After a moment of hesitation, Ouyang Miao immediately made arrangements. leaving only 2 7-star Source Sect members to guard the perimeter while the rest immediately headed into Limestone Valley. At the same time, in a certain corner of the city below, Hua Xian was curled up in her brother Hua Xing's arms with a timid look on her face. The aura that Elder Ming had sensed earlier was her. Fortunately, Xiao Xian had acted in time to cover it up and prevent that fellow from locking onto her position. Otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be any trouble if they met. After a long while, Xiao Xian confirmed that those experts had left. Only then did he smile at Hua Xian and gently say, "Little girl, it's fine now. Let's go." Hua Xing gently lifted Hua Xian, whose delicate body was trembling. His hand gently comforted her back. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He immediately flicked his finger, and a wisp of scarlet-red volcanic rock flame flew out. It danced gently in the empty space in front of the young lady, emitting a warm aura. That familiar feeling also caused Hua Xian's heart to swiftly calm down. A week later, Xiao Yan's group successfully left the Fire Banyan ruins. When they passed through the magma, whether it was because of the Fire Banyan siblings or because of the aura of the volcanic rock flame on Xiao Yan's body, those beasts did not stop them. This saved them a lot of trouble, and even Xiao Xian heaved a sigh of relief. One had to know that even with his cultivation, when he passed through the magma, he had a headache from the endless stream of fire-scaled lizards. It was only when a few of them broke through the waves that Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the solid and thick energy barrier in the depths of the magma. Only then did he turn his head to look at Xiao Xian and spit out the doubts that had lingered in his heart along the way. "Ancestor, when you came here, you didn't have the Fire Banyan token, right? In that case, how did you enter?" Xiao Xian was first taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he looked at the Hua siblings with a strange gaze and pursed his lips into a smile. The instant he turned around and flew into the sky, a low murmur quietly flowed out from between his lips. Exploded. Chapter 15-16. After leaving the Fire Banyan remains, the 4 of them naturally headed back to the Xiao clan. There is no need to mention that Xiao Xian's aim was to bring Xiao Yan back. Even if it was to find a place for Hua Xing and Hua Xian to stay, the Xiao clan was currently the most suitable place to stay despite the fact that the people there were a little tricky. Along the way, Xiao Yan used the serene orchid sword in Xiao Xian's hand to learn about the decisive battle between the second elder, Xiao Yitian, and Sword Saint Yulan. Moreover, from the tone of Xiao Xian when he mentioned the 2 of them, it was likely that one of them had died. Of course, Xiao Yan was more concerned about the matter of the heaven-questioning pill compared to the outcome of the decisive battle between the 2 of them. After all, this concerned Bai Hua's life. If he could use this opportunity to obtain the medicinal pill, it would undoubtedly resolve a large knot in Xiao Yan's heart. However, the outcome of the matter often went against one's thoughts. The answer that Xiao Xian had given caused Xiao Yan to feel disappointed. At the same time, his brows were tightly knit together. Since the 2 of them did not have the heaven-questioning pill, Bai Hua's matter could only fall on the 3rd heaven-questioning pill or the ancestor of the pill tower. However, these 2 points caused Xiao Yan to feel as though they were far beyond his reach. Forget about the 3rd heaven-seeking pill whose whereabouts were unknown. Just a person like the ancestor of the pill tower was someone that he could only look up to. Under the influence of various complicated emotions, the group traveled leisurely for nearly 2 months before finally returning to the territory of the Xiao clan. Tianyang City. The group of 4 exited the teleportation formation and headed straight for Xiao City. However, halfway there, they met the head of the clan and Nan in Tianyang City. "Haha, young Master Xiao Yan, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. Your cultivation has improved so quickly. It really makes this old man blush with shame." Anan came forward with a smile and bowed to Xiao Yan. His respectful attitude caused some of the surrounding strangers to be stunned. Xiao Yan's body immediately turned numb when he heard the way Anan addressed him. He frowned and curled his lips. "Patriarchan, it's better if you just call me Mister. I can't accept such a form of address from young master." As soon as these words came out, the girl Fireheart snorted and almost laughed out loud. For someone of Xiao Yan's age to be called young master, it really felt like autumn leaves pretending to be young leaves. Even Annan pursed his lips awkwardly for a while. Then he gave a few dry laughs, turned to Xiao Xian, and said respectfully, "Young master, Xiao Xian, I'm Xiao Xian." "Ha ha, Elder Xiao Yan, you've just become the new head of the cabinet. I came to congratulate you some time ago, but I didn't expect you to not be in the clan. I also didn't expect to meet you today with Mr. Xiao Yan, cabinet in charge." The expression on Xiao Yan's face was immediately stunned when he heard these words. Soon after, a stunned expression surged. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Xiao Xian beside him. His heart was surprised. The latter had not mentioned this matter during these many days. Looking at Xiao Yan's shocked gaze, Xiao Xian raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Then he shrugged indifferently. But immediately after, when the former was about to ask, Xiao Xian's gaze fell directly on Annan. "Patriarchan, we've been on the road for 2 months. If there's nothing else, I think we'd better go back to the clan and rest first." In that case, I do have something to report to Elder Xiao Xian." Annan was slightly startled when he heard this. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly spoke. 3 months ago, the Yin family applied to temporarily take over some of the streets in Liang City, and there has been a report. Xiao Xian lowered his eyebrows and smiled, then said in a slightly cold tone, "You can directly report this matter to Elder Xiao Li of the Ancient Palace. It seems that you don't have to look for me, right?" In this regard, Annan shook his head gently and said, "Elder Li has been in the Ancient Palace for a long time, and he has no right to intervene in most of the clan's matters. Although he is in charge of this matter, the Zhao family is after all under Elder Xiao Dingtian. Even if Elder Xiao Dingtian has retired to the back mountain, this matter is equivalent to a hot potato in anyone's hands." Moreover, at the end of his words, Annan's expression became even more cautious and cautious. His following words caused Xiao Xian's expression to change instantly. According to Annan, the Zhao family's power was no longer as simple as Liang City. Among the cities under the Xiao clan, there were more than a dozen cities under their control, and the rest included nearly 100 family forces of various sizes. I didn't expect the Zhao family's power to be so great that even the cities are under their control. After a long while, after Xiao Yan's group left Tianyang City, Xiao Xian finally muttered with a solemn expression. Then, a fierce look surged in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Looks like it's time to teach them a lesson." The few of them became quiet for the rest of the journey. Xiao Yan quietly mused in his heart. When he had left Tianyang City earlier, he had learned from Xiao Xian's explanation that the 3 great chiefs had been personally abolished by the ancestor of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan felt surprised after understanding this. At the same time, he involuntarily recalled that mysterious expert when he had left the Xiao clan back then. Xiao Yan mused like this for the entire journey. Finally, Xiao City appeared in front of him. Huo Rong and his sister looked at the magnificent and bustling city in front of them with astonishment. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of amazement. When they had been wandering around the fiery flowing plains, they had been to many cities. However, compared to the city in front of them, they were undoubtedly dwarfed by it. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian involuntarily chuckled when they saw the two of them become excited. They temporarily cast aside their thoughts and led the two of them into the city. Their originally hurried and heavy footsteps became much lighter. Xiao Yan's gaze followed the two in front of him and scanned the surroundings. He was a little absent-minded as he looked at the city in front of him. He recalled that he had encountered many troublesome matters when he first arrived here. Now that he was here again, he naturally could not help but sigh emotionally. Someone wanted to throw me out the last time I came here. A mocking smile slowly rose from the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth as he thought of a certain unlucky fellow. However, just as he was speaking in his heart, an incomparably shocked voice suddenly shrieked from the front of the street. "Xiao Yan, you're back?" Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately stilled. His gaze followed and looked over. Soon after, a face that carried some fear was reflected in his eyes. "Xiao Chuang?" Xiao Yan was startled, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. "Me too. Soon after, the body in front of Xiao Chuheng blocked, and a figure stood in front of him. The figure's sharp gaze stared at Xiao Yan as a cold word was spat out. Xiao Yan was slightly surprised when he saw this. He tilted his head and swept his gaze back and forth between the two of them. He slowly said, "The two of you are actually together. How surprising." Chapter 15-17. Xiao Yan grinned as he looked at the man who was clearly much more muscular than the last time they met. "Xiao Yang, you're actually with Xiao Chuheng, given your arrogant personality?" Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned when he saw that the two of them were actually walking together in the former's submissive manner. Given Xiao Chuheng's domineering character, when did he learn to stand behind someone else? Haha, of course it's his brother's masterpiece. Xiao Xian, who was beside him, smiled and said, after the clan meeting ended, Xiao Yang was quite famous in the clan. However, due to the power of his bloodline, it was difficult for the upper echelons of the clan to take notice of him. It was Xiao Feng who personally handed Xiao Chuheng over to him. On the surface, it was to let Xiao Yang discipline him, but in reality, he was using his connections in the clan to let Xiao Yang get the resources that should belong to him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched. He said with a teasing smile, "I really couldn't tell that guy was so warm-hearted." He also fought his way up from the bottom of the clan. Naturally, he could understand the feeling of being seen but ignored. Xiao Xin sighed softly as his gaze fell on Xiao Chuheng. There was some admiration in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "However, that little fellow seems to have some awareness. Although he does appear to hate Xiao Yang on the surface, he still admires the latter's hard work. After following Xiao Yang for over 2 years, he has grown quite a bit." Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Xiao Chuheng could obediently follow behind Xiao Yang was enough to prove what Xiao Xin said. Xiao Yang on the opposite side ignored Xiao Yan's ridicule. His eyes shifted to Xiao Xian as he bowed slightly. It was a rare display of respect for someone. "I won't get involved in the matters between the two of you." Sensing the meaning in Xiao Yang's eyes, Xiao Xian smiled and then retreated to the side with Hua Xian. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan. His tone was still as arrogant as it was back then. "Humph, I thought you wouldn't dare to come back." This low cry immediately caused quite a number of passers-by to stop in their tracks. Ever since the clan gathering, Xiao Yang's name had become quite well known in Xiao City for the past 2 years. Hence, when everyone saw that Xiao Yang had actually displayed such an attitude toward the young man, quite a number of people's eyes had some pity surfacing in them when they looked at Xiao Yan. Ignoring the gazes of those people around him, Xiao Yan merely smiled in response to the former's words and slowly said, "You're shameless enough to stay behind, so what reason do I have not to come back? Cut the crap. Make your move. Today, I will definitely defeat you and wipe away my previous humiliation." With a cold snort, Xiao Yan took a heavy step forward. Instantly, a tyrannical aura ruthlessly rushed towards Xiao Yan like a storm. The latter sensed the aura and lightly nodded his head, smiling as he said, "Not bad. You've already advanced to the advanced 5-star origin ancestor level in 2 years." After speaking, Xiao Yan also slowly took a step forward. When the aura from the opposite side arrived in front of him, a vast pressure that was even more surging than the former suddenly swept out from Xiao Yan's body. It instantly shattered the incoming pressure like a hot knife through butter. At the same time, the expressions of the onlookers on both sides of the street changed drastically due to this astonishing pressure. 7-star origin ancestor. The instant the aura from Xiao Yan's body swept out, Xiao Yang clearly sensed Xiao Yan's current strength. Dense shock surged onto his face as he cried out in surprise. During these 2 years, even though he had been training hard day and night without sleeping and had used the many resources of the Xiao clan, his cultivation had merely risen by 1 star. Even so, he could be considered quite good among those of the same generation. However, Xiao Yan's cultivation had leaped from a 3-star source ancestor to a 7-star source ancestor after 2 years of not seeing him. This speed was many times faster than his own. This fellow, how'd he do it? At this very moment, Even with Xiao Yang's arrogance, the shock in his heart could not help but surface on his face. The black-robed fellow before him was simply a freak. "Do you still want to fight?" Xiao Yan asked with a faint smile. "Cut the crap. I've been madly training for the past 2 years for the sake of defeating you. No matter how much you've improved, I will not back down." An explosive roar was emitted from Xiao Yang's throat as his feet heavily stomped on the ground. The instant the rock under his feet burst apart, his body abruptly shot forward. Genesis Qi surged from his right fist as it viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan. Thud! However, Xiao Yan was able to block such a powerful force with one hand, after which he merely took half a step back and easily resolved the force that was attacking his arm. He gently twisted his hand that was holding Xiao Yang's fist as Genesis Qi poured out from his palm, pushing Xiao Yang back with a single blow. Subsequently, he slowly raised his eyes and nodded. "Your explosive power has increased again. It seems that your hard work over the past 2 years has not only been focused on your cultivation." Hearing this, Xiao Yang remained unmoved. He turned his gaze and exchanged glances with Xiao Chuhang beside him. The two of them nodded in unison. When they looked back again, the two of them actually raised their hands at the same time. The seals formed between their hands were surprisingly the same. "Is this a fusion do skill? You guys have even learned to find helpers for yourselves." Upon seeing this, even with Xiao Yan's understanding of the two, a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to rapidly circulate. In the face of such a technique, even he could not underestimate it. Wind convergence. Rock whale howl. While the Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body was rapidly circulating, a whale formed from rock rapidly materialized in the air in front of the Xiao Yang duo. Its large mouth opened as a terrifying suction force frantically surged out from the whale's body. Under the duo's control, the whale viciously charged toward Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, this move can be considered a greeting gift from the two of us. Whale absorbs all rivers." As he felt the terrifying suction force heading towards him, Xiao Yan's body began to lose control for a time. Even so, the expression on his face grew increasingly heated as he laughed heartily and shouted, "Since that's the case, I'll accept it." Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The instant his 5 fingers clenched tightly, scarlet-red flames immediately surged out and coiled around his entire right arm like a magma armor. Subsequently, it abruptly blasted out, charging straight towards the whale's bloody mouth. "Bees easy." That whale swallowed half of Xiao Yan's arm into its mouth amidst the swallowing sound. However, the scarlet flame that was burning on it borrowed the wild wind around it to become even fiercer. Moreover, it was repeatedly sucked into the body of the rock whale. After over 10 breaths, the strength of the flame became even fiercer. A cluster of scarlet color gradually spread from the abdomen of the rock whale. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yang and Xiao Chuhang on the opposite side also began to become serious. "Huh!" With a low roar, the half of Xiao Yan's arm that had been swallowed by the rock whale trembled violently, and the fierce heavenly fire suddenly soared several times. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd, scarlet-red cracks rapidly spread on the surface of the rock whale. The heavenly fire that gushed out from the cracks actually melted the body of the rock whale into magma. The terrifyingly high temperature that spread out caused the temperature of the area to rise rapidly, and even the air became much drier. Under such an unforeseen event, the crazy suction force also quickly dissipated as the body of the rock whale melted. In less than a few minutes, the huge rock whale completely melted into a pool of magma, which then drifted into the air under the control of Xiao Yan. When the flames completely dissipated, the atmosphere on the field gradually calmed down. Many people's gazes that were fixed on Xiao Yan finally began to ripple a little. Chapter 15:18. Xiao Yan? That's right. Isn't this fellow the one who caused an uproar in the Xiao clan back then? I heard that he left after that. It is unexpected that not only has he returned, but he has become even stronger. Even Xiao Yang is no match for him. Hey, what kind of news is this? I have long heard that Xiao Yang overcame all obstacles in the clan gathering of the Xiao clan back then. In the end, he fell in front of Xiao Yan. Hence, didn't he say earlier that he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation? Unfortunately, he was still defeated. A discussion about Xiao Yan immediately sounded on the street when the memories from a couple of years ago were once again flipped through in everyone's minds. Everyone fought to describe some of the things that had happened back then. Although they had only heard about it, it was as though they had personally experienced it when it was spread from their mouths. Private conversations continued to spread throughout the street. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who had withdrawn his flame, had a face full of praise as he looked at the two people opposite him, whose expressions were not too good. He slowly stepped forward and smiled as he said, "Not bad. A very good dose skill. I can see that you were holding back just now." There is no need to console us. If we were to talk about holding back, didn't you also not use your full strength? Even though this was the case, Xiao Yang's face was still cold. The former smiled indifferently and shook his head. "I must say that if you were to meet an ordinary 7-star origin sect with this move of yours, you would be able to put up a fight." Xiao Yang was initially startled when he heard this. He was naturally surprised to be acknowledged by his opponent. However, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, he had placed himself on the other side of the battle. "Since you have returned this time around, you should properly stay behind." Xiao Chuang by the side suddenly said something that caused Xiao Yan to be surprised. In his impression, this fellow was eager to see him go as far away as possible. It was unexpected that he would actually say such words to persuade him to stay. Xiao Chuang by the side suddenly said something that caused Xiao Yan to be surprised. "Yes." Xiao Yan pursed his mouth and smiled. He immediately nodded heavily and did not say anything else. After which, he swiftly rushed to the entrance of the Xiao clan with the Xiao Xian trio in front of these two people's gazes. After a long while, the group of 4 appeared in front of the familiar courtyard. The moment they stepped in, 2 figures hurriedly ran out from the depths of the courtyard. At a glance, it was by Hua and Lian. Both parties had not seen each other for a long time. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, they naturally could not help but hug each other in surprise. Soon after, everyone entered the depths of the villa together. Along the way, Lian Er's gaze curiously observed the Hua Rong siblings beside Xiao Yan. Only when everyone was seated in the living room, and Xiao Yan gave a general introduction, did Hua Xing and Hua Xian finally enter the joyous atmosphere. Now that Xiao Yan had returned and Xiao Yan had made arrangements, the siblings naturally moved into Xiao Yan's courtyard. News of Xiao Yan's return to the clan swiftly spread as though it had grown wings after he returned to the mansion. Within a short period of time, it had spread throughout the entire Xiao clan. Quite a number of people were immediately alarmed by this news. Xiao clan's back mountain, in a dense forest, surprise immediately surfaced on Xiao Zhan's old face when he heard the report from a figure in front of him. He involuntarily cried out, "What did you say? That little fellow has advanced to a 7-star origin sect?" "That's right. Tis TSK, they're indeed worthy of being grandfather and grandson. Their monstrous cultivation speed is truly monstrous. Other than this, even the combined attack of Xiao Yang and Xiao Chuhang was blocked by Xiao Yan with just one hand." Xiao Zhan lifted his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He mused for a moment before nodding. He still had some understanding of Xiao Yan's fighting strength in his heart. Xiao Yan had been able to defeat a 4-star origin zone when Xiao Yan was a 3-star origin zone. Now that Xiao Yan's actual cultivation had risen to such an extent, his true fighting strength was naturally incomparable to the past. Xiao Zhan exhaled a deep breath of air and gently lifted his finger. The human figure in front of him quietly disappeared. A pair of turbid old eyes looked in Xiao Yan's direction. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the calm space behind the first elder and struck Xiao Zhan's back. Under the daylight, the ray of light was almost hidden in the void, and it was extremely difficult to discover with the naked eye. However, in the end, it strangely disappeared when it was about 10 feet away from Xiao Zhan's body. Immediately after, A deflated sound rang out beside the straw hut not far away. The figure appeared. Her delicate figure matched with an exquisite and pretty face. Shockingly, it was Xiao Ling. Boring. Seeing that you were so engrossed in your thoughts, I thought I would succeed this time. The young girl walked forward with a somewhat depressed expression on her face. Then, she sat down beside the old man. The latter was not annoyed. He only withdrew his thoughts and gently stroked his beard with a smile. You've improved. Your control of the power of the Great Path has become more and more skillful. Even I can't see through your current attacks. Pa, 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 pa. It would be strange if you could see with your back facing me. Xiao Linger wrinkled her nose. She was not moved by the old man's compliments at all. Xiao Zhan was used to this. He smiled with a doting expression and continued. Girl, I just received a piece of news. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, the young girl snorted. She curled her lips and turned around, but she ignored Xiao Zhan's words. However, immediately after, Xiao Yan has returned. The moment the words left her mouth, the young girl immediately stood up from the ground and said in surprise, Really? Xiao Zhan involuntarily let out a bitter smile when he saw the sudden change in the girl's attitude. He immediately nodded and stated Xiao Yan's current position. Xiao Ling, Er's lovely body immediately moved when she heard this. She rushed down the mountain. Behind her, Xiao Zhan hurriedly stopped her and said, He has just returned. He hasn't rested yet. Go the next day. When the shout sounded, the human figures on the small path in the distant mountain forest had already disappeared. It was a long while before a response was transmitted over. Only then did the old man helplessly sigh. He could not help but envy Xiao in his heart. The girl whom he had painstakingly raised had actually submitted to him in the blink of an eye because of Xiao Yan's return. This really caused people to feel a little jealous. At the same time, Xiao Dingtian and the others in the other parts of the Xiao clan had also received the news that Xiao Yan had returned to the clan. For a time, some were happy, while others were sad. In the garden, after half a day of interaction, the relationship between the Hua siblings and the others had quickly become much more harmonious. Hua Xing and Bai Hua could be considered to be of the same lineage. Moreover, the two of them did not speak much. Just sitting together could be considered a kind of tacit understanding. As for Hua Xian and Lian Er, compared to men, the relationship between women had undoubtedly warmed up by several times. In just a short while, the two young girls had become much closer. As they chatted, their lovely laughter sounded continuously like silver bells. This scene also caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised. At the same time, the depths of his eyes became a little absent-minded. Only when night fell did the travel-weary few people return to their rooms. The continuous month of hurrying had indeed caused the Huirong siblings to be physically and mentally exhausted. Only Xiao Yan was lying on the roof by himself. His eyes, which were reflected by the stars, reflected a somewhat disappointed and frustrated expression. Chapter 1519. Under the quiet night sky, Xiao Yan's body lazily lay on the roof. The emotions in his heart were somewhat complicated. Xiao Yan's gaze looked at the deep night sky. His recent encounters during this period of time repeatedly replayed in his mind. This was especially the case when he recalled the intimate relationship between Lian Er and Hua Xian during the day. Xiao Yan's deep memory of a white-colored long dress and delicate body involuntarily surfaced. Little fairy doctor. Once the memories in the depths of one's heart were dug out, it was difficult to hide them. He muttered softly over and over again. The days when the girl in a white dress accompanied him became increasingly clear in Xiao Yan's mind. Even though many years had passed, it still felt like yesterday when he recalled it. From the inconspicuous small town at the foot of the mountain to the continent of experts where heroes stood side by side, the girl had no regrets no matter how many dangers she encountered along the way. Even when he came to this foreign continent alone, she still forcefully broke through the barrier and evened out the distance between them by an entire world. However, in the end, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh heavily as he recalled the battle at the Tianyan Villa. A ripple surfaced in his eyes, which had been bloodied for many years. His heart was filled with endless self-blame and guilt. If it were not for him back then, that girl would not have ended up in such a miserable state. When he thought of the Dewey sect and Su Jun, endless murderous intent surged into his head. He clenched his teeth tightly, causing them to emit a creaking sound. Even the night sky before him began to distort due to his rage. Distorted cracks began to spread out. It was a long while before Xiao Yan's emotions slowly calmed down. He deeply inhaled a few mouthfuls of cold air before exhaling deeply. He closed his eyes and recalled. Today, when he learned that Xiao Xian was in charge of the Xiao clan's cabinet, an impulse had emerged in his heart. If he could borrow the foundation of the Xiao clan to take revenge for the little fairy doctor, there was no need for him to wait any longer. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with impatience when he thought of being able to kill Wu Du, Su Jun, and the others. Even his breathing had become a little hurried. However, in the end, he violently shook his head and forcefully removed this thought from his heart. The little fairy doctor had died for him. No matter how one put it, Xiao Yan could only personally take revenge for the little fairy doctor. There would also come a day when he would take revenge for all the debts he had with the Du AI sect. As this thought rose in his mind, Su Jun's figure slowly flashed in the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes. His hands, which had just relaxed, suddenly clenched into fists again. The next day, the Xiao clan, which had been quiet for a period of time, had once again become lively. This was because the geniuses of the Xiao clan, who rarely showed themselves, had gathered together early this morning. Moreover, all of them were heading in the same direction. Their grand and mighty manner was quite imposing. Even some of the elders in the clan could not help but cast their gazes over. Xiao Yan was flipping through the storage ring that originally belonged to Bai Sheng in a bored manner within the main hall. After searching for a while, even he could not help but complain on behalf of Bai Sheng. Other than a small number of Tier 7 medicinal pills, there was not even a single high-class Qi method or Do technique in the storage ring of this 8-star origin sect. Even the highest level Do technique was merely at the low E class. Xiao Yan could not even be bothered to take a look at the rest. However, while Xiao Yan was fiddling with the storage ring, a withered wooden cylinder in the storage ring piqued his interest. This was because from what he could see, the material of the withered wooden cylinder was surprisingly the fire banyan tree. The fire banyan tree was unique to the flowing fire plains. Its deterrent force was renowned throughout the entire middle region. What could be so extravagant as to use the fire banyan tree to store it? Xiao Yan took out the wooden cylinder out of curiosity. The moment it entered his hand, a warm feeling was transmitted into his palm. At the same time, Huoxing, who was seated opposite him, also cast his gaze toward the wooden cylinder in Xiao Yan's hand. He immediately frowned slightly as he swiftly thought of something in his mind. Xiao Yan also sized up the wooden cylinder at this moment. After confirming that there were no restrictions on it, he carefully opened the cover on the side of the wooden cylinder. A wave of heat surged out the moment the cover was opened. Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly and looked at the interior of the wooden cylinder. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a scroll. When Xiao Yan took it out, the golden words on it immediately caused his eyes to brighten. Earth Spirit Quenching Flame Pill. The instant Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the scroll, Huoxing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly opened his mouth. Do you recognize this thing? Seeing Huoxing call out the pill formula at a glance, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He then weighed the scroll in his hand and asked curiously. Hearing this, Huoxing nodded slightly and continued to speak. This pill formula was created by the ancestors of my Fire Banyan tribe. However, it was lost many years ago. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see it today. Surprise surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he heard these words. He did not hesitate as he placed the scroll back into the wooden cylinder. He gently raised his hand and handed it over to Huoxing under the support of an invisible force. He smiled and said, Brother Huoxing, since this pill formula is a relic of the Fire Banyan tribe and I have coincidentally met you, it can be considered as returning to its original owner. However, in this regard, Huoxing shook his head with a smile and pushed it back. He shrugged helplessly and said, Don't worry. You're more suitable. I'm not an alchemist. If this pill formula falls into my hands, it'll only be a useless scroll. If you really want to return it, why don't you wait until you've refined the pills on the scroll and give me a few? It'll be more worth it. Ha ha. Hearing these words, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. Huoxing's plan was more practical and impressive than obtaining a pill formula. At this moment, before the laughter of the three people in the hall faded, Huoxing hurriedly ran in with a flustered expression. The laughter of the three people in the hall also came to an abrupt stop. Senior Xiao Yin, it's not good. There are so many people who suddenly barged in from outside. The young girl's exclamation sounded. Xiao Yin and the other two's expressions changed slightly. The former frowned and looked at Bai Hua as he asked in a deep voice, "Could it be Xiao Ding Tian?" As his voice fell, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door. After that, a familiar clear laughter sounded from the courtyard. "Ah, cousin Xiao Yin, why didn't you inform us that you were coming back? For the past 2 years, we have been hoping that you would return as soon as possible." As the laughter was transmitted, a group of familiar figures quickly appeared in front of the door of the living room. Xiao Yin was also slightly startled when he saw the lineup in front of him. A warm smile immediately surged onto his face as he said, "So it's you guys." At this moment, this group of people who had come to Xiao Yan's door were the members of the younger generation who had come into contact with Xiao Yin back in the Xiao clan. With Xiao Jun at the lead, Xiao Lei, Xiao Zhuobin, and the others were all present. Even Xiao Tian, who had always been at odds with Xiao Yin, had appeared.